Chapter 1. Journey to Seagull Island. Not an invincible power fantasy, slow-paced, with the system serving a supportive role. Wishing all esteemed readers a pleasant mood and a well-placed mind. The map will be appropriately expanded, as the original works map does not even encompass the vastness of the Pacific Ocean. If you enjoy it, please pursue the reading and add it to your bookshelf. It is of great importance to me. Thank you. In the year 1511 of the Hyuan calendar, North Sea, on Turo Island, in the office of Base Commander Rost of the Navy's 77th Division. Rost, puffing on a cigar, was meticulously reviewing documents laid out on his desk, while a tall, robust young man stood at attention across from him. Upon closer inspection, the young man's features bore a hint of immaturity, suggesting he was still a youth. Notably, he sported an unusual mane of silver hair, and his delicate visage seemed somewhat incongruous with his athletic build. Closing the file, Rost exhaled a cloud of smoke and regarded the youth, speaking softly. Baron Victorly, age 17, joined the 3rd Squad of the 77th Division last year, during which you have engaged in 6 battles, single-handedly vanquishing the bounty of 3 million on the pirate One-Eyed Uba. In March of this year, you were promoted to Navy Lieutenant. Subsequently, you were recommended to me by your squadron commander, Major Leon. Major Leon has provided exceedingly high praise in your dossier. He even declared that you could become the future of the Navy. Victorly. Rost looked at the youth and inquired solemnly, "Do you understand the purpose of Major Leon sending you here?" Victorly met Rost's gaze and replied earnestly, "I do. Major Leon wishes for me to attend the training camp of Admiral Zephyr next year. Thus, he has instructed me to hone my skills under your guidance." "Hone your skills?" Rost furrowed his brow and remarked, "I have heard your father was once an aide to Rear Admiral Weasel at Navy headquarters. Subsequently, he perished in battle against pirates, correct?" Victorly nodded in affirmation. "Yes, sir. Thus, I have aspired to become a Navy officer since childhood, to eradicate all pirates. Is that so?" Rost extinguished his cigar and, after a moment of contemplation, stated, "Victorly, in terms of strength, there is not much I can teach you. Your father served under Rear Admiral Weasel, and your records indicate you have undergone systematic and rigorous training since youth. Therefore, you do not require further honing in strength. What you need is experience and merit, so that others may cease their idle chatter. By merit alone, you could, with some effort, qualify as a captain." Ross produced a map of the North Sea and pointed to a specific location, saying, "Currently, due to the affairs of the Don Quixote family, tensions in the North Sea are high, and various branches and bases are planning expansions. Hence, I require you to establish a new outpost. The outpost will be on Seagull Island, which is now devoid of inhabitants due to the incidents involving Don Quixote. The personnel configuration for the outpost requires 100 individuals, but I can only assign you 20, along with 2 3-masted warships. You will need to recruit the remaining personnel locally. Rest assured, I will ensure the necessary supplies and resources are prepared for you. Additionally, I will inform the mayor of Joytown on Swallow Island to have the outpost ready before your arrival. Prepare yourself, you shall depart this afternoon. You are a clever young man. I trust you understand my intentions." "Yes, sir." Victorly saluted Rost and exited the room. Once outside, Victorly revealed a derisive smile. He was well aware of Rost's implications. The talk of gaining experience and merit was merely a means to send him away. The absence of a naval outpost near Seagull Island stemmed from its remote location, which had previously served as a pirate stronghold. The reason? It was because of the pirate he had slain, One-Eyed Uba. Uba was affiliated with the Don Quixote family and acted as a liaison with the 77th Division of the North Sea. Though the Don Quixote family was currently under intense scrutiny from Vice Admiral Crane, the North Sea Navy remained rife with individuals colluding with them. At that time, while patrolling the seas, Victorly had chanced upon Uba and his crew during a respite in a small town. Led by Uba, a group of pirates had been harassing a waitress at an inn. As a member of the Navy, Victorly could not stand idly by and drew his sword. However, during the skirmish, he sensed something amiss, not due to their strength, but because the seasoned veterans accompanying him had all vanished. As naval officers, they inexplicably retreated rather than aiding him, likely due to the exceptional nature of these pirates, who may have been acquaintances of theirs. Victor Lee's suspicions proved correct after all his subordinates were slain. Uba had the audacity to threaten Victor Lee, claiming allegiance to the Don Quixote family and familiarity with both Leon and Rost. Yet he had threatened the wrong person, as Victor Lee ruthlessly ended his life. Having reached such a point, feigning ignorance was no longer an option. Killing him was the optimal choice. As a time traveler, Victor Lee had, of course, perused the tales of One Piece. Although his memories were somewhat hazy, the significant events remained etched in his mind. Under Vice Admiral Crane's pursuit, the Don Quixote family was akin to a rat in the street, desperately hiding. While the anime does not mirror reality perfectly, with many darker aspects difficult to portray, he could at least ascertain his current safety. Just a minor lackey of the Don Quixote family, he was assuredly in no peril. Doflamingo, that fellow, was presently being chased out of the North Sea by Vice Admiral Crane, and he lacked the energy to target Victor Lee. Moreover, with Victor Lee's father having been a subordinate of Weasel and dying in battle, this connection would shield him from significant trouble. As it turned out, Rost's directive to send him to establish a new outpost did not hinder his aspirations of attending Admiral Zephyr's training camp next year. However, it was likely that Ro was nearby, thus presenting an opportunity for recruitment, albeit his devil fruit abilities would need to remain concealed for the time being. The warships and personnel were swiftly prepared. The Navy's standard warships were typically four-masted, while three-masted vessels were primarily used for training. However, for a division's lieutenant to possess two warships, even if they were training vessels, was indeed a deviation from the norm. Upon boarding the warship, Victor Lee surveyed the naval personnel before him and could not help but shake his head. The individuals accompanying him to Seagull Island were either unappealing or frail and aged. He would be eligible for the training camp next year, while they would likely remain on Seagull Island for the rest of their lives, barring any unforeseen circumstances. After more than a week of sailing along the Navy's route, provisions replenished, they faced a perilous voyage lasting 20 days. The term dangerous referred to the fact that this route did not fall under the Navy's patrol jurisdiction, and pirates were known to lurk in these waters, prompting the crew to remain vigilant. Fortunately, due to the chaos surrounding the surgical fruit, the pirates were currently on high alert, allowing them to reach Seagull Island safely. The mayor of Joytown, named Cuba, had already prepared the island's infrastructure. Although it did not resemble a naval base, it could comfortably accommodate several hundred individuals. Just as Victor Lee completed the handover with Cuba, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Successfully became the leader of the 9th Squad of the 3rd Division of the 77th Branch of the Navy, gaining control of a stronghold. Completed the initial mission of the Overlord's ambition, receiving the reward of Conqueror's Hockey. Mission refreshed. Overlord's ambition 2, become the commander of a Navy base. Chapter 2. From this day forth, you shall all be members of the Navy. As a time traveler, Victor Lee naturally possesses his own unique advantages. This special advantage, lacking a proper name, is simply referred to as the panel system. At times, the panel system issues certain tasks for Victor Lee to accomplish, rewarding him with modest incentives. Additionally, when Victor Lee diligently practices and achieves results, he may receive special rewards, though such occurrences are rare. Thus far, aside from a long blade and a basic swordsmanship set, he has merely acquired a passive skill that enhances agility. The other rewards are of little consequence. The Conqueror's Hockey has proven to be the most precious reward to date. The ambition of a tyrant is a series of consecutive tasks issued by the panel system. Victor Lee was pleasantly surprised to find that merely becoming the captain of a small team and securing a modest base could fulfill such a requirement. Although proficiency levels are not indicated, Victor Lee surmised it to be at the novice stage. After all, he currently lacks the ability to actively trigger it, and the Conqueror's Hockey develops in accordance with a person's will and charisma. At present, he has yet to qualify for complete mastery over it. The soldiers accompanying him include a cook, a navigator, and some miscellaneous workers, yet they are missing the most crucial element, a skilled shipwright. On Sea Swallow Island, there exists a shipyard that has been repurposed by Cuba into a port suitable for docking naval vessels. Therefore, the immediate priority is to locate a reliable shipbuilder. According to Cuba, an old man named Wolf resides on the nearby Swallow Island, close to Joytown, which prompted Victor Lee to set out early the next day. Bang! Stop it! Let him go. However, before reaching the location Cuba had mentioned, Victorali was met with cries for mercy accompanied by the sounds of fists and feet. Following the commotion, he stumbled upon a young polar bear lying on the ground, confronted by 3 individuals. At a glance, Victorali recognized the youthful figure, fists clenched, demanding the others release the polar bear. Adorned with a distinctive spotted beret and bearing an expression of fragility, this was none other than the future surgeon of death. Trafalgar Law, the adorable bear sprawled on the ground, would eventually become known as Bepo, who would earn the second lowest bounty in the future. Both of these individuals exhibit remarkable potential. Upon noticing Victorali clad in Navy uniform, Law paused momentarily, while the other 2 suddenly turned and fled. Swish, bang bang. After tossing the 2 to the ground and scrutinizing their appearances, Victorali pondered briefly before softly inquiring, "Peijin Xiaojin, why are you running?" Despite their battered faces, the 2 retorted with surprising bravado, "It's Peijin Xiaoqi. You are a Navy officer. We have criminal records. Of course we must flee. Is that not the reason you recognize us?" Victorali approached Bepo and helped him to his feet. Bepo quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you, Navy sir. No need for thanks. You shall be a Navy officer too." "Oh, really?" Bepo squinted his tiny eyes in bewilderment as Victorali gestured towards Xiaoqi and Peijin, then pointed at Law, saying, "You 3 as well. You shall all become Navy officers." "What?" Law's expression fluctuated, but Xiaoqi and Peijin erupted in anger. "Do not jest, Navy. On what grounds do you make decisions for U.S.?" "Oh," Victorali raised an eyebrow and coldly replied, "Are you implying that you refuse? Very well then. You 2 with criminal records." As a Navy officer before Victorali could finish, Peijin and Xiaoqi hastily interjected, "Sir." "Greetings, new recruit, Xiaoqi, Peijin. Reporting for duty." "Humph, well done." Those who recognized the situation seeing Bepo standing beside him, Victorali turned to Law and asked, "What is your choice, wielder of the Nomi?" Trafalgar Law. Upon having his identity revealed, Law initially appeared frightened, but soon a fierce glint emerged in his eyes as he charged at Victorali, observing Law pulling a dagger from his pocket and rushing towards him. Victorali swiftly delivered a kick. Bang! Law's body was sent flying several meters before crashing to the ground, though he quickly regained his footing. Suddenly, Law's palm began to tremble, and a white, typhoon-like vortex materialized, after spinning a few times. The vortex rapidly expanded, encasing both Victorali and Law in a hemispherical space. Law glanced at his palm, momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure and gently flexed his fingers. Room, buzz, swish, in an instant. Law and the stones beside Victorali exchanged places. Just as Law, dagger in hand, prepared to stab Victorali with excitement, he felt a tightening sensation around his throat as Victorali grasped him by the neck and lifted him off the ground, causing the space to dissipate. Only when Law's eyes rolled back and he was on the verge of unconsciousness did Victorali release him, letting him crash to the ground. Bang! Huff huff once Law had calmed down and caught his breath. Victorali looked down at him from above and said, "I understand the turmoil and unease within you. Thus I shall overlook your recklessness this time. Rest assured, I am not the type of Navy officer who would collude with Doflamingo. I bear no ill will towards you, on the contrary. I am your savior. Becoming a Navy officer certainly presents a greater opportunity than seeking vengeance as a pirate, does it not?" Noticing Law's silence, Victorali continued, "You can trust me. I assure you that one day, you will personally have the chance to eliminate Doflamingo." Upon hearing this, Law looked up at Victorali and questioned, "Why should I trust you? You are merely a Navy lieutenant. Many officers of your rank have been courted by the Don Quixote family. Furthermore, does being a Navy officer guarantee justice? You are aware of the events in the White Town, are you not?" Victorali chuckled softly and extended his hand towards Law. "At the very least, you have no choice but to trust me now. Moreover, you must stay by my side. Otherwise, can you truly find peace of mind? While the Navy may not embody justice, it represents the concept of justice. Oh, by the way, you should not be unaware of why the Nomi is so highly sought after. Right? This is also the reason Doflamingo is currently searching for you. For once fully developed, the Nomi grants the ability to attain immortality. The cost, however, is the life of the user. If those powerful individuals were to discover your abilities after hearing Victorali's words, Bepo and the others remained bewildered, while Law, with a complex expression, remarked, "So that it, Doflamingo has such ulterior motives." With that, Law grasped Victoriali's hand and rose forcefully. Then, "Esteemed Navy officer, please tell me your name at the very least. We wish to know the name of the commander we choose to follow." Victoriali smiled gently and replied, "Baron Victoriali." "Victoriali," Law murmured. "Victory, is it? Then I shall be counting on you from now on." Chapter 3, I declare you guilty. As fate would have it, Law currently resides in the home of Wolf, whom Victoriali seeks. According to Law's account, he had escaped from Sea Swallow Island not long ago, taking refuge in a nearby cave. During his initial attempt to utilize his powers to purge the platinum lead toxins from his body, he fainted from the excruciating pain, only to awaken in Wolf's home. The group followed Law to a rocky cliff where several massive wooden huts stood. This was Wolf's abode. Surrounding the clearing were various peculiar items, including some large mechanical devices, the origin of which remained a mystery. As Victoriali surveyed the area, Wolf emerged from the central wooden hut. Despite his head of white hair, his muscular arms were thicker than an average person's thighs, giving him an imposing appearance. Upon seeing Victoriali and his companions, Wolf inquired with a puzzled expression, "Hey, Law, who is this Navy officer?" "Greetings, Mr. Wolf." Victoriali extended his hand for a formal introduction. "I am from the Navy's 77th Division. Our division has recently established a new base on Sea Swallow Island, where our 9th Squad is stationed. I am the team captain, but we are short on personnel, hence my need to recruit. Cuba, the town mayor, informed me that you were once a shipwright and particularly skilled at inventing things, which is why I have come to invite you to join the Navy." Wolf scrutinized Victoriali for a moment before shaking his head. "I'm sorry, but at my age, I have no desire to join the Navy and be bound by rules that I prefer to live freely. Moreover, I have grown accustomed to residing here, despite the myriad uncertainties and inherent dangers associated with my inventions." "Uncertainties? Dangers?" Victoriali chuckled and suggested, "How about this, Mr. Wolf? Each week, you could dedicate 2 days to the shipyard on Haiyan Island, maintaining our warships and simultaneously imparting some basic knowledge to other naval personnel, should any of the vessels require repairs. I will send someone to summon you, and of course, appropriate compensation will be provided. Your inventions also necessitate support from Bailey, I presume. Additionally, I must inform you that Luo has decided to join the Navy." Upon hearing Victoriali's words, Wolf swiftly turned to Luo, and after Luo gave a slight nod, Wolf pondered for a moment before responding, "Very well, I shall reluctantly acquiesce, but let it be known that I am not a member of the Navy. I am merely accepting your invitation." Surrounding Haiyan Island are several smaller isles, most of which are home to villages with populations of merely a few hundred. The most vibrant locale nearby is the town of Joyful Town on Swallow Island. Governed by Cuba, Joyful Town once suffered a devastating pirate raid years ago, nearly leading to its obliteration. However, after its reconstruction, the town adopted a motto that spread joy and warmth, attracting many newcomers, thus thriving even more than before. Swallow Island lies to the north of Haiyan Island, and a military vessel can reach Joyful Town in just over 10 minutes, where representatives from Cuba are already awaiting their arrival. Victoriali's purpose for this visit is to recruit sailors and assemble a 100-man squad. Joyful Town boasts a population of over 10,000. With approximately 1,000 young men aged between 16 and 20, the Navy enjoys considerable popularity among the populace, and those deemed qualified are eager to enlist. In recent days, Cuba has discreetly filtered the candidates down to just over 200, of which only 76 will be selected for the Navy. The individuals chosen by Cuba are all robust and capable. If there were sufficient positions, they could all be admitted into the Navy without issue. Victoriali wasted no time, first determining the top 100 through an arm wrestling contest, then leading a jog around Joyful Town. By the afternoon, he narrowed it down to the final 100, from which he selected the 76 individuals who had excelled in the 2 tests, concluding the recruitment process. Notably, Luo, Xiachi, and Pei Jin participated in the entire evaluation. Although Luo is the youngest, he ranked among the top in both tests, showcasing extraordinary talent. Meanwhile, Xiachi and Pei Jin secured the first and second positions, respectively, and they seemed to be quite renowned in the town, as many gazed at them with trepidation. After finalizing the list and dispatching it via telegraph to the branch office, a prompt response confirmed the selections. The ship carried several hundred naval uniforms, which were adequately distributed among the recruits, none of whom possessed particularly unusual physiques. Once they donned their naval attire, Victorali granted everyone the night to rest, with plans to gather the following morning to set sail for Haiyan Island, at which point they would officially become members of the Navy. Xiaqi and Pei Jin, however, did not return to the town like the others. Instead, after gazing at their reflections in the mirror with tears of joy for quite some time, they approached Victorali together. Xiaqi, somewhat bashful, spoke up, "Sir, may we request a favor?" Upon seeing Victorali gesture for them to continue, Pei Jin eagerly added, "We lost our parents at a young age and have been living with Xiaqi's uncle. However, he has treated us as tools for crime, forcing us into theft and robbery. This is how we ended up with a criminal record. For years, he has subjected us to relentless beatings and scoldings, and we could no longer endure it, hence our escape. Now that we are part of the Navy, can we apprehend him?" Victorali regarded the two with excitement and replied coldly, "You seek personal vengeance. Just having become naval officers, you dare to wield your newfound authority in such a manner. This is," observing their bowed heads, Victorali added appreciatively, "You are beginning to embody the essence of a Navy officer. How can we claim to protect others when we cannot even safeguard ourselves? Come, let us proceed together. First, we shall coordinate with the local police." Xiaqi and Pei Jin exclaimed in exhilaration, "Really? That would be wonderful." "Thank you, sir." As the trio made their way to the deck, Victorali called out to Luo, who stood lost in thought. "Hey, Luo, you should join us too." "Huh?" Xiaqi's uncle is a notorious local bully, with a family as numerous as the Frankie family in Water 7. Albeit even more malevolent, they engage in every conceivable crime, yet they are clever enough to manipulate underage children into wrongdoing. Even if apprehended by the police, they are quickly released. The local police department is gathering evidence against them. And after consulting with Cuba regarding the situation, Victorali and the officers hastened to confront them. Xiaqi's uncle, Lula, is a portly man who, even when restrained by the police, bellows defiantly, "You have no evidence. On what grounds do you arrest me? Are you merely going to take the word of these two children?" Victorali approached Lula, seizing his hair and stating coldly, "Your compliance or lack thereof is of no consequence. I am a naval officer, not a police officer. I require no evidence. I declare you guilty, and thus you are guilty. Take him away." Chapter 4. True justice lies in conscience. After Lula and his cohorts were apprehended, a considerable amount of evidence was swiftly gathered from their quarters. Victorali handed them over to the local police, who would proceed with their trial and subsequent sentencing. Xiaqi and Pei Jin were elated, while Luo appeared somewhat despondent. Once aboard the warship, Luo could no longer contain himself and approached Victorali. "Sir, I do not comprehend," Luo said earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Victorali. "Though Lula and his associates are indeed guilty, your assertion of requiring no evidence and declaring their guilt outright seems excessive. Is this truly the manner in which the Navy operates? Today, you treat Lula in this fashion. Tomorrow, could you not treat others similarly? Is this the essence of naval justice?" Bepo and the others, who had been stargazing nearby, turned their attention to Luo's words. "Justice?" Victorali reclined on the deck, gazing at the moonlit sky, and retorted, "What does justice mean to you? Is it the strict adherence to law, fighting valiantly against pirates to protect the innocent, even at the cost of one's life?" Before Luo could respond, Victorali continued, "Having been by Doflamingo's side, you must be aware of the ties between the Don Quixote family and various members of the Navy, particularly in the North Sea, which is a heavily afflicted area. Your childhood experiences have fostered a deep-seated hatred for the world government, including its Navy. You seek vengeance, retribution against the entire world. Thus, you chose to join the Don Quixote family, especially after discovering the Navy's collusion with them, which only further tarnished your perception of the Navy. Yet, within that environment, you encountered Rosanani, who ultimately altered your view of the Navy. Rosanani lost his life not only in his attempt to seize the Nomi, but also while conveying vital information. And that information likely comprised a list of officers colluding with the Don Quixote family, correct? Luo, if I were to tell you that even if that list were to be disseminated, it would not induce any immediate change, would you believe me? Upon hearing Victorali mention Rosananti, Luo struggled to rein in his emotions and exclaimed, "How could that be? If the Navy acquires that information, they will surely eliminate them without delay. With no one to inform Doflamingo, the Navy will swiftly capture them. Victorali shook his head. Luo, you are overly naive. However, your youth absolves you of blame. The Don Quixote family has operated in the North Sea for many years. Even driving the Vinsmoke family out. You truly believe the Navy has only a handful of members colluding with them? Furthermore, the Vinsmoke family is of royal lineage from the German kingdom, possessing the right to participate in the World Conference. Do you truly think that relying solely on the Navy's support, they would so easily vacate the North Sea? Even if they obtained that list, the Navy headquarters would not immediately replace them. Such a move would incite turmoil. Observing Luo's silence, Victorali pressed on. Let me reveal a truth to you. The reason the headquarters dispatched Admiral Tsuru to apprehend Doflamingo with utmost urgency is not solely due to the Don Quixote family's increasing influence in the North Sea, but also because it threatens the interests of both the world government and the Navy. Certain industries in the North Sea are not so easily compromised by outsiders. For instance, do you have any idea where all those weapons the Navy decommissions each year end up? Bepo and the others, now drawn closer, widened their eyes upon hearing Victorali's words. Moreover, do you comprehend why I am recruiting sailors in Joyful Town? Victorali rose to his feet and surveyed the surroundings before proclaiming, only by doing so will the villagers be willing to sacrifice their lives to defend their homes when pirates arrive. The Navy is comprised of humans, and like all humans, they harbor desires. What is often termed justice is merely a slogan for propaganda. Do you find it difficult to comprehend? Allow me to rephrase. With a serious expression, Victorali continued, if your parents and other loved ones were gravely injured and you possessed 2 medicine vials that could save them, whom would you choose to save? Now, if you were to replace your parents with 2 unfamiliar strangers, whom would you choose then? Noticing the silence that enveloped the group, Victorali chuckled softly. See, your expressions have already revealed the answer to me, that I do not deny that there are those in the Navy who are fervently devoted and selflessly serve the people. However, they do not tend to survive long. Even if they manage to endure, they will ultimately succumb to compromise. The Navy is not a unified entity. It is rife with factions, whether they be the hawks of war, the peacekeepers, or the neutrals. Each faction requires substantial interests to sustain themselves. Victorali turned to Law, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, Law, let me divulge a more harrowing truth. You wonder how Don Quixote Doflamingo has managed to evade capture so many times under the constant vigilance of Admiral Tsuru? Is it because of Navy informants? Would a renowned admiral like Tsuru so easily expose her whereabouts while attempting to apprehend someone? Hearing Victorali's words, Law looked up in disbelief, and Victorali patted his shoulder with a smile. Law, this world is complex. It is not merely black and white. If you wish to pursue what you enjoy, you must first engage in what you do not. If you aspire to be a doctor, you must first ensure your own sustenance. If you wish to become a true Navy officer, you must learn to accept the darkness that lies behind the facade of justice. Otherwise, no matter how formidable your strength, you will forever be but a blade wielded by others. You have heard of Admiral Sakazuki, I presume? He is vehemently opposed to evil and has slain countless pirates. Yet, do you see him daring to apprehend the celestial dragons? The so-called justice must also bow before power. Remember, justice is a definition and a banner that belongs solely to the victors, for the vanquished have no opportunity to voice their grievances. This is the reality. At this juncture, Victorali composed himself and gestured towards Bepo and the others, stating, You possess commendable talents. I believe you will surely become my aides in the future. Therefore, train diligently. Do not let the notion of justice blind you. Justice is not absolute. It is not rigid. After delivering his words, Victorali turned to head towards the cabin, but Law clenched his fists and called out to him, Captain, what, then, is your understanding of justice? Me. Victorali halted his steps and regarded the group. Justice, as it is perceived, varies from person to person. That my understanding is simply to act in a manner that leaves one's conscience untroubled. Chapter 5. The devil fruit hidden in the temple to achieve a robust physique. It is imperative that one's nutrition keeps pace with a well-structured training regimen. For instance, Victorali, at the tender age of 17, has already reached a height of 2 meters 80. Perhaps genetics plays a role. Yet it is the abundance of food and systematic training that primarily accounts for his stature. Otherwise, how could the nearly 3-meter tall Garp have a grandson like Luffy, who stands at less than 1 meter 80? It is not due to anything other than the rigorous training he endured from Garp at an early age, coupled with the inconsistency in his meals. Thanks to the squirrel, there has been no shortage in supplies or berries at the base. And given Victorali's exceptional performance in the eradication of pirates, he has also acquired substantial wealth in the form of gold, silver, and jewels. Consequently, the cafeteria at the Sea Swallow Island outpost has become quite popular. It is not just the newly enlisted Navy personnel. Even the 20 veteran soldiers who followed Victorali to Sea Swallow Island have rarely encountered such sumptuous meals, save for during festivals. Fishermen from Happy Town, upon returning from sea, would first visit the base, waiting for the cafeteria's chef to select the best catches before heading back to Swallow Island. Meat, such as beef and lamb, is nearly a daily staple. And occasionally, Victorali would take the new recruits to nearby islands to hunt for game. Victorali places great emphasis on the training of Law and his companions, particularly with Law, given his talent, with ample food and a well-planned training regimen. His strength will undoubtedly surpass that depicted in the original narrative. Victorali's training methods were personally imparted by the squirrel several years prior when it visited the North Sea, leaving behind a manual for training. Following the guidelines outlined within, the training will not hinder physical development, but will instead fortify it, laying a solid foundation. Although young, Bepo possesses remarkable recovery abilities typical of his fur tribe, allowing him to keep pace with Law and the others. Moreover, Bepo has developed a keen interest in navigation. The navigator Carl, who accompanied Victorali to Sea Swallow Island, though mediocre in skill, is rich in experience and possesses a wealth of books. He has taken a liking to Bepo and has taken him on as a disciple. Victorali also taught Law basic swordsmanship. While not particularly profound, it suffices for Law at this stage. Apart from Victorali, there is also a lieutenant named Lawrence, who serves as the second in command of the squad. He alternates patrols of the surrounding waters with Victorali. Since his transfer to this location, Lawrence has been quite pleased. At over 50 years of age, he is nearing retirement. This area is seldom visited by pirates. And every couple of days he leads a group of Navy personnel on patrol, occasionally fishing and instructing the new recruits in training. An easy existence. Although his strength is average, Lawrence's extensive combat experience means that Victorali occasionally seeks his counsel. His guidance for the new recruits is more than adequate. Life passed peacefully for several months, and before long, summer arrived. Law had grown taller, now towering a head above his previous height, and his physique had become considerably more robust. Pekan and Shachi had similarly transformed, their skin darkened from the sun, and during their leisure, they also accompanied Wolf to learn shipbuilding. Showing promising talent, Bepo's changes were less pronounced, yet his interactions with others have made him noticeably more cheerful. No longer as prone to shyness at present, the four are deep within the forest of Swallow Island, undergoing Victorali's specialized training. Swallow Island is vast. Apart from Happy Town, 80% of it is covered in forest. This area is home to numerous ferocious beasts, and Victorali frequently conducts training sessions here. With specially designed weighted sandbags strapped to his body, Victorali maintained a stoic expression as he practiced horse stance. And the other four followed suit. However, their sandbags were considerably lighter. This training method significantly enhances endurance and strengthens the legs, a regimen Victorali favors immensely. After an hour, Law and the others could no longer endure, collapsing onto the ground. Once they had regained their strength, they gazed at the sweat-drenched Victorali, who continued to persevere, filled with awe. Despite being of similar age, how could there be such a vast disparity? Seizing the opportunity while Victorali was still training, the group ventured deeper into the forest, intending to hunt a game for their midday meal. Months of training had equipped them to handle beasts they would have fled from in the past. However, after a brief period, Shachi and Pekan returned, their faces alight with excitement. "Captain, we have discovered a temple." "Call me Commander." "A temple." Upon seeing Victorali's puzzled expression, Shachi hurriedly explained, "There has long been a legend on Swallow Island, claiming a temple exists on the island. This temple is said to conceal incredibly precious treasures. Commander, let us hasten to investigate. This must be the temple." The temple before them was in a state of disrepair, appearing to be at least 1,000 years old. Furthermore, the temple descended into the earth, with each step downward revealing an increasingly expansive space. The group, brandishing torches, descended while observing their surroundings. The staircase beneath them bore evident signs of dragging, prompting Pekan and Shachi to lament. "Ah, Cursed luck? We have arrived too late. The treasure has already been taken. Who is the scoundrel that has stolen our treasure? Ignoring the complaints of the two individuals, Victorali continued onward, torch in hand. After descending for a while, they arrived at an extraordinarily spacious hall. The hall soared to a height of several dozen meters, with 5 central pillars adorned with small gemstones that emitted a faint glow. The walls were adorned with colossal murals, and as Victorali raised the torch for a closer examination, he was taken aback to discover that the central figures depicted were a gigantic falcon accompanied by a group of giants. Among the murals, a few struck Victorali as eerily familiar, featuring a black dragon coiled beneath a massive tree, gnawing at one of its roots. Additionally, the murals showcased an immense wolf alongside a towering python, evoking memories of Norse mythology from his previous life. After scrutinizing all the murals, Victorali began to comprehend their message. This temple was erected by those who revered the falcon, a creature of immense power, as a sanctuary to celebrate its might and seek its protection. Furthermore, their leader was purportedly a descendant of the falcon. After meticulously searching the grand hall, Pecan and the others approached, dejected. The treasure was gone, entirely taken away by others. Who said that? Victorali pointed to the few gemstones atop the stone pillars, saying, "Though they may be small, they are not without value. I'll take one for each of us as a keepsake." Although the pillars towered dozens of meters high, this did not deter Victorali. He unsheathed his dagger and leaped up, extracting a red gemstone. However, as he dislodged the black gemstone from the central pillar, Victorali's expression shifted, for the hall began to tremble ever so slightly. Boom! The central pillar collapsed in an instant, prompting Victorali to leap aside while shouting, "Run for the exit!" Yet, before the others could reach the staircase, the shaking abruptly ceased. The same moment, a radiant chest materialized in the spot where the 5th pillar had once stood. Victorali approached cautiously, torch in hand, and opened the chest. Inside lay a fruit adorned with spiral patterns, glimmering golden all over, accompanied by a piece of paper. This is a devil fruit. Chapter 6. The form of Vidifnir and speculations regarding him bathed in sunlight. The golden devil fruit shimmered like translucent amber, radiating beauty. The paper, made from an unknown material, bore only a few bold words. The despairing black dragon that will one day descend upon this world will be thwarted by the divine falcon. Victorali furrowed his brow as he held the devil fruit. He had perused the devil fruit compendium before, yet this particular fruit was not listed. Naturally, Victorali held no aversion to devil fruits, but if he were to consume it recklessly and it turned out to be a worthless one. However, recalling the murals, Victorali felt that it was worth the gamble. But if Doflamingo could wield the power of a string fruit to such effect, what was there to fear with a system by his side? Even if it were a worthless fruit, he could still concoct something extraordinary. With this thought in mind, Victorali no longer hesitated and bit down on the fruit. Even without chewing, he felt as though he had swallowed a sock that had not been washed in a month. A wave of warmth surged from his stomach, coursing throughout his body, and Victorali sensed his form beginning to transform uncontrollably. Roar, Bepo, and the others gaped in astonishment as Victorali gradually morphed into a colossal golden falcon. "My goodness! Run! It's too big! It will crush us!" The transformation lasted several seconds before ceasing, and Victorali had become a golden falcon towering hundreds of meters high. Each feather glimmered with dazzling gold under the sun, and his immense wings, when spread, exuded an overwhelming majesty. His piercing eyes radiated a fierce light, compelling Bepo and the others to sit in awe, while even Law broke into a cold sweat, his face etched with fear. However, the gigantic falcon soon began to fade, transforming into a creature with feathers, talon-like feet, and wings sprouting from its back, bearing a resemblance to Victorali in his beastman form. Victorali unfurled his wings and took flight. Upon reaching an uninhabited island, he transformed into his beast form and unleashed a torrent of crimson flames. Boom! In an instant, the island was engulfed in flames, as beasts fled in terror and birds scattered in panic. Victorali gently flapped his wings, sending a chilling breeze sweeping across the surroundings, followed by a cascade of blue flames. The flames were extinguished in an instant, and the fleeing beasts and birds were all encased in ice. Whoosh! Victorali flapped his wings again, unleashing a powerful wind blade that shattered the small mountains on the island. Howl! With a sharp eagle cry, purple lightning materialized out of nowhere, reducing the ice into powder. After completing this display, Victorali felt utterly fatigued, collapsing into his human form upon the ground. With his current stamina, utilizing his beast form to unleash such potent techniques proved excessively taxing, lasting only a few minutes. Opening his panel, Victorali found additional information had appeared. Devil fruit. Bird fruit, mythical beast type Vidifnir, divine falcon, formed out of long-lost devil fruit, the guardian falcon of the world. Elemental control, ice, fire, wind, lightning. Elemental resistance, reduces all elemental damage against you. Mythical beast recovery. Your body's recovery capability has significantly enhanced, with recovery levels depending on your stamina. Serpent nemesis. Users of snake-type devil fruits will experience profound fear in your presence. Iron stomach. You can consume any nutritious object and rapidly restore your stamina and energy. Voice of the divine falcon. You can communicate with animals and command birds from the panel's description alone. This power surpasses Kaido's Azure Dragon form. After all, Kaido merely displayed elemental mastery without any other peculiar traits. His defense stemmed from his innate constitution, not the fruit's abilities, reflecting upon the legends of Vidifnir from his past life. Victorali fell into deep contemplation. Oda, the manga artist, has drawn from various myths across different cultures. The land of giants, Elbaf, is evidently inspired by Norse mythology. In every version of Norse mythology, Vidifnir holds a significant place. Moreover, the mythical beast fruit of Vidifnir clearly integrates abilities from multiple versions, such as Hell's mastery over cold winds. Its potential undoubtedly exceeds that of Kaido's Azure Dragon fruit, even outclassing all other mythical beast fruits featured in the anime. Compared to Marco's fruit abilities, in his Beastman form, Victorali not only possesses wings, but also arms. The grandeur of that temple suggests it was indeed a sanctuary for the giants. The reason for its existence here remains a mystery to Victorali. However, he cannot deny the immense power of this fruit. Yet, when it comes to safeguarding the world, he prefers to wield control over it instead. If hell exists, might the fearsome wolf Fenrir and the colossal serpent Jurmungandr, along with other formidable beasts, also manifest in this world in mythical beast forms. What fruit power does the elusive puppet master possess? Could it be the Black Dragon? It seems that Nidhogg has the ability to control souls, and it symbolizes despair. What is most troubling is the deep-seated conflict that appears to exist between Nidhogg and Hell. Guardian versus despair. How intriguing. However, that is merely a legend, even if M's fruit power truly belongs to that Black Dragon. She likely remains unaware of Hell's abilities. After all, she has only held dominion over this world for 8 centuries. Once his stamina had recovered, Victorali transformed back into his beast form, this time with a mere thought. His body rapidly shrank, soon taking the shape of a falcon measuring merely a few dozen meters in size. Although still somewhat large, it was far less conspicuous than his previous form. Upon returning to Svalid Island, Victorali spotted a swift-flying seabird ahead and pursued it, activating the voice of the divine falcon. Oh no, run, that foolish falcon is catching up. Don't eat me, don't eat me, get lost, foolish falcon, get lost. Victorali concluded that it would be best to refrain from activating this ability unnecessarily in the future. As Law and the others gathered around Victorali upon his landing, Shachi and Pekin gazed at him with envy, exclaiming, "Boss, is that a devil fruit? When will you get us too?" Victorali pulled out his pocket watch and replied, "It's work time. When on duty, address me by my title. Call me Commander." Chapter 7. The Unexpected Trainee and the Hockey of Armament on Amazon Lily. The Empress Boa Hancock has ascended to the ranks of the Shichibukai upon paying 100 berries to the newsbird for a newspaper. A colossal headline immediately captures attention. The paper showcases Boa Hancock's expression, exuding immense pride, devoid of any trace of the meekness she once displayed as a slave. Perhaps this transformation signifies a shift from profound insecurity to overwhelming arrogance. From Victor's perspective, Hancock's beauty is rather unremarkable. The title of the most beautiful is merely an illusion conjured by her devil fruit powers. Were she truly stunning, the celestial dragons would have undoubtedly had their way with her long ago. For their depravity exceeds what ordinary minds can fathom. Moreover, the newspaper reports on the Kingdom of Germa's 60 SIXS assault against the Kingdom of Kokia in the East. It is likely during this tumult that the protagonist Sanji fled from the Vinsmoke family. As December has arrived, The new year in this world commences on January 1 SD. The training camp led by Zephyr is set to begin in mid-February, which means that in just over a month, Victor will depart from this place. His enrollment at Zephyr's training camp is a certainty, as the informant has already contacted Victor via a snail phone. Victor harbors genuine gratitude towards this rational vice admiral, who only answers to the fleet admiral. Without his extra care, Victor would never have been able to inherit his family business in peace. However, the paths they will tread henceforth diverge significantly, unlike other factions within the Navy. The informant is a rare breed of absolute neutral that he refrains from engaging with members of other factions and eschews social niceties, save for the fleet admiral, as he had shown leniency during the Marineford War. He follows only the fleet admiral's orders, earning him the utmost respect from figures like Sengoku and Sakazuki. His promotion to Rear Admiral is not only due to his commendable strength, but also because the Navy requires individuals of his caliber. Yet, such individuals can only serve as tools and not as leaders. The base on Hybian Island has expanded further, and following Victor's suggestion, an additional 100 sailors have been added in recent years, following Roger's last words. The number of pirates has surged, prompting the Navy to gradually increase its branches and bases. Sanji and Pekan have both been promoted to corporals, while Law has ascended to the rank of sergeant. Due to his age and species, Bepo remains a deckhand, spending his free time learning navigation and becoming the beloved mascot of the Hybian base. Under Victor's recommendation, Lawrence has been elevated to the rank of lieutenant. And upon Victor's departure for the training camp, he will assume command of the new base. This news has filled Lawrence with immense joy. Unexpectedly, he finds that he will not only retire in 2 years, but also receive a promotion, leaving him profoundly grateful to Victor. Aware of Victor's regard for Law and the others, he assures Victor that he will diligently mentor them. Time swiftly passes, and soon it is the year 1512. Snowflakes begin to fall from the sky, and Law's expression is steeped in sorrow. This time last year, Rosinante had been brutally slain by Don Quixote da Flamingo on this very island for Law's sake. Law's grief lingers until the conclusion of the new year, only dissipating with the joyful festivities on Swallow Island that in this world, aside from the Navy, which observes a relatively unified new year, other nations celebrate their unique festivals. For instance, Swallow Island revels in a festival called Joy Day in mid-January. Victor, conforming to local customs, organizes a modest New Year celebration, but on Joy Day, he leaves a few Navy personnel to guard the base and joins the residents in the festivities at Joy Town. The townsfolk warmly welcome Victor and his companions, and amidst various activities and games, the youthful Law soon finds solace. Shortly after the conclusion of Joy Day, a 4-masted naval warship arrives at the Hybian base, sent to escort Victor to the training camp. Having received prior notice, Victor bids farewell to the base personnel, gathers his belongings, and embarks. The ship's captain is a middle-aged man named Wirt. Victor is the last trainee to board. Joining over 30 other cadets already present, he holds the highest rank among the North Sea trainees, while most others are corporals or sergeants, akin to non-commissioned officers in a past life. The Zephyr's training camp occurs annually and is attended by promising recruits from various branches or bases. However, the term recruits does not refer to newly enlisted sailors, but rather those with a solid foundation, typically having served for 2 or 3 years. Only in this manner can one ascertain the innate talent of a Navy sailor. Occasionally, seasoned veterans with latent potential might also join. Excluding a few individuals, the rest of the trainees, who share similar backgrounds, naturally exclude Victor, the last to board and a lieutenant, from their circle, and Victor, in turn, shows little interest in befriending them. For these lower-ranking sailors, displaying formidable prowess invokes an almost fanatical admiration. Zephyr's training camp is situated on an island known as Beast Island, at the forefront of the Grand Line. After entering the Navy's special route, the ship arrives at Beast Island's port in 2 weeks. Once the warship disembarks the trainees, an instructor clad in training attire approaches, following a brisk half-hour run. They arrive at the legendary Zephyr's training camp. The camp is vast, featuring even a mountain within its confines. After gathering their standard-issue training gear and toiletries from the storeroom, the trainees proceed to several buildings. One of these structures bears the sign Boys' Dormitory, and the instructor calls roll to assign rooms. The accommodation is rather pleasant. With 2 trainees per room, the Victor's room is 201, and he is temporarily the sole occupant. It appears the instructor intentionally rearranged trainees from the same locality to prevent cliques from forming during their stay. The following noon, upon returning to his dormitory, Victor is surprised to find he has a roommate, and one he is quite familiar with, sharing his silver hair, albeit in a shorter style. The stern-faced figure exudes an impulse to engage him in a scuffle. It is none other than Smoker. The future disgrace of the Logia type, Smoker, a cigar clenched between his teeth, lounges on his bed, exhaling clouds of smoke. Upon noticing the tall Victor, a glint of surprise flashes in his eyes. However, he shows no intention of rising. Continuing to indulge in his cigar, furrowing his brow, Victor opens the window and addresses Smoker softly. "My fellow student, I kindly request that you refrain from smoking cigars indoors, that I bear no objection to others smoking. But I find the scent permeating the room rather unpleasant." With a scoff, Smoker replies dismissively, "You ignorant brat, you better get used to it today." As soon as the words leave his lips, Victor seizes Smoker's hair and drives his knee upward. In a swift motion, Smoker's head transforms into smoke, evading the attack as he bellows, "Brat, do you wish to die?" Unfazed, Victor retorts, "You can certainly try. Let us see who meets their demise first." Just then, a cacophony of whistles erupts from downstairs, followed by a gruff voice shouting, "All hands, assemble. Teacher Zephyr is coming to see you." Simultaneously, a mechanical voice resonates in Victor's mind. "Congratulations, host. On becoming a student of Zephyr, you have received the reward of armament hockey. Skill acquired. Armament hardening." Chapter 8. The long-legged beauty Azura. The task of becoming a student of Zephyr was first proposed by the informant years ago when he suggested that Victor participate in the training camp. Now that it has come to fruition, the reward leaves Victor somewhat disenchanted. Armament hockey is something he could likely awaken this year, given his current physical condition, even without relying on the system. Nevertheless, having it is better than not. Mastering it early is certainly not a detriment. As Victor follows behind Smoker, a new task appears on his interface. "Please graduate with the top score from the training camp." Victorali smiled, knowing that his arrival at the training camp was destined to culminate in graduation with the distinction of first place. This task had come at a most opportune moment as all the participants gathered downstairs. The instructor began distributing identification numbers, subsequently organizing them into 24 groups of 10. Victorali's number was 77, placing him in the 7th squad, while Smog bore the number 88, assigned to the 8th squad. Among the assembly, Victorali also spotted a familiar face from an anime. Tina, with her striking pink hair, allocated to the 1st squad, in the 7th group. There was also a stunning long-legged girl named Azura, towering nearly 4 meters, which piqued Victorali's curiosity. The Navy, as evidenced by its portrayal during the War of the Summit, was an institution rife with severe racial discrimination, apart from humans and the giant race. Few from other species ever ascended to high ranks within the Navy. This was partly due to the overwhelming number of humans, but primarily because of the celestial dragons that in their eyes, humans were the most similar to themselves. Although they too were slaves, they were deemed marginally superior to other races. Over 99% of the institutions serving the world government comprised humans. It was common knowledge that the celestial dragons were, in fact, humans, a fact they would never acknowledge. Under their dominion, the slave trade flourished, making rare races particularly coveted by slave traders. Given Azura's height, she appeared to be a hybrid of human and long-legged ancestry, a combination that would fetch a higher price in the slave market. For Azura, being accepted into the Navy was already a considerable challenge, yet to gain entry into Zephyr's training camp implied that her talents were complemented by formidable connections. But who could her benefactor be? Vice Admiral Crane? Instructor Zephyr? Just as Victorali's mind wandered, the whistle blew once more, and the robust Zephyr, clad in sunglasses, approached with several instructors from the distance, despite being in his 60s. Zephyr walked with the grace of a dragon and the strength of a tiger, exuding confidence. His short purple hair stood upright, enhancing his vigorous appearance. He pushed his sunglasses atop his forehead and began to circle the group. Scrutinizing each recruit with keen interest, Victorali discerned that Zephyr lingered for an extra 2 seconds on a few individuals: Tina, Smog, Azura, himself, and 2 others whose names he did not know. After assessing everyone, Zephyr spoke in a deep voice. "Welcome, you esteemed recruits of the 25th cohort. You are all prodigies hailing from various branches of the Navy. I shall guide you through this year. May our time together be enjoyable. Now heed my command. About face." Pointing to a distant mountain, he continued, "Do you see that white structure atop the mountain? I shall await you there. Now, exert every ounce of your strength to reach it." With that, Zephyr sprinted ahead, prompting the others to follow suit. Although the mountain seemed relatively close, it took over an hour of vigorous running to reach its base. It dawned on Victorali that this so-called training camp was merely a half-finished endeavor. Or perhaps designed to be so. Aside from the entrance, there were no walls to be found. As they ran, the distance between them widened significantly. Having consumed the eagle fruit, Victorali's physique had been considerably enhanced, allowing him to maintain the lead. With no one trailing behind, he encountered a few wild beasts along the way, but upon spotting the frenzied Victorali, they chose to retreat. Upon reaching the summit, Victorali found Zephyr already indulging in roasted meat and sipping his favorite green bottle Jerez wine, commonly known as sherry. Surprised at Victorali's arrival, Zephyr exclaimed, "Victorali, I did not expect you to be the first." After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, "You must have just celebrated your 18th birthday among this batch of recruits. You are quite young. How is it that you arrived so swiftly?" Squirrel had mentioned your recent progress, yet it seems remarkably substantial. Victorali wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, "Instructor Zephyr, I was fortunate to acquire a Zoan-type devil fruit." "Is that so?" Zephyr nodded. "A Zoan-type devil fruit indeed bolsters one's physical abilities. However, remember that the devil fruit is merely a supplement. The potential within each individual is boundless. Do not overly rely on the powers of the fruit." "Yes, Instructor Zephyr, I understand." From this exchange, it was evident that Zephyr's philosophy aligned with the portrayal in the anime, a sentiment with which Victorali resonated. The limitless potential of humanity was exemplified by figures like Zephyr and Garp, who had achieved formidable prowess without the aid of devil fruits. Aside from certain exceptional fruits, such as the Toy fruit, the heights attainable by most devil fruits depended heavily on the physical strength and foundation of their wielders. Even without being devil fruit users, Kaido and Whitebeard remained among the world's elite, with the fruits merely enhancing their destructive capabilities. Ultimately, in battles against top-tier opponents, the contest would revert to the prowess of one's own martial skills. Moving forward, Victorali resolved to prioritize his training. As he grew stronger, so too would the potency of the devil fruit he possessed. After 10 minutes, the second individual arrived at the summit, and to Victorali's surprise, it was Azura, the long-legged girl. Azura was striking, with golden hair and large eyes set against a high nose. Unlike her typically darker-skinned kin, her complexion was remarkably fair. Upon seeing her, Zephyr erupted in laughter. "Ha! Azura, you are the second." After resting for a moment, Azura approached Zephyr, seizing the wine bottle from the ground and drinking heartily. Zephyr, seemingly unfazed, appeared accustomed to her actions. He then explained to Victorali, "Azura is the child of a friend of mine. Though they have all perished in battle, she has lived in the training camp since a young age, always by my side. For you to surpass her must be quite the blow to her pride. Ha ha ha. But this will also teach her that there are always greater heights and greater talents." Victorali exchanged a glance with Azura, who regarded him with a hint of challenge, and he offered her a smile. Yet, with such remarkable talent and having grown up under Zephyr's tutelage, why had she not appeared in the anime? Had she chosen to remain in the training camp, meeting her demise during the battle that cost Zephyr his arm? A few minutes later, two more individuals arrived in succession, two robust figures with amiable faces, nearly identical in appearance, presumably twins, who had also caught Zephyr's prolonged gaze. After another 10 minutes, Smog and Tina finally reached the summit. Upon spotting Victorali and the others, both were visibly taken aback, surprised to see so many had already arrived. Swallowing a mouthful of roasted meat, Zephyr addressed the group. "It seems that for the time being, no one else will be arriving. You may introduce yourselves. There is no need for formality. When not training, I am quite amiable and not so stern." Hearing Zephyr's words, Victorali was the first to speak. Smiling, "I am Victorali, and I look forward to being a disciple of Instructor Zephyr alongside all of you. I hope we can look after one another. I am Azura. I am the elder brother. Ted. I am the younger brother. Taro. Tina." Smog cast a dismissive glance at Victorali until Tina pinched him, prompting him to mutter, "Smog." After exchanging introductions, a brief silence ensued, yet Victor quickly found a topic of discussion, breaking the awkward atmosphere by addressing training-related issues. During this time, however, Victor's attention was drawn to the Ultraman brothers. Ted and Taro bore features reminiscent of the Asian race from his past life. specifically resembling individuals from the Dragon Kingdom, which evoked a sense of familiarity in Victor. Through conversations with the two, he learned that they hailed from the Flower Kingdom of the West Sea. Instantly clarifying his earlier impressions, the Flower Kingdom was modeled after the Dragon Kingdom during its prosperous era. Although it differed in historical context, it nonetheless provided a form of spiritual solace. Ted and Taro appeared quite earnest, likely having earned their place through sheer merit, as they held no connections within the Navy, particularly since the Flower Kingdom was a notorious pirate haven. Azura spoke little, preferring to indulge in alcohol, while Smoker's disdainful gaze remained fixed on Victor, suggesting that had it not been for the circumstances, he would have eagerly confronted him. Conversely, Tina, despite her future displays of arrogance, exhibited exceptional interpersonal skills, effortlessly drawing others into the conversation between herself and Victor. Among the 6 individuals, excluding Taro and Ted, Azura's connections traced back to Zephyr. Smoker was likely backed by Kazan, as both he and Tina hailed from the headquarters, meaning he was already acquainted with Kazan, while Tina, coming from a family of naval officers, was quite familiar with Vice Admiral Crane and Captain Garpides. For Victor, the Weasel had long since made the necessary introductions. Zephyr's prolonged gaze during the assembly likely stemmed from his recognition of their formidable prowess within this training camp. The 6 strongest trainees, 4 of whom possessed influential connections, illustrated that in any world, the so-called elite geniuses are always outnumbered by those of lesser standing. After engaging in conversation for over 10 minutes, other trainees gradually made their way up. The gap in their abilities was not vast, as everyone managed to ascend within 10 minutes. Once the group had rested briefly, Zephyr instructed them to introduce themselves once more before commanding them to continue their run back down. Upon returning downstairs, the group was famished, and the mess hall had prepared dinner, prompting everyone to devour their meals ravenously. The food provided by the training camp was ample, albeit of average flavor. However, its nutritional value was undoubtedly sufficient. Victor, with his tall and robust physique, had an impressive appetite, and now equipped with a steel stomach, he could likely rival Luffy in consumption, delighting the mess hall's plump cook, who eagerly refilled his plate multiple times. Once sufficiently sated, Zephyr announced the disbandment. Most trainees returned to their dormitories for rest, while Victor headed straight for the training grounds. For him, the afternoon's mountain climb had not left him overly fatigued, making the evening training session perfectly reasonable. Shortly after Victor arrived at the training ground, Azura and the others also showed up. Their abilities seemed closely tied to their regular efforts. Smoker glared at Victor with palpable displeasure. Now in his early 20s, his temper was even more volatile than in the future, harboring a grudge over their earlier altercation and eager to teach Victor a lesson. However, initiating an unprovoked attack seemed inappropriate. And Tina, noticing the tension between them, vigilantly monitored Smoker, which deterred him from acting out. Soon enough, an opportunity presented itself. Although the training room was spacious, some training equipment was clustered together. Smoker deliberately positioned himself next to Victor, and after a brief training session, he sat nearby, extracting a cigar from his pocket and beginning to puff away. The acrid scent of the cigar prompted Victor to frown involuntarily, approaching Smoker without hesitation. Victor admonished, "I have no objection to your smoking, but this is a training room. If you wish to smoke, kindly step outside. Furthermore, if I catch you smoking that thing in the dormitory, I will ensure you receive a proper lesson in basic etiquette." "Teach me," Smoker scoffed, rising to face Victor defiantly. "I'm curious to see how you plan to do that." White fist. As he spoke, Smoker's arms transformed into smoke, launching an attack at Victor. Victor merely tilted his head to evade the strike. His right hand enveloped an armament hockey turning black. With a swift motion, he seized Smoker by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Amidst Smoker's astonished expression, the others training nearby rushed over, exclaiming, "Smoker! Victor, stop it! Don't fight anymore." Upon witnessing the Logia-type Smoker being restrained by Victor, Tina, initially puzzled, gasped, "That's armament hockey." Ignoring the pleas of his peers, Victor tightened his grip until Smoker's complexion paled, coldly stating, "Have I been too lenient with you? Or do you think that merely consuming a Logia-type devil fruit grants you the freedom to act with impunity? While I've spoken to you civilly, I expect you to reciprocate and comply with my words. Otherwise, next time, I cannot guarantee that I will remain so reasonable." With that, Victor released Smoker, tossing him to the ground before turning to leave. Azura and the others exchanged glances, shrugged, and returned to their training, while Tina began patting Smoker's back. Cough, cough. After regaining his composure, Smoker grit his teeth and muttered, "Damn it. That bastard, Smoker," Tina said sternly, locking her gaze on him. "I've warned you numerous times about that foul temper of yours. This is Zephyr's training camp, and Victor has already mastered armament hockey. You are not his match that I advise you to get along with him." The idea of smoking cigars in the training room was absurd. Tina couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of Zephyr finding out. Chapter 10. Become the fourth monster of the training camp, although armament hockey eventually became commonplace for everyone in the later narrative. It still held a certain prestige among the trainees in the current training camp. Notably, when Smoker first appeared in the original story, he had not yet mastered armament hockey, or at least had not done so proficiently, indicating his reliance on the fruit's power over hockey. After being reprimanded by Victor, Smoker recognized his own complacency and refrained from smoking cigars in the dormitory, temporarily ceasing his provocations towards Victor. The following morning, after a brief run of several kilometers, the group proceeded to the mess hall for breakfast. Zephyr then led them to a vast sandy area. Nearby were some weighted vests, and once everyone was properly equipped, Zephyr pointed to the sand and declared, "This morning's training will consist of frog jumps back and forth in the sand. Begin now. You may only stop when you reach your limit." Over the next week, Zephyr devised various training regimens to gauge the overall capabilities of each trainee. The top performers who had scaled the mountain first consistently maintained their lead, distinctly outpacing the others. Among them, Victor ranked first in endurance, strength, reaction, and speed, significantly surpassing his peers. Moreover, he imposed additional training on himself, adhering to the most rigorous standards, which led Zephyr to see a reflection of Sakazuki in Victor. Late that night, while Zephyr was in his office designing individualized training plans for the various trainees, Instructor Federer entered with a small imaging snail. "Commander, take a look at this surveillance footage. I'm not entirely certain. But could that be armament hockey?" Armament hockey? Zephyr perked up at the mention, and as Federer played the video, he scrutinized it closely. The footage depicted the altercation between Victor and Smoker in the training room. Upon witnessing Smoker attacking Victor only to be seized by the throat, Zephyr expressed his astonishment. "Indeed, that is armament hockey. Smoker has consumed a Logia-type devil fruit, the smoke fruit, for Victor to seize him. He must rely on armament hockey. It appears he has only recently mastered it. But how did he manage that?" Furrowing his brow, Zephyr noted, while his physical attributes are commendable, he still has a considerable gap before awakening armament hockey. Could it be he possesses an extraordinary talent for martial arts, allowing him to awaken armament hockey so easily? Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Zephyr concluded, if that's the case, there's no need for him to engage in the same mundane training as the other trainees. We should provide him with specialized training and see if he has the potential to learn the 6 styles. Federer, astonished, replied, "Commander, are you certain you wish to teach him the 6 styles, if not trained from a young age? Mastering the 6 styles is not an easy feat. Some brigadiers in this department have practiced for many years, yet may still not have fully grasped them." Zephyr smiled, his tone resolute as he stated, "If Sakazuki and Kazan could master the 6 styles in the training camp, then it stands to reason that Victorali could as well. It has been far too long since a true monster has emerged." During this period of training, Zephyr had seldom made an appearance, spending only a few minutes each day to observe the progress of the trainees. Most of the time, the training was conducted by several instructors led by Federer. Thus, as Victorali followed closely behind Zephyr, he felt a sense of confusion, uncertain of why Zephyr had called him out alone. After walking for a considerable distance, they arrived at a building reminiscent of a warehouse. And upon entering, Victorali's confusion deepened. The warehouse was filled with an array of peculiar equipment, hundreds of wooden sticks suspended in midair, wooden hammers of similar size, undulating staircases, vertical iron balls, and more. Zephyr stood beside him, explaining, "This large training room is dedicated specifically to the 6 styles. Generally, only trainees nearing graduation are permitted to experience this." He reiterated with a serious expression, "The 6 styles are not something just anyone in the Navy is qualified to learn. It requires exceptional physical talent, and thus, those who can come here to experience this training are indeed outstanding." Curiously, Victorali inquired, "Among the senior students before us, has anyone mastered even one of the 6 styles or all of them?" Zephyr nodded, his eyes filled with nostalgia as he gazed at the training equipment. "Certainly, there have been those who mastered all 6 styles, and not just one that you should have heard their stories. They earned the title of monsters within the training camp, possessing strength far exceeding that of their peers. Reflecting for a moment, Victorli asked, "You mean Vice Admiral Sakazuki, Vice Admiral Borisolino, and Vice Admiral Kazan?" "Indeed." Zephyr turned, his gaze intense as he looked at Victorli. Up until now, this training camp has produced countless exceptional students, but only those three are truly deserving of the monster title. If all goes well, they should become the Navy's top combatants in just a few years. Victorli, you possess considerable talent. Mastering armament hockey at your age is nothing short of genius. Though you have the confidence to become the fourth monster of this training camp, Victorli met Zephyr's gaze with unwavering confidence. Responding, "Of course. Otherwise, why would I have come to this training camp?" "Ha!" Zephyr laughed heartily. "Youthful exuberance, commendable courage. Now, let me see if you truly possess that qualification." He gestured towards the equipment. "This area is divided into 6 sections. My suggestion is to start with Area 1, which consists of the undulating staircase. You will need to bind special weighted bags to your legs. These bags contain a unique iron that is small in size, but extraordinarily heavy. As for how much to fill them, that depends on your own limits. You must be able to move, but not run. Then, traverse the undulating staircase back and forth. Once you can run back and forth while fully weighted, you will have practiced the third technique of the 6 styles that utilizes leg strength: shave, moonwalk, and gale palm." Zephyr patted Victorli's shoulder gently, stating, "I give you 2 months, Victorli. Show me if you can indeed become the fourth monster of this training camp." Chapter 11. Training methods for the 6 styles. And hockey veins bulged on Victorli's forehead as he gritted his teeth and descended the staircase. Each step with the weighted bags on his legs felt increasingly burdensome, causing his sweat to fall to the ground like rain. Zephyr, wearing sunglasses and arms crossed, observed with an expressionless face, appearing somewhat dissatisfied. However, Victorli's rapid progress silently impressed Zephyr. In just half a month, Victorli had advanced from barely managing to navigate a single undulating step with half-filled bags to now being able to traverse 3 complete steps while fully weighted. Zephyr had meticulously checked and confirmed that Victorli's remarkable progress had not caused any harm to his body. Despite the enhancements provided by his Zoan-type devil fruit, Victorli's recovery ability was astonishing. At this rate, he might be able to run effortlessly within a month, if not sooner. Zephyr was unaware that Victorli's incredible recovery was largely due to his iron gut, regardless of how exhausting the day's training was. As long as he had ample food, Victorli could fully rejuvenate. Consequently, the cafeteria staff had even arranged special meals for him, and the training camp's food consumption had nearly doubled. Victorli increasingly felt that his iron gut ability was nothing short of miraculous. He speculated that Luffy might possess a similar capability, as he had transformed from a mere boy to the Emperor of the Sea in just over 2 years, a remarkable feat that played a crucial role in his ascent. During this time, Smoker had become considerably more subdued. Although he still refrained from initiating conversation with Victorli, he had ceased to harbor such intense hostility. After all, news had spread throughout the training camp regarding Zephyr's individual training of Victorli. This realization left Smoker feeling somewhat defeated, as he recognized that Zephyr's choice to train Victorli stemmed from the latter's exceptional performance far exceeding that of his peers in a meritocratic navy that revered strength. Smoker understood that if he could not measure up, he must intensify his own training. Zephyr's estimation proved remarkably accurate. Within just a month, Victorli was able to effortlessly run back and forth while secured with the weighted bags on the 3 undulating staircases. However, Zephyr did not instruct Victorli on how to practice the 6 styles yet. Instead, he led Victorli to the second area. This section contained 5 iron balls of varying sizes positioned on several tracks. The smallest nearly half Victorli's height, while the largest was several times his size. Zephyr pointed to the iron balls and explained, "To master the 6 styles, the greater your strength, the better, given your physique. You should be able to push the largest iron ball. However, you must begin with the smaller ones. These specially designed iron balls have tiny grooves that allow them to lock onto the tracks with each push. It's important to note that after each push, you must release your hand before forcefully pushing it again. Now, bind the weighted bags to your arms and abdomen. Push yourself. Once you can easily push the largest iron ball around the track, you will qualify to practice the pointing gun technique." The initial training method proved exceedingly arduous for Victorli, who struggled to complete even half a lap. Although the track appeared short, completing a full circle required thousands of pushes, compounded by the added weight of the bags. However, within a week, Victorali began to adapt and even progress to the second iron ball. This led to an even greater increase in the cafeteria's food procurement. Consequently, the secretary in charge of the training camp's finances approached Zephyr to lodge a complaint. Upon learning of the situation, Zephyr took it upon himself to observe Victorali's dining habits firsthand, witnessing Victorali devouring his meals voraciously. As if he might consume the plate as well, Zephyr scrutinized him once more, muttering to himself, "Could this fellow be a descendant of that old scoundrel Carp? It shouldn't be." Victorali took longer to master the techniques this time, spending nearly 2 months before he could easily maneuver the largest iron ball around the track. Zephyr still refrained from teaching him the 6 styles, instead leading him to the 3rd area. Here, an array of wooden hammers of similar size was suspended by iron chains from the walls. Zephyr pointed to the central position and stated, "A person's strength is determined not only by endurance, but also by their defensive and recovery capabilities. Your endurance and recovery are exceptional, so this area will enhance your defensive strength. Stand there. The wooden hammers will continuously strike you. You are not allowed to evade. You must endure the blows with your body. Moreover, you cannot resist with strength. When you can withstand this for an entire day, you will qualify to practice iron block. If at any point you feel you cannot continue, feel free to step out." Additionally, Zephyr proudly remarked, "This training method not only qualifies you for iron block practice, but also makes it easier for you to master armament hockey, increasing your proficiency. This is a training method I devised during my youth. It is the most elite training method in the Navy. As for its effectiveness, Victor is uncertain, but the sensation of pain is undoubtedly unparalleled. These small wooden mallets are divided into 2 batches and will fall evenly upon Victor's body as the machine operates. The type of wood used for the mallets remains a mystery, yet their hardness rivals that of steel, and the vibrations that resonate through Victor's body can affect his very organs. Initially, Victor could only endure for a mere 10 minutes before succumbing. He could not resist with force, as even his enhanced defenses could not withstand such torment. It was only after a week that he could manage to endure for half an hour. However, this phase of training was not yet complete, for Zephyr had once again summoned Victor to Area 4. This is where the hundreds of wooden sticks reside, and as Zephyr pressed a button, the sticks began to sway rapidly. The challenge was to traverse this area at maximum speed without being struck by these sticks. Should he succeed, he would earn the right to study the art of observation hockey. At this juncture, Zephyr handed Victor a headband. "When you pass through here unscathed, use this to cover your eyes and repeat the course. If you possess the talent for observation hockey, you will awaken it when you can navigate this course blindfolded." There was no need for haste with these 2 training regiments. Haste makes waste, and time was certainly on their side. Zephyr then produced a book and presented it to Victor. "Moreover, you need to attend classes with your fellow students. Our institution does not solely focus on training. We also offer cultural education." Chapter 12. The next candidate. The so-called cultural education consists of essential considerations for naval warfare and various challenges encountered at sea. Zephyr's training camp emphasizes command skills. Unlike some naval schools that delve into finer details, the camp attracts elites from around the world, and it is said that even the least successful graduates of the camp can ascend to the rank of base commander. Therefore, the knowledge imparted here is distinctly superior. Victor diligently absorbed this knowledge, having never encountered it in his previous life. Each day at noon and night, he continued his solitary training. Yet, he harbored doubts that the CP department's methods for teaching the 6 styles could rival Zephyr's rigorous approach. Were it not for his iron stomach skill, he would have long since perished from the training. Unbeknownst to him, Zephyr was already astonished by his performance, as this training method was typically reserved for officers of the rank of major and above. Given that the trainees' abilities were still too feeble, thus, despite the rapid progress of this training method, since the inception of the first cohort, aside from the 3 prodigies, Sakazuki and the others, hardly anyone could endure the training to completion. Zephyr had calibrated Victor's training intensity to match that of Sakazuki and his peers. In terms of age, Sakazuki and his companions were several years older than Victor when they attended the training camp, thus possessing significantly greater strength than Victor currently exhibits. Yet, Victor not only persevered, but also surpassed Sakazuki's best performance in terms of progress. Zephyr had already concluded in his heart that Victor could undoubtedly become the 4th prodigy of the training camp. Before the title of Prodigy was conferred, Victor had already garnered a series of amusing titles such as the bottomless pit of the training camp, the Navy's greatest glutton, and the canteen lady's favorite. After all, a single individual consuming meals meant for dozens is indeed quite astonishing to in the training camp. There is a combat training session held once a month, where the use of devil fruit abilities is strictly prohibited. Relying solely on physical combat, for the first 3 months, Victor trained alone, abstaining from participating in the competitions, but this month, Zephyr had instructed him to train alongside his peers, thus allowing him to partake in this upcoming contest. For the first 3 months, the first place was consistently held by Azura, the long-legged girl, renowned for her powerful leg techniques and formidable boxing skills. The second and third places were alternated by the two brothers, Ted and Tyro, while Tina and Smoker perpetually occupied the fourth and fifth positions. Though Smoker possessed the strength to defeat Tina, he deemed it pointless to vie for first place, finding little merit in competing for fourth place against Tina, who, despite her annoyance, had no recourse. Nevertheless, Smoker's strength had been rapidly increasing each month. Last month, he had engaged in a prolonged battle with Ted before a victor was finally determined, earning him considerable praise from the instructors. The competition spanned 2 days and was organized based on the results of previous training sessions. Azura and her team, being the top-ranked, comprised Group A, while the victors from other groups could challenge them if they felt dissatisfied with their rankings. However, this competition was personally overseen by Zephyr. Victor was assigned to Group A, and Zephyr pointed at him while addressing Azura and her companions. This time, the competition is unlike any before. Your opponents consist solely of Victor. The one who can endure the longest against him will claim second place, and so forth. The one with the shortest duration will be fifth. I permit you to utilize your devil fruit abilities. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Azura and her companions soured considerably. Although they understood that Victor's strength surpassed theirs by a significant margin, Zephyr's blatant declaration was akin to a public slap to their faces. Zephyr then addressed all the trainees. Today, we shall observe their contest. Pay close attention, for it will greatly benefit your future. After this, Zephyr turned to Victor and called out, Victor, do not hold back. Use your full strength. If you wish to earn the title of Prodigy, you must exhibit overwhelming power within this training camp. Victor nodded and stepped into the center of the clearing, gazing at the others as he inquired, which of you will come forth first? Boom, I will. Smoker leaped into the air, launching the first attack against Victor, his right arm transforming into smoke as he aimed a punch at him. Judging by the speed of his strike, Smoker had undoubtedly undergone rigorous training during this period. However, Victor merely sidestepped gracefully. Evading Smoker's attack, he attempted to seize the smoke to throw Smoker aside, but found that Smoker had already reverted to his human form in advance. Bang! Smoker landed beside Victor. Employing both fists and feet, occasionally utilizing his devil fruit ability to ensnare Victor, managing to hold his ground for several rounds without falling behind. Observing this, Zephyr coldly remarked, Victor, I instructed you to use your full strength. Understood? Understood. Victor leaped backward a few steps, and amid the bewildered gazes of the crowd, he removed his upper garment and tossed it aside. What is that? A weighted bag. Is he going to take it off? How heavy could it possibly be? Before the crowd could finish their speculations, Victor untied the weighted bag from around his waist and discarded it onto the ground. Bang! Bang! As Victor tossed the weighted bags from his arms and legs to the ground. Everyone fell into a stunned silence, staring at the bags embedded in the ground. Victor rolled his neck and remarked with a satisfied expression, Apologies, I had become accustomed to it and nearly forgot. Now, the competition officially begins. Azura's group adopted a grave demeanor, while Smoker regarded Victor with heightened vigilance. Whoosh! In Smoker's line of sight, Victor vanished in an instant. Despite Smoker's prior precautions, he was still struck by Victor's punch and sent flying. Subsequently, Victor propelled himself into the air, leaping above the still airborne Smoker, and raised his right leg to strike downward. Boom! Smoker attempted to evade this attack by elemental transformation, but Victor's right leg, shrouded in armament hockey, ensured that Smoker bore the full brunt of the blow, crashing to the ground like a falling meteor and kicking up a cloud of smoke. As Victor landed, he expressed admiration. Oh, you can still stand. I am genuinely impressed. Stop underestimating me. Smoker's legs transformed into smoke, soaring into the air as he bellowed at Victor. Don't think you're the only one growing. White fist. Boom! Smoker extended his limbs, elongated by smoke. Towards Victor, who launched himself forward with a powerful push. Boom! With cracks appearing beneath him, Victor's figure vanished once more, and even though Smoker had been closely observing Victor, he could only manage a feeble attempt to turn around. Bang! A hand enveloped in armament hockey struck heavily at Smoker's neck, sending him into unconsciousness as he plummeted to the ground. Victor, with a stoic expression, turned to Azura and her companions and declared, "Next." Chapter 13. People are not the same. Bang. How infuriating. Not a shred of gentlemanly conduct, Tina lamented. After being knocked down by Victor's kick, Tina lay on the ground, begrudgingly complaining. Victor approached her, extending his hand. As for gentlemanly conduct, I certainly possess it. You see, I at least offer my hand to help you up rather than taking the opportunity to kick you again. Is that not the essence of being a gentleman? Humph. Tina grasped Victor's hand, her expression clouded with gloom as she approached Zephyr's side. Smoker had already awakened, sulking on the ground, accompanied by his brothers Ted and Tyro, who mirrored his despondent posture. Upon witnessing Tina's defeat, Azura approached Victor and softly inquired, "Do you not require a rest? This seems somewhat unfair to you." Victor smiled faintly, remaining silent, yet Azura comprehended his unspoken thoughts, a surge of indignation igniting within her. "You scoundrel, do not underestimate others." With a swift motion, Azura raised her long leg and delivered a kick. Compared to the others, Azura's strength was on an entirely different echelon, prompting Victor to take her seriously. Azura, Ted, and Tyro were all formidable practitioners of physical combat. Although women in this world possessed considerable strength, a notable disparity still existed when compared to men. Azura's ability to overpower Smoker and claim the top position stemmed not only from her heritage, but also from her exceptional physique. Rare among her kind, while her prowess may not rival that of Big Mom's monstrous constitution, it certainly surpassed that of Hancock and others. Zephyr held high expectations for her, firmly believing she possessed the potential to become a Marine admiral. Thus, he dedicated himself to her training, imparting not only the kicking techniques typical of her long-legged kin, but also honing her skills in boxing, establishing a solid foundation. Upon reaching the age of 18 and facing rigorous training, Azura's strength progressed rapidly. Initially, Zephyr had anticipated that she would undoubtedly emerge as the champion of this year's training camp, only to be surprised by the emergence of an anomaly in Victor. Azura was notably dissatisfied with this outcome, fiercely determined to defeat Victor, her long legs dazzling him to the point of distraction. However, it was merely a distraction, in terms of both power and speed. Victor surpassed Azura. Moreover, Victor had mastered hockey, causing Azura to furrow her brow with each encounter. Hockey acted as an intangible armor, the strength of which could not be compared to bare-handed combat. After enduring over 20 exchanges, Azura was ultimately sent sprawling to the ground by Victor's kick, her fighting capability extinguished. Zephyr, timing the bout with a stopwatch, proclaimed loudly, "Smoker, 1 minute and 59 seconds, ranked 6th. Tina, 2 minutes and 37 seconds, ranked 5th. Ted, 3 minutes and 7 seconds, ranked 4th. Tyro, 3 minutes and 9 seconds, ranked 3rd. Azura, 5 minutes and 13 seconds, ranked 2nd. Now, take a 10-minute break." The students were still immersed in the aftermath of the battles, quickly engaging in fervent discussions upon hearing the results. "Hey, I just remembered. What was that smoke from Smoker? Is it a devil fruit?" The students who had come with Smoker from headquarters immediately chimed in. "I know. It's the legendary Logia-type devil fruit, the smoke fruit. Because of this, he is highly regarded by Vice Admiral Kazan. But wait, if it's a Logia-type devil fruit, how was Victor able to defeat him? It's because of hockey. What is hockey? Hockey is rather complex. I can't quite explain it, but Zephyr-sensei will teach it to us later. Sigh. I heard Victor is only 18, and Azura is just 17. I'm already 20. Is my talent really that lacking? I'm 23. Students from various seas were unfamiliar with hockey, while Victor had already mastered it, leading to feelings of inadequacy. Observing them with the observation hockey, Zephyr noted their disheartened expressions until the break concluded, at which point he blew his whistle gently. Tweet. All right, I know that many of you, after witnessing these battles, may have begun to doubt yourselves. However, I wish to tell you, do not lose confidence, for each individual is different. Everyone's growth period varies. For instance, me, Zephyr pointed to himself, stating, I joined the Navy in my teens, engaged in my first battle at 18. and only became a petty officer at 28, mastering the 6 styles. Prior to that, my performance was quite ordinary, far from your current standards. Some individuals may rise to prominence in their teens, while others might not begin to flourish until their 30s. Your presence in this training camp signifies that you possess a talent far superior to that of others. At this juncture, Zephyr's expression turned grave. You may encounter formidable adversaries in the future. Their strength may instill a sense of despair, but that does not imply you are weak. Each person is unique. The majority of individuals in this world are ordinary. How many can claim to be top-tier powerhouses? Your current strength may surpass that of seasoned veterans who have fought their entire lives. Regardless of where you find yourselves in the future or the level of power you attain, remember this. A person's strength is not solely defined by their abilities, but also by their inner strength and willpower. If your heart is sufficiently strong, you can break free from the constraints of talent. The will of a person can alter everything. Never doubt yourselves. We may fail, but we must never question our abilities. Now, let the competition commence. Once the instructors took the students to another location for their contests, Zephyr addressed the disheartened few, stating, "What I just said applies to you as well. Each individual is distinct. However, the gap between you and Victor is not as vast as it is with the other students. So, strive diligently in your training. In 2 months, you all will begin training akin to Victor's." Zephyr's words reignited the fighting spirit in Azura and the others. Smoker rose and approached Victor, declaring, "Hey, although you've taken a few steps ahead of us, I will surely catch up. We feel the same way." Azura clenched her fists, raising them toward Victor. Victor chuckled and replied, "Is that so? Then we shall see. I only hope you won't find yourselves in such a precarious situation next time." Chapter 14. The students who came to the training camp were predominantly adults. Thus, while the training was arduous, the management during leisure time was quite lenient. Since the camp was connected to the forest, wild beasts occasionally ventured in, and anyone who managed to slay one would be rewarded. Sometimes the reward was alcohol, other times it was tobacco, and occasionally it was an opportunity to visit the nearby island town. After Azura's defeat by Victor, she frequently sought his counsel, despite Zephyr's guidance. He could not clarify every detail, nor could he correct every student's training technique. Victor consistently displayed humility and courtesy within the camp, and besides Azura, many students sought his advice. Today, while they were training behind the dormitory, a pack of wolves chased a wild buffalo into the area. Consequently, Victor and the others collectively earned a reward for a day of leisure in the town. Zephyr's training camp was located on the western side of Beast Island, while the eastern side housed Beast Town. Despite its fearsome name, the town's inhabitants primarily engaged in livestock farming and agriculture, raising mainly cattle and sheep, most of which were supplied to the training camp. The weather in the Grand Line was notoriously unpredictable. The seasons on one island could differ vastly from another. The camp experienced considerable heat, while Beast Town enjoyed a spring-like climate year-round. Marine patrols frequently monitored the area. And with the training camp present, pirates rarely ventured near these waters, allowing the townsfolk to live contentedly. The town boasted a population of around 1,000. Although small, it featured well-developed infrastructure and various shops. While others flocked to the town for shopping, Victor and Azura chose a restaurant where they sat outside. Numerous street vendors lined the streets, and occasionally, elderly women approached Azura, offering her snacks with expressions of affection, as if she were their granddaughter. Passers-by also greeted Azura, a rare sight, as most humans tended to be wary of other races. Noticing Victor's puzzled expression, Azura softly explained, "My parents passed away when I was very young, and Zephyr-sensei brought me here. However, I was still quite young, and it was inconvenient to stay in the training camp, so I spent most of my time in this town until I turned 16. Every year, Zephyr-sensei would take time to teach and check on me. Last year, I finally joined the training camp as a recruit. The people here are very kind, so I have not faced any discrimination. What about you? Which country do you hail from? What do your parents do? Is it all right to ask?" Victor nodded and remarked, "The nation I hail from is called the Kingdom of St. Cassia, which is relatively open-minded. My parents have long since passed away. However, my father was a minor nobleman, and our family possessed some estate. After my father fell in battle, while his title was bestowed upon my uncle, the family's assets were preserved. Life has been tolerable." Upon hearing Victor's words, Azura quickly expressed her apologies, saying, "I'm sorry, I didn't realize your parents." Victor chuckled softly. "It's nothing. After all, we are in the same boat." Moreover, it has been many years, and I have grown accustomed to it. By the way, what are your plans moving forward? I've heard that the top few in the training camp can be granted military ranks and have the opportunity to choose their assignments. What do you intend to do? Plans? Azura stretched lazily and replied nonchalantly. What plans could I possibly have? I suppose I'll just stay here in the training camp. Given my abilities, it wouldn't be too difficult to serve as an instructor and assist Teacher Zephyr in training the new recruits. I can't guarantee that I would excel in other places. I've heard that humans are quite unfriendly towards those of other races. Victor shook his head vigorously, saying, it varies by region. The policies of one nation differ from another, which can significantly influence the local human attitudes towards outsiders. For instance, my homeland, Acacia, is rather amicable towards other races. Conversely, in nations where the slave trade is rampant, the sentiment towards outsiders is far less welcoming. However, rest assured, as a member of the Navy, your status will deter most from crossing you. After listening to Victor, Azura nodded just as two young women approached. Presumably friends of Azura, she flashed an apologetic smile at Victor before hastily making her way over to them. Victor gazed at Azura, lost in contemplation. Given Azura's talent and her relationship with Zephyr, it was likely that in a decade or so, she would have established the new Navy alongside him, serving as his right hand. The reason she didn't appear in the original narrative, based on her earlier remarks, was likely due to her untimely demise in the incident where Zephyr lost his arm. With commendable talent, she was both innocent and astute, and her close ties with Zephyr made her a promising prospect. If the opportunity arose, it would be worth inviting her to Azura returned. Victor felt a surge of inspiration and spoke up. Hey, Azura, if our military ranks upon graduation are commendable, would you consider accompanying me to the North Sea? The North Sea? Azura furrowed her brow and replied, are you suggesting I become your subordinate? Do you have such confidence in that? To be your subordinate, your rank would have to exceed mine. After all, I am certain I will be awarded a military rank as well. The ranks for the top two are typically the same, both being lieutenants of the headquarters. Would the headquarters alter that for you? Huh? How would we know without trying? Victor replied earnestly. Why don't we make a wager? You were quite intrigued by the story I shared last time, weren't you? If my rank is inferior to yours, I will gather every storybook from the North Sea for you. But if my rank surpasses yours, you must accompany me to the North Sea. This training camp is too small. Your future should not be confined to being a mere instructor. Your potential deserves a more splendid life. Seeing Azura appear somewhat swayed, Victor seized the moment. I can sense your curiosity about the outside world. The role of an instructor is not suited for you. Don't you believe you are just as capable as any man? Then you should venture out to prove yourself. Do you not aspire to become the pinnacle of naval prowess? It seems that throughout naval history, no woman has ever attained the rank of admiral. Has there? How can one achieve the highest naval strength while confined to one place? We are young, gifted, and brimming with limitless possibilities. Our futures should not be restricted to a solitary island or a specific sea area. Influenced by Victor's fervent words, Azura's excitement became palpable. She extended her hand towards Victor and declared, all right, I accept this wager. Victor, if your rank surpasses mine, then what of becoming your subordinate? Chapter 15. The possessor of the 3 types of hockey after entering into a wager with Azura. Victor found himself increasingly occupied with studies and training. Over the course of 2 months, he became capable of traversing the wooden stick maze with his eyes closed. After successfully navigating the maze once more, Victor stood still, astonished. Though blindfolded, the surrounding objects materialized in his mind as if they were 3-dimensional images. It was a remarkable sensation. Additionally, the sounds of insects chirping and footsteps echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host, on successfully awakening observation hockey. You have acquired the skill of perception. The voice of the system resonated, and it was only then that Victor realized, removing his blindfold and opening his eyes. Subsequently, he closed his eyes again to experiment with the newly awakened observation hockey. Just as Victor was sprinting swiftly through the wooden stick maze, Zephyr entered the room. Upon witnessing Victor effortlessly maneuvering through the maze with his eyes shut, Zephyr was initially taken aback, then smiled, saying, I didn't expect this little brat to possess considerable talent in observation hockey. His proficiency in armament hockey surpasses both Akainu and Kazan, and the awakening time for observation hockey is even earlier than that of Borsalino. Now we must see if his physical prowess can surpass theirs. If it does, he will truly be a formidable monster. The moment Zephyr stepped in, Victor had already sensed his presence, though Victor had just awakened observation haki. He could still cover the entire training room, albeit with a slight headache. Observing Victor's pale complexion, Zephyr quickly advised, "All right, cease using observation haki. When it is first awakened, it is best not to use it over a wide area. You need to practice it within a limited scope and gradually acclimate. Otherwise, you may risk fainting. Since you have awakened observation haki, let me explain the various forms of haki to you," Zephyr said. Taking a seat on a nearby chair, the strength of armament haki is closely tied to your physical condition. The stronger your physique, the more energy you can produce, thus the more potent your armament haki will be. However, training in armament haki does not require excessive usage. Simply continue to enhance your body, and it will naturally grow stronger alongside it. To amplify the power of armament haki, it ultimately depends on your own comprehension. While theoretically, anyone can learn armament haki through training, further refinement will also require talent. Zephyr produced a bottle of red wine from his pocket, uncorked it with his teeth, took a sip, and continued. Observation haki differs from the stamina-consuming armament haki. Observation haki is connected to your mental state, which can also be understood as your vitality. This cycle is constructive. The more you utilize it, the stronger your mind becomes. However, the strength of observation haki also depends on your innate talent. As for Conqueror's haki, I lack the aptitude for it. This type of haki cannot be acquired through training, but must be awakened internally. Although it is claimed that only 1 in 100,000 possesses Conqueror's haki. That is somewhat exaggerated. Indeed, I have noticed a phenomenon. The number of individuals with Conqueror's haki within the Navy is exceedingly scarce, almost negligible. In contrast, there are quite a few among pirates, most of whom are not particularly formidable. Yet this conveys a significant message. In an unconstrained environment, it is easier to awaken Conqueror's haki, whereas, in a scenario laden with rules and restrictions, it becomes far more challenging to awaken. Those within the Navy who possess Conqueror's haki are either carefree individuals or those who are sufficiently patient and astute. He chuckled. When encountering a possessor of Conqueror's haki, as long as your own spirit is strong enough and your armament haki is formidable, you need not fear them. Once Zephyr finished speaking, Victor remained silent for a moment before asking, "Teacher Zephyr, do you know how to swiftly master Conqueror's haki? That is, to unleash and control it at will." Why do you ask that?" Zephyr's gaze shifted from confusion to astonishment, and then he shook his head with a smile. "Ha, you little rascal. You have genuinely surprised me this time. It seems that your Conqueror's haki has awakened much earlier than your armament haki. Victor, at this age, possessing 3 types of haki, you have already become a monster. I have yet to encounter another individual at this age who wields 3 types of haki. Not even the legendary marine hero Carp can claim such a feat." Zephyr stood up and circled around Victor, expressing his admiration. "You are certainly not the kind of heartless fool that Carp is. To awaken Conqueror's haki, you, young lad, harbor great ambitions. But that is for the best. The Navy requires ambitious individuals to lead." At this point, Zephyr shifted his tone. "Although I lack Conqueror's haki myself, I am well aware of how to strengthen it. It's quite simple. Cultivate your self-confidence and continuously defeat formidable foes. However, do not be stubborn and unable to accept failure." Zephy's expression grew serious. For those who possess Conqueror's haki, this can be exceedingly perilous. If you find yourself unable to comprehend or escape from such thoughts, the consequences could be dire. At best, your strength will stagnate, and at worst, it may even regress, potentially leading to the loss of your haki. Upon hearing this, Victor suddenly recalled 2 individuals, Don Quixote da Flamingo and Gecko Moria. Ironically, both of these figures are linked to Kaido. The former awakened Conqueror's haki in his childhood, turning a mundane fruit that could only be sold for its fibers into something extraordinary. Yet was ultimately defeated by the still-growing Luffy, a mismatch of strength and reputation, despite various factors at play. The latter, a monster who once contended with Kaido in his youth, ended up performing worse than a mere calamity during his tenure as a warlord of the sea. Victor now had reason to believe that they had both been severely impacted by Kaido's influence. Doflamingo's strength had stagnated, likely due to the lessons learned during his collaboration with Kaido, while Moria had evidently suffered even more. His strength regressively diminished to the point where he could no longer utilize armament. It seemed that Teacher Kaido was not only adept at teaching strength, but also at obliterating potential. Victor, Zephyr pointed towards the wooden hammer array and declared, Since you have awakened observation hockey, there is no need for any further specialized training. From now on, you shall be struck by these wooden hammers. When you no longer feel pain or sustain injury from their blows, I shall teach you the 6 styles. Chapter 16. Zifa's specialized training. Bang. Bang. Azura and the others furrowed their brows, observing Victorai, who appeared to be indulging in self-inflicted torment. Clad only in shorts, his muscles glistened with sweat under the sunlight streaming through the glass, causing him to shine as though coated in oil. Azura's face flushed, and she quickly lowered her head, donning a weighted bag and gritting her teeth as she began to walk. That a month had passed, and Azura and her companions were now qualified to commence their training. Aside from Smoker and Tina, Zifa felt somewhat disappointed in the latter two, privately informing Victorai that they were overly fixated on devil fruits and would come to regret it in the future. However, this was somewhat unavoidable, as the enhancements granted by devil fruit abilities were exceedingly apparent. Smoker and Tina, being young, were naturally influenced by this. Moreover, with the formidable Boreas Salino present, there was currently no evidence to suggest that physical prowess was superior to devil fruit abilities. After several attempts to persuade them, Zifa ceased his interference, as his energy was limited. Azura practiced leg exercises with weights, while the Tiger brothers pushed iron balls and navigated through wooden barriers. Victorai had now reached a point where he could calmly rest after enduring an hour of strikes from the wooden hammers. Compared to his previous state of collapsing after merely 5 minutes, he appeared as a transformed individual. Though Zifa did not voice his satisfaction, he felt immense pride within. Not only was Victori's performance exemplary, but as a devil fruit user, he had never actively employed his abilities. Once Victorai emerged unscathed from the wooden hammer array, Zifa led him to Area 5. Area 5 was a murky expanse of mud, strewn with branches and decaying wood, exuding a foul odor. Zifa pointed to the mire and stated, "This resembles a swamp. The more you struggle, the deeper you sink. Your next training task is to jump in. Starting from your waist, without the aid of any objects or brute force, use the undulating motion of your body to extricate yourself from the swamp. When you can emerge from a depth of 20 meters solely through your body's movements. Only then shall you learn the 6 styles. Now, commence." With that declaration, Zifa kicked Victorai into the mire, catching him off guard and nearly causing him to swallow the sludge. Many creatures can escape from swamps, and even with Victori's current strength, he could swim out with ease. However, the challenge lay in the undulation. Victorai could only slowly engage each muscle in his body, gradually wriggling free. Fortunately, this process proved remarkably simple for Victorai, and within half a month, he was able to crawl out from the bottom of the swamp. Just as Victorai thought he could finally learn the 6 styles, Zifa presented him with 2 handcuffs. Bang! Observing Victorai lying weakly on the ground, Zifa chuckled. "Ha! I almost forgot. You're a user. You must wear seastone shackles." These were specially dismantled seastone handcuffs, and Zifa instructed him to make do with them. "When you can crawl out of the swamp with these shackles on, I will teach you the 6 styles." With that, Zifa kicked Victorai back into the mire, prompting Victorai to silently curse Zifa's ancestors. Having just been shackled with seastone, he was still adjusting when Zifa threw him back into the swamp. Was this not an attempt to drown him? The critical issue was that he had not removed his weighted bag. Fortunately, Azura, who was training nearby, noticed Victorai submerged for too long without response and jumped in to rescue him. This was Victori's first encounter with Seastone, and it felt as though he had fallen gravely ill. His body was weak and devoid of strength, making even the slightest movement arduous. After a considerable amount of time, he finally managed to stand with great difficulty. Victorai genuinely admired Zifa's training methods to end the original story. Luffy and Kid underwent similar training under Teacher Kaido, transitioning from collapsing at the slightest touch to sprinting while carrying thousands of pounds, resulting in a significant boost to their physical constitution. Perhaps Kaido initially aimed to confine Luffy and the others, but unexpectedly, this approach benefited them. Zifa, on the other hand, employed this method for training. Zifa, not being a user himself, demonstrated remarkable teaching experience through his innovative training techniques for Victorai. In truth, Zifa could be regarded as the foremost mentor in the pirate world, considering that thousands of elite officers in the Navy were his disciples. Seastone is known as the crystallization of the sea, and its ability to restrain users is far superior to that of seawater. While a user may feel weak and powerless when submerged in seawater, they can still utilize their abilities. In contrast, Sea stone not only renders them feeble, but also suppresses their powers. It may sound paradoxical, yet the suppression of users by sea stone is the strongest in this world. The dark fruit pales in comparison. Fortunately, one can gradually acclimate and develop resistance. A week later, Victorai was entirely submerged in the swamp and could begin to crawl out. During this period, he had been wearing the separated shackles. Although unable to utilize his abilities under the pressure of sea stone, he could at least run and jump, not hindering his daily life. Smoker, driven by curiosity, once touched them and strongly requested Zifa to provide him with a set as well. Though Smoker still placed greater value on devil fruit abilities, Victori's influence had spurred him to work harder on physical training compared to the original storyline. However, Victori not only wore the shackles, but, at Zifa's insistence, even added a weighted vest, wearing it even while sleeping. Smoker wished to try this method, but found himself barely able to rise after a day of effort. Not everyone possesses the skill of an iron stomach. Such training methods can deplete one's potential. If Zifa was not certain that Victori would not suffer, he would not impose such rigorous demands on him. Time flew by, and September arrived. The weather on Beast Island remained swelteringly hot, and Victori finally managed to crawl out from the bottom of the swamp while wearing sea stone shackles. The human body has its limits in terms of resistance to sea stone, and upon witnessing Victori successfully complete the training in Area 5 while shackled, Zifa instructed him to remove the handcuffs and led him to Area 6. Area 6 was an open field, and as Victori pondered the purpose of this space, Zifa walked to the side and gently pressed a red button. Click! The ground instantaneously parted, revealing a rectangular pit at least 100 meters long before them. Under the sunlight, the pit glimmered like a mirror. Victori, remove all your weighted bags. In the future, you shall no longer require it, for its assistance in training is limited. Zephyr gestured towards the smooth walls of the pit, stating, "This surface has been coated with a special material, rendering it exceptionally smooth and highly elastic. You must refrain from jumping. Instead, you need to march in place at the bottom of the pit, mastering the flow of air. Only then can you step into the air and emerge. Upon achieving this, you will have mastered the moonwalk of the 6 forms. Once you have successfully executed the moonwalk, you must then run back and forth within, leaping against the walls to utilize their elasticity, thereby continually enhancing your strength, until you gain the ability to control your body in mid-air, halting suddenly. You will have mastered the shave of the 6 forms. As for the gale foot, it requires you to repeatedly kick, creating a vacuum through speed to attack your adversaries. All 3 techniques can be learned here. Let me see if you can master these 3 techniques. Now, descend. Bang, Zephyr Sensei. You. Chapter 17. The name of the monster in the depths of the pit. Hundreds of meters deep, sunlight could not penetrate, shrouding the space in silence and darkness. Aside from training in the 6 forms, it also serves to strengthen one's will. The 3 techniques mentioned by Zephyr indicate the order in which Victor should train the 6 forms. Naturally, Victor adhered strictly to Zephyr's guidance. After shedding the weighted bag, Victor first acclimated to his suddenly lighter body, then closed his eyes, taking a deep breath before swiftly marching in place. Whoosh! Zephyr's hints were exceedingly clear. The so-called moonwalk involves utilizing the airflow generated by rapid footfalls as a point of leverage to move through the to ascend from this hundreds of meters deep pit signifies a preliminary mastery of the moonwalk. For Victor at this moment, this was not particularly challenging. Within merely half a day, he managed to reach heights exceeding 100 meters by stepping on the air. Zephyr, observing from above with his observation hockey, wore a broad smile. After this period of specialized training, Victor's stamina had already reached a level comparable to that of Sakazuki and his peers, qualifying him to master the 6 forms. Thus, it was time to assess Victor's innate talent in this regard. Only those who can master the 6 forms possess the qualifications to become top-tier powerhouses. The 6 forms represent speed, strength, reflexes, and defense. Mastering the 6 forms signifies that Victor possesses extraordinary talent in martial arts. Martial arts form the robust foundation, whether it be swordsmanship or the powers of devil fruits. The foundation of all martial prowess is martial arts. Congratulations, host, on mastering the 6 form, moonwalk. Panting, Victor wiped the sweat from his brow as he emerged from the pit. After a week, he had mastered the moonwalk, albeit slightly slower than he had anticipated. Next, he would tackle the shave and gale foot. Victor had a premonition that the time required to master these 2 techniques might be even shorter. Whoosh, bang, the walls of the pit, composed of an unknown material, made Victor feel as if he were a spring, bouncing incessantly. The principle of the shave is quite similar to that of the moonwalk. However, the former emphasizes explosive power while the latter focuses on balance. The TO control one's body in a state of weightlessness requires harnessing the instantaneous reaction force generated by rapid footfalls against the wall. This method can also be practiced on solid ground, but while the challenge is greater on the elastic walls, mastery is achieved more swiftly. Congratulations, host, on mastering one of the 6 forms, shaved out in just 3 days. Victor had mastered the shave. The system functioned like a ledger, recording Victor's training achievements. After indulging in a hearty meal to replenish his stamina, Victor once again leaped into the deep pit. It was during his training of the Gale Foot that Victor finally comprehended Zephyr's intention in having him first master the moonwalk and shave. The Gale Foot involves utilizing high-speed kicking techniques to create a vacuum for attacking enemies. Having mastered the moonwalk and shave made vacuum creation relatively straightforward as long as he could direct the vacuum towards the target. Success was assured. Victor required little effort, mastering it within a single day. Zephyr, upon learning this, was somewhat taken aback. Although he had great confidence in Victor's ability to master the 6 forms, he had not anticipated such swiftness. Especially with the Gale Foot, for many, creating a vacuum is not challenging, but controlling that vacuum to attack is. Numerous individuals have injured themselves during Gale Foot practice, and some take 1 or 2 years to master it. Zephyr grew increasingly confident in Victor mastering the remaining 3 techniques, and even in mastering the life return technique. The so-called finger pistol involves gathering all of one's strength and delivering a rapid strike. This pertains to your speed and power. When mastered, one can create destruction surpassing that of a bullet by striking the air. The iron body requires channeling strength throughout the body, allowing blood to flow and muscles to bulge, thus generating formidable defense. Paper drawing. Zephyr pondered, then softly spoke. You have mastered the observation hockey, so you can begin practicing paper drawing. It will assist you in mastering it. However, this necessitates finding an opponent. The principle of paper drawing is to release all bodily strength, allowing the changes in air currents caused by the opponent's movements to make the body as light as paper, enabling effortless evasion of their attacks. For you, enduring a few hits will suffice. The training camp can assist you with Azura and Smoker. You may take turns asking them to strike you. I believe they will be more than willing. Once they can no longer land a hit on you, you will have mastered paper drawing. After mastering paper drawing, proceed to learn iron body. This will require you to resist forcefully. This should not be difficult for you. As the principles of iron body bear some resemblance to armament hockey, they should continue striking you for some time. Once they can no longer harm you with their full strength, you will have mastered iron body. After completing paper drawing and iron body, finally practice the finger pistol. Zephyr was correct. Upon learning of the opportunity to pummel Victor, Azura and the others were exceedingly eager, especially Smoker, who kindly utilized his powers. White fist. Bang. Due to the inability to resist forcefully, even though Victor could observe their attack directions with observation hockey, his body's reactions were too slow, resulting in him receiving quite the beating in the early stages. At first, Smoker and the others held back somewhat, but upon discovering that no matter how severely Victor was injured, he would return the next day as if nothing had happened, they ceased to hold back. This situation persisted for over half a month, and Victor finally began to evade their attacks, as if he were a thin sheet of paper, even while releasing all his strength. Congratulations, host, on mastering the 6th form. Paper drawing. The mastery of iron body proved even simpler. Being able to resist forcefully made it considerably less painful. Moreover, after acquiring armament hockey, training in iron body became significantly easier. Surprisingly, the technique Victor found most challenging to master was the finger pistol. No, to be precise, it was the desire to use the finger pistol to strike the air, producing a force comparable to a bullet. Striking too forcefully or too swiftly does not necessarily yield positive results. As one may fail to grasp the timing on the panel, Victor had already mastered the finger pistol, yet he aspired to swiftly acquire the ability to launch long-range attacks with it, for no other reason than that it simply looks impressive. Not unlike the flicking finger technique of the stone, or the otherworldly version of the one-yang finger and the 6 veins divine sword, the great wilderness. Do you not agree it's impressive? Finally, as November approached, during the monthly martial arts competition, Victor flicked his finger, causing Smoker to grimace in pain and plummet from the air, leading Zephyr to drop the cigar from his mouth in astonishment. The other trainees were equally bewildered. For them, Zephyr had only recently explained the 6 forms, stating that if any of them mastered a technique within 5 years, it would be commendable. Yet here was Victor, who had already mastered them? People are different, but this disparity is simply too vast. Is he even human? Is he not a monster? Amidst the clamor of the trainees' discussions, Zephyr joyfully placed a hand on Victor's shoulder, exclaiming, "Victor, you have done remarkably well. You are now the 4th monster in the training camp. You must live up to this title. At the very least, do not be weaker than the other 3. Victor, with a steady tone, replied, "I will, Zephyr-sensei. I shall strive to keep pace with my seniors and superiors, until I gradually surpass them." Chapter 18. Pirates are just a bunch of damned fools. It is already December. Yesterday, the weather was so sunny that wearing a tank top felt excessively warm. Today, however, the biting cold wind sends a shiver down Victorly's spine as he steps outside. The trainees are diligently sweeping the grounds. And at this hour, Zifa has ceased the concentrated training sessions. Most of what needs to be taught has been imparted, and Zifa has tailored different training methods for each individual. Now, aside from academic classes, most of the time is dedicated to personal practice, with opportunities for mutual sparring. That Victorly's formidable strength has garnered him considerable admiration from his peers, and his willingness to assist others with their training dilemmas has made him quite popular within the camp. In stark contrast stands Smoker, who, aside from Tina, hardly engages in conversation with anyone. Even with Victorly, Smoker refrains from displaying his notorious bad temper, occasionally interacting and training alongside him. After all, enduring a beating is not particularly enjoyable. And while Smoker may not voice it, he secretly respects Victorly. Having mastered the 6 forms, Victorly, following Zifa's counsel, has moderated his training intensity, focusing on the essentials rather than pushing himself to extremes. Balance is crucial in all endeavors. Were it not for his ironclad constitution, Victorly would have long since collapsed, as physical well-being can be severely undermined by mental strain. Recently, Zifa has shared with Victorly the training methodologies for hockey, particularly the techniques for armament hockey, which intriguingly mirror those employed by Garp in the original narrative. Each day, he is advised to utilize sheer physical strength to strike a target, be it an uninhabited wilderness or, like Garp, some decommissioned warships, preferably those largely composed of steel. Only through relentless perseverance can one gradually attain strength. While Zifa is often quite stern during training, he displays a warm and approachable demeanor during his leisure time. Now that he is less occupied, Zifa frequently disappears, and it is only when Victorly ventures to the back mountains to practice hockey that he discovers Zifa's penchant for drinking at the mountain's peak. After completing 2 hours of strenuous mountain hammering, Victorly ascends towards the summit. Zifa sits in front of a humble wooden cabin, a glass of red wine in hand, gazing out at the sea. He appears profoundly solitary, lacking the imposing aura of a marine admiral, resembling a frail, ordinary elder instead. Victorly speculates that Zifa must be reminiscing about his family, as fleeting expressions of regret and sorrow occasionally cross his face. While Victorly refrains from passing judgment on Zifa's ideals of justice, he acknowledges that possessing immense strength, yet maintaining composure after having one's family slain by pirates, is something he believes he could not achieve. Were he in Zifa's position, he would have long since defected from the Marines, wreaking havoc upon the seas. After all, the family of an admiral being murdered by pirates is nothing short of a farce. What are the world government and the Marines doing? Presently, Zifa harbors a profound hatred for pirates, yet he also feels a sense of resentment towards the Marines while still clinging to some hope for them. Zifa stands as perhaps the only Marine admiral whose ideals have undergone multiple transformations. In his youth, he aligned with the pacifist ideals of Sengoku and Garp, but after the murder of his family in middle age, he began to question his beliefs, evolving into a neutral stance. Following the incident of losing his arm and witnessing the deaths of many trainees before his eyes, Zifa ultimately became a radical, even more fervent than a Ko. Yet, in his final moments, he experienced a moment of clarity. Of course, the so-called pacifists do not fear war, nor do they resemble bleeding-heart idealists. They simply wish to minimize sacrifice and maintain a semblance of peace upon the seas. Victorly uncorks a bottle of red wine, savoring its flavor. The green bottle sherry favored by Zifa is a dry wine, crisp yet tinged with bitterness, sweet at first, but ultimately bitter, a taste that does not cater to the broader palate. Zifa's fondness for this particular wine reflects his own life journey. Upon finishing a bottle, Zifa suddenly inquires, "Victorly, I can see you are a person of considerable thought, though you are still quite young. Your manner of engaging with others resembles that of a young Sengoku. The difference is that you are far more duplicitous." Taken aback, Victorly sets down the wine bottle and immediately retorts, "Hey, teacher Zifa. Calling me duplicitous is a bit excessive. This is merely a sign of maturity and high emotional intelligence." "Humph." Zifa scoffs. Shaking his head, he retrieves a cigar from his pocket, lights it, and tosses one to Victorly before lighting another for himself, saying, "This is why neither Garp nor I could ever become fleet admiral. People like you are far too cunning." Zifa's tone softens as he gently asks, "Would you share your perspective on the Marines?" "The Marines? Aren't they synonymous with justice?" Victorly exhales a puff of smoke, frowning as he bluntly replies, "To me, the current Marines resemble a dog striving to break free from its chains. They are, in essence, slaves shackled by the world government. They are aware of the many misdeeds committed by the world government and yearn to resist, yet they find themselves powerless to do so, beyond the chains around their necks. They are entirely dependent on the world government for sustenance, lacking the means to survive on their own. Should they venture forth, they would starve. Moreover, they are afflicted by ailments that cling to them like a curse, debilitating their progress." After Victorly finishes his discourse, Zifa remains silent for a long while. Only after the cigar has extinguished does Zifa bitterly state, "You certainly possess the audacity to speak freely. Henceforth, refrain from voicing such opinions, lest they be overheard. Victorly, what does the term pirate signify to you?" "Pirate," Victorly asserts with unwavering conviction, "chaos. For freedom is inherently chaotic. The vast majority of pirates are fundamentally a rabble who, under the guise of seeking freedom, engage in plunder and destruction." Roger's dying words have inspired an increasing number of individuals to take to the seas as pirates, adding yet another rallying cry for the pursuit of dreams. The so-called dream of the grand treasure ultimately boils down to a quest for wealth and material gain. Of course, there exists a small faction of individuals who genuinely revel in the journey across the seas. Perhaps they even engage in acts of kindness that surpass the righteousness of the Marines. Yet, by hoisting the pirate flag, they embody chaos. The more notorious these pirates become, the greater the number of people they influence to embark on their own piratical journeys. They are even more foolish than those who merely chase treasure. At least the other pirates understand what they desire. After extinguishing his cigar, Victorly continues, "I do not deny that some pirates are driven to their paths due to the incompetence of rulers, the oppression of local officials, or the bullying of the Marines. For them, there are no alternatives. Becoming a pirate upon the sea or a bandit upon the land becomes their sole choice. However, these individuals remain a minority. They are the sacrifices of this world, a tide of circumstances we cannot alter. There is no absolute fairness or justice in this world, not even in fairy tales. In any era, the underprivileged are always powerless in the face of authority. The distinction lies in whether they possess greater power to advocate for their cause. Yet the darkness behind the light never reveals itself to the world. Even justice, despite its hypocrisy, is bound by various rules." Teacher Zifa, the pursuit of freedom represented by chaotic pirates is the root of this world's turmoil. Victorly gazes earnestly at Zifa and declares, "Pirates are all a bunch of damned fools." Chapter 19. A qualified marine is a butcher with bloodstained hands. Damned fools. Zifa bursts into laughter, his tone lightening. "So, are you akin to a Kainu, willing to sacrifice everything in the name of justice?" Victorly shakes his head. "We are still different, at the very least. I would not slaughter pirates indiscriminately. If collaborating with them could make me stronger, I would not hesitate to exploit that opportunity. As for sacrifice, it depends on what is being sacrificed." Teacher Zifa, Victorly asserts with gravity, "I am no saint. I am merely an ordinary person. Sacrifice, in my eyes, also requires discernment. I understand." Zifa pats Victorly's shoulder. "After this conversation, I find myself increasingly eager to see what changes you might bring to the Marines. Your thoughts are distinctly different from others, possessing a unique philosophy that if I had heard you speak this way 20 years ago, I would have surely knocked you down with a single punch. But now, go for it." Victorly. At the end of December, Victorly achieved first place and received a medal for his academic excellence. Tina and Azura followed closely behind, securing second and third places respectively. The Ottoman brothers ranked over 70. While Smoker, unfortunately, found himself at the bottom of the list. Tina mockingly commented on Smoker's score, suggesting that even with his eyes closed, he could achieve a higher mark by merely doodling on the exam paper. At the beginning of January, a New Year banquet was set to take place, immediately followed by a month and a half of practical training at SEIN the days leading up to the event. Everyone busied themselves preparing performances, gathering in the activity room to watch various shows broadcast by the image telephone bugs, starting their learning process. The telephone bugs in this world serve numerous functions, including television capabilities, offering a plethora of programs on specific channels, and even live broadcasts without the need for applications. If there are enough viewers, some television stations will even strongly promote certain shows. Meanwhile, Victoli sat in Zephyr's office, perusing the year's newspapers. Preoccupied with training, he was unaware of the significant events that had transpired until Zephyr informed him of a major incident involving the Sun Pirates. Fisher Tiger had died this year. Arlong was captured by Kizaru while seeking revenge against humans, and the world government extended an invitation to Jinbei to join the 7 warlords of the sea. Next year, Jinbei would be joining the ranks of the warlords in honor of Arlong. One cannot deny that the world government and the Navy made a rather odious move. While Victoli does not oppose the system of the warlords, he insists on compliance and obedience rather than rebelliousness. Victoli continued flipping through other newspapers, eventually pulling out 2 articles. One reported that the music kingdom of Elijah had been destroyed by the red-haired pirates, while the other detailed a chaotic auction at Sabati Archipelago where the gum-gum fruit was stolen amid the turmoil. These 2 events represented 2 formidable individuals. The former was Yuta, raised by Shanks, and possessing the powers of the gum-gum fruit, capable of summoning the demons beneath Elijah Island. Her abilities, aside from that, serve as excellent support. Moreover, her future fanbase is expected to be overwhelmingly vast, potentially making her the world's foremost idol. The latter, Tizolo, who had consumed the gold fruit, would provide ample resources if he could be controlled. Victoli committed these 2 matters to memory. Yuta would not be difficult to recruit into the Navy with the right approach, but controlling Tizolo would depend on fate. Even if found, it would be a challenge to manage him. Regardless, both individuals must be brought under control. Unbeknownst to Yuta regarding the truth of Eligia's destruction, she mistakenly believed that Shanks and his crew had abandoned her on the island. With a little guidance, she could easily become a righteous Navy officer, and even if it meant battling against the red-haired crew or killing them, she would likely show no mercy. As for Tizolo, if he proves unmanageable, he must be eliminated. One can never tell when the gold fruit might reappear. Time passed swiftly, and soon the day of the New Year banquet arrived. This year, the number of attendees was relatively sparse, making the spacious banquet hall feel somewhat empty. Nevertheless, the atmosphere remained vibrant. Among the participants were 68 female cadets, who took on numerous performances for the occasion, joined by several male cadets who collaborated with them in stage plays. Although the acts may have been somewhat kitsch, the attire of the female cadets was nothing short of eye-catching. Whether in alluring dance costumes or standard military uniforms, they were indeed a sight to behold. Barring a few larger ladies, the night wore on. The festivities stretched nearly 5 hours, and as the event began to wind down, those still awake stood together to sing a poignant song. The sea is watching. The beginning of this world, the sea also knows. The end of this world. Thus it guides the direction, the path we should tread, so it points us to the destination, the world that is right. Pain and suffering, all are embraced. The vast and gentle wraps me in grace. The sea is watching. The beginning of this world. The sea also knows. The end of this world. Should I vanish from this realm, the all-knowing sea will still guide me. Fear not, for you are with me. Cowardice is absent, for my comrades await. If Bink Sake is the song of pirates, then this song of the sea's guidance is the anthem of the Navy. More precisely, it serves as a tribute to the Navy. Each year, countless naval officers perish in battles against pirates, sacrificing their lives to uphold a so-called justice and protect their homes. Not everyone possesses extraordinary strength. The vast majority of this world comprises ordinary people, where a single bullet can claim life. The reason figures like Sengoku advocate for maintaining peace with notorious pirates and preserving the world's balance is primarily due to the lower-tier Navy and civilians. Even with Victoli's current strength, he could easily slay hundreds of ordinary sailors, let alone the top-tier experts. The voices of all present were somber. Some cadets, who had indulged in drink, gradually calmed down as the last line concluded. Zephyr poured an entire bottle of red wine onto the ground, marking the end of the banquet. Just 3 days after the conclusion of the festivities, they would embark on a mission to eradicate pirates. An excitement buzzed through the air as everyone discussed the upcoming adventure. For these cadets, many of whom had already served 2 or 3 years in the Navy, some lacked practical combat experience. Having focused solely on training, their fervor had no outlet, especially after 10 months of rigorous training that had spurred significant growth. They were eager for a chance to engage with pirates and prove themselves. Conversely, those with prior combat experience, like Victoli and Smoker, remained composed and somewhat serious, aware of the brutality of battle. Victoli recalled the first time he killed a pirate, feeling as though he would be sick. Yet, in a world like this, war and slaughter were inevitable. A qualified Navy officer is, by necessity, a butcher stained with blood. Chapter 20. That is justice. In previous years, the training camp's warships would anchor in a location within the Navy-controlled waters of the first half of the Grand Line. They would then pursue any nearby pirates based on intelligence relayed from various bases. Generally, intelligent pirate crews would avoid lingering in such areas, having done their homework before arriving in the Grand Line, resulting in encounters primarily with reckless individuals whose strength was often not formidable. After Zephyr and several instructors dispatched the leading pirates, the cadets engaged in skirmishes with the lower-ranking henchmen. Occasionally, they would resort to cannon fire. Employing a cat-and-mouse approach to toy with the pirates, the training camp's warships were custom-built, leaving ordinary pirate vessels with no hope of escape. This year, however, Zephyr opted for a non-member nation SC area, where known naval vessels patrolled, rumored to be near a pirate stronghold. Upon revealing the destination, Federer expressed astonishment, saying, "Zephyr-sensei, in previous years, even when we were present, there were always areas we could not cover, resulting in cadets getting injured. This year, we only have one warship, alongside you and our 4 instructors, totaling merely 245 combat personnel. Rumor has it that the notorious Bear Pirates, with a bounty exceeding 200 million, control the island. It is a pirate supply point. If we intend to strike there, I believe it would be wiser for the nearby branch to take action. It is far too dangerous for these cadets." Zephyr shook his head with a chuckle, replying, "Ha, Federer, there is no need for concern. This year is different. Do not forget that our training camp has produced a true monster. Azura and her peers possess formidable strength. They will not be inferior to those pirates. This year might even be easier than expected." "All right, that settles it." The sky was overcast, and the morning wind was biting. Victoli stood on the deck, gazing at the surging sea. Zephyr emerged from the cabin and, upon spotting Victoli, exclaimed, "Are you honing your observation hockey this early? Hurry back. Allers has prepared a hearty breakfast just for you." He then inquired, "By the way, what is the range of your observation hockey now?" Victoli released his hockey, answering softly, "About a kilometer in proximity, at Zephyr-sensei." Victoli continued, "At my current strength, where do I stand in the Navy? Can I contend with pirates boasting bounties exceeding 100 million? Where do you stand?" "A bounty over 100 million? Zephyr chuckled softly, saying, "Your circumstances are indeed rare within the Navy. Your overall strength falls between that of a colonel and a rear admiral at AS for bounties on pirates." "Victoli," Zephyr's tone turned serious, "the bounty does not reflect a pirate's actual strength. The amount is primarily determined by the chaos and destruction they cause in this world. Some pirates may have high bounties, but that is merely due to their pillaging of towns and the numerous lives they have taken. Some pirates may only have a bounty of a few million, yet due to their infrequent engagements, their true strength remains shrouded in mystery. Perhaps their prowess rivals that of an admiral. Thus, Victorly, you must not take this lightly." Upon seeing Victorly nod in acknowledgement, Zephyr's tone softened slightly. "Of course, I refer only to rare instances. As a caution against complacency, after all, one's strength significantly influences the bounty amount. The very least, those with bounties exceeding 50 million are undoubtedly formidable. Judging by your capabilities, conservatively speaking, you should have no trouble dealing with pirates boasting bounties of 60 to 80 million. Gazing at Zephyr's serious demeanor, Victorly momentarily struggled to discern whether he was jesting, given his current strength. "Well, let us proceed to dine. Breakfast includes your favorite, large meat buns. After Zephyr departed, Victorly clenched his fist and murmured to himself, "Is it merely 60 to 80 million? What if I were to unleash my devil fruit powers?" Rofi Island lies on the western side of the Grand Line's initial stretch, gaining a modest reputation among the pirates of paradise. Once, there was a town upon the island, yet due to relentless pirate raids, the residents either perished or fled, transforming it into a haven for numerous pirates. Eventually, it fell under the dominion of the Bear Pirate crew, whose bounty exceeded 200 million, and they abducted many civilians to reside there, thus officially establishing it as a pirate supply point. The captain of the Bear Pirate crew, named Atwood, possesses a bounty of 86 million. However, his true power far eclipses his bounty, as many pirates who attempted to betray him met their demise at his hands. The crew is replete with skilled individuals, aside from Atwood, the first and second mates. Fiora and Jot carry bounties of 55 million and 38 million, respectively. Additionally, the chief combat leader, the Fox Hunter Borat, has a bounty of 60 million. They are among the few who managed to return intact after traversing the New World. Atwood, a towering figure exceeding 5 meters in height, stood outside as snowflakes fell, yet he perspired profusely, shedding his shirt, his body hair resembling a natural sweater. Cheers. After downing the contents of his bowl, the woman beside Atwood hurriedly struggled to refill it from a barrel, while Borat, sporting a goat beard, lecherously placed his hand on the woman's backside, leaving her unable to voice her anger, silently enduring. Observing this, Atwood showed no signs of irritation. Instead, he pushed the woman towards Borat, declaring, "If you fancy her, then take her. However, with you wallowing in the company of women all day, I doubt your strength will ever grow." "And what of it?" Borat leered, kissing the woman carelessly, responding, "Brother, we are not fools chasing after some grand treasure. Wouldn't it be delightful to live comfortably here for a few years, save enough money, and become mountain bandits somewhere? I have no desire to venture into the New World again. It's tantamount to courting death." Borat's words rendered the group silent for a moment, before Jot chuckled and added, "Precisely. When the time comes, we shall cease being pirates. We could find a nation in the North Sea or South Sea and become bandits there. With our strength, we could still thrive." Ha ha ha. At the port of Rofi Island, a multitude of robust men congregated. After a tall man dispatched the last pirate at the harbor, he solemnly addressed the others. "Have you all made your decision? Given our strength, we may all perish." Hearing the man's words, the others became animated. "We have decided, Brother Russell. We would rather die than endure this humiliating existence. Our wives and daughters have been taken by pirates, and we are forced to transport their goods, laboring through the most arduous tasks. If this continues, we would choose death." "Very well." The man named Russell nodded. "Since you have made your decision, I am relieved." At that moment, before Russell could finish, several men suddenly pointed towards the sea. "Brother Russell, a ship approaches. That is, Justice, a naval warship." Russell turned to see a four-masted warship, flying the Navy flag, bravely cutting through the heavy snow towards the port. His expression shifted as he murmured, "Justice. Is it truly justice?" Chapter 21. He understands the foundation of power initially. Zephyr was prepared for cannon fire, but upon learning from the lookout that the gathering at the port did not resemble pirates, he leaped down first. Victorly followed suit. Using the moonwalk technique to land beside Zephyr at the port, several corpses lay on the ground, unmistakably pirates, as evidenced by their darkened skin and matching tattoos. Upon seeing Zephyr and Victorly, the crowd eagerly exclaimed, "Navy, are you here to rescue us? Are you here to eliminate the Bear Pirate crew? Will this place come under the protection of the Navy?" "Enough. Calm yourselves." Zephyr pointed to a tall man in the crowd. "What is your name? Speak. What has happened here?" The man, robust in stature and clad in thin linen, stood out among the shivering crowd, his complexion rosy. After a brief pause, he responded, "My name is Russell, Blake Russell. We are captives of the Bear Pirate crew. We routinely transport goods at the port. Our wives and daughters are coerced into farming for them." However, upon hearing the call of Victorly, Smoker's lower body transformed into smoke and floated into the air. With a powerful twist, countless wisps of smoke materialized, obscuring the pirate's line of sight. The enormous smoky arms came crashing down upon the 6-story wooden building. Boom! Who goes there? As the smoke dissipated, the pirates surged forth, with Atwood and Pollard emerging as well. Unfazed by the presence of so many Marines, Atwood furrowed his brow and inquired, "Marines, What is the meaning of this? We have not plundered any allied nations. Victoli disregarded his words, instead examining the bounty notice he held and stating, that S. Atwood, he S. mine. Azura, Fiori, take care of him. Telete, you two deal with Pollitt. Smoker, I leave him to you. Tina, direct the battle. Ensure support for the others. Commence fighting now. Understood. Seeing Victoli effortlessly assign tasks to his comrades as if they were insignificant, Atwood and his companions were incensed. Atwood transformed into a massive brown bear and charged at Victoli, shouting, "You little brat, do you think just because you are a Marine, we should fear you? Die here." As the furious bear barreled towards him, Victoli swiftly dodged to the side, leading Atwood away. Meanwhile, Azura and the others intentionally drew Pollitt away, allowing Tina to rally the remaining recruits against the pirates. Noticing Zifa's fixation on the ordinary recruits rather than observing Victoli's battle, Federer could not help but remark, "Teacher Zifa, aren't you going to keep an eye on Victoli and the others? I can manage over here. I've heard of Atwood. He has ventured into the New World and returned alive with his crew. Though his bounty exceeds 80 million, his strength is undoubtedly formidable. He previously allied with Wang Ji, and his bounty has not changed for years. If we consider bounty alone, he should be worth at least 200 million. While Victoli is powerful, he likely isn't a match for that guy, especially since he is a Zoan devil fruit user. Do not worry," Zifa replied nonchalantly. "Victoli has long been aware of our presence here, yet he has directed Atwood elsewhere. This indicates his absolute confidence. Moreover, Victoli is also a Zoan-type user. Did you not notice that he was once shackled by seastone cuffs?" "What?" Federer exclaimed incredulously. "When did this happen? How was I unaware? Since Victoli is a user, why has he never utilized his powers?" "Ha ha!" Zifa chuckled with satisfaction. "That is because he understands the essence of true strength. Federer, just watch. That little brat will undoubtedly bring about a transformation for the Marines. When I told him he could handle pirates with bounties between 60 and 80 million. He will certainly feel challenged to prove himself." Chapter 22. Have you not heard of mythical Zoans? In his beast form, Atwood, having inflicted no damage upon Victoli, decisively shifted to his hybrid form, now towering over 6 meters with a robust physique. Atwood exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure upon Victoli. With his colossal hand, he swiped down at Victoli, who deliberately sought to test his strength by covering his fist with armament hockey and meeting the attack head-on. Boom! Victoli's calves sank into the earth, his face reddening as he blocked the strike. While Victoli fell short in power compared to Atwood's hybrid state, he nonetheless managed to withstand the blow. However, despite his fist being held at bay, Atwood gripped Victoli's hand with both of his own and forcefully pulled outward, attempting to tear him apart. Bang! Bang! Victoli stomped on Atwood's abdomen, executing a flip that landed a kick directly to Atwood's chin, simultaneously freeing himself from Atwood's grasp. "You little brat, I will tear you apart." Atwood shook his neck and, with explosive force, propelled his legs toward Victoli like cannonballs. Shave. Gale foot. Break. Utilizing shave, Victoli effortlessly maneuvered behind Atwood, lifting his right leg to unleash a vacuum slash aimed at Atwood's neck. Bang! Yet Atwood not only anticipated the trajectory of Victoli's assault, but also preemptively cloaked his neck with armament hockey. As Victoli landed, he looked at Atwood and remarked, "Just an 86 million bounty pirate. Is hockey at such a level merely just? Atwood gaped, a grin spreading across his face. "Ha ha, such arrogance from a little brat. An 86 million bounty holds no significance in your eyes. You truly are insufferable. I've decided to unleash my full power to show you. Die." Bang! Atwood leaped into the air, his massive palm descending forcefully upon Victoli. Iron block. Clang! Victoli, having enhanced his defense with armament hockey, emerged unscathed from the impact. However, the ground beneath him cracked like a spider's web, and his legs sank into the earth. Atwood, fists raised, continued his relentless assault. His attacks were ferocious, akin to a frenzied brown bear, perhaps the reason behind his moniker, the Violent Bear. While Victoli lacked the raw power of Atwood, he relied on his agility and size, temporarily fending off Atwood's onslaught. During the clash, Victoli intentionally employed all 6 forms, engaging Atwood in a series of hockey-infused exchanges. Having mastered the 6 forms in hockey, this marked his first true battle, and Victoli naturally wished for its duration to extend. Only through combat could one uncover their shortcomings, hone their abilities, and grow stronger. After dozens of exchanges, Atwood discerned Victoli's intentions, infuriating him to the point of halting his attacks. "You little brat. You have successfully enraged me. Since you wish for it, I shall oblige." Violent bear charge. Atwood's already robust arms swelled further, crouching low like a bear as he charged towards Victoli. Just before reaching Victoli, Atwood leaped into the air. Swinging his gigantic hand down once more, shave. The air erupted with a piercing whistle as Victoli, not foolish enough to receive the blow, propelled himself away, vanishing in an instant. Die. Yet what Victoli did not anticipate was Atwood employing a similar technique to shave. Materializing before Victoli in a heartbeat. In that critical moment, Victoli summoned his scarce haki to shield his heart, gathering all his strength. Iron block. Boom. The moment the iron block formed, Atwood's colossal palm slammed into Victoli's chest. Gush. Bang. Blood spewed forth as Victoli's body was flung over 100 meters, embedding itself in a massive rock. Observing this, Atwood reverted to his normal form, disdain etched on his face as he declared, "Naive. Did you truly believe the 6 forms are some rare technique? Do you think of me as a whetstone? It's apparent you lack the qualifications. These little brats are simply laughable. There are countless so-called geniuses. Yet at least 80% perish due to their arrogance." Spit. After expelling a mouthful of saliva, Atwood turned to leave, but suddenly halted. Crack. Bang. You. Atwood turned back to see Victoli slowly approaching, shaking his head in resignation. Is living not preferable? Why seek death? Is it in the name of defending your absurd sense of justice, to uphold your beliefs? Then I shall grant you that. Atwood transformed again into his hybrid form, gathering strength to charge at Victoli, yet abruptly stopped. Under the sunlight, Victoli radiated a blinding golden light, causing Atwood to squint. Upon reopening his eyes, he beheld Victoli, adorned with wings and covered in golden feathers. And his heart tightened with immense humiliation. "You too are a user? What did you mean earlier? Not to use your full strength? Do you look down upon me?" "Ah, indeed," Victoli replied calmly, nodding that I initially intended to engage you in a proper battle to identify my own shortcomings. Yet I did not anticipate you possessing a few tricks of your own. Therefore, to demonstrate my respect for you, then I shall exert my utmost effort." Raijin no Kaze, Victorali ascended into the air, raising his claw-like feet to strike at Atwood below with 2 swift motions. Crack. Boom. A bolt of lightning materialized out of thin air, descending upon Atwood with such swiftness that he had no time to react. Atwood, with his toughened skin, was not significantly harmed by the lightning. However, he was momentarily taken aback by the wound on his shoulder, resembling a gash, spear of flames. As Victorali gracefully descended, he rapidly struck the air before him with both hands, unleashing a barrage akin to a Gatling gun towards Atwood. Bang bang. Atwood, fortifying himself with the color of armament, skillfully dodged left and right, but still bore numerous minor wounds that emitted wisps of smoke, causing him to grimace in pain. As Victorali landed, Atwood gritted his teeth and bellowed, "You bastard! Enough with the jest. This is no mere Zoan-type devil fruit. With both lightning and fire, what sort of special paramecia user are you?" Victorali paused momentarily before responding with a soft chuckle. "Humph, it appears you are not as formidable as you claim. Are you truly unaware of the mythical Zoan type?" Chapter 23. Russell's loyalty. Upon hearing Victorali's words, Atwood stood frozen, bewildered. He had indeed heard of the mythical Zoan, but it had never crossed his mind. The rarity of such fruits was astounding. Not even the most seasoned pirate who had sailed the seas for a lifetime had encountered one. The mythical Zoan fruits were rumored to possess power that rivaled or even surpassed that of the Logia type. Recalling the lightning and flames from earlier, Atwood forced a false smile after a moment of contemplation. Addressing Victorali, "Dear Navy officer, shall we negotiate? My treasure is aboard my ship. Allow me to leave, and I shall bestow it upon you. What say you?" Victorali remained silent for a brief moment, then regarded Atwood with an unusual gaze, replying, "Have you lost your wits? By killing you, I not only acquire the treasure, but also a bounty exceeding 80 million. Only a fool would let you go." Seeing the mockery on Victorali's face, Atwood bared his fangs and shouted, "Do you truly believe I fear you? What mythical Zoan? If you offer me no mercy, then I shall slay you today, mythical or not." Boom. Atwood's muscles bulged as he exerted force through his legs, launching himself towards Victorali. Victorali, unsheathing his long sword, swung it at the airborne Atwood. Whoosh! A crescent-shaped slash surged towards Atwood, and Victorali wore a faint smile. Indeed, the principle is interconnected. As Master Zifa said, physical prowess is the foundation of true strength. Despite not having practiced swordsmanship recently, he was able to effortlessly unleash a slashing attack. The sword energy extended for miles, a single strike capable of chilling 19 realms. This was the path of the sword master he aspired to become. Bang! Observing Atwood effortlessly deflect the slash with a single hand, Victorali's expression darkened. The color of armament surged along the blade, darkening its tip, while a gentle breeze emanated from the sword. Victorali countered with a reverse slash aimed at Atwood. Atwood, wearing a fierce expression, swung both palms down towards Victorali as he noticed another slash forming, aiming for him through the gap between his hands. Atwood scoffed, summoning his strength to withstand the blow. Boom! Splurt! Their attacks collided simultaneously. Victorali coughed up blood and staggered back several meters before regaining his footing. Atwood's strength was indeed impressive. Despite Victorali's enhanced power and speed in his transformed state, he still fell short in terms of the quantity and intensity of the armament. Atwood stood motionless, as if under the influence of an unseen force. Only when Victorali approached did Atwood finally inquire, "What was that? Even with your swordsmanship, you could not have." Victorali had reverted to his human form. Pulling a cigar from his pocket and igniting it with a flick of his finger, a flame igniting in response to "Ah, it is the power of wind. It is quite complex." That last slash combined the wind blade. I had a sudden inspiration to experiment, and to my surprise, it succeeded. Atwood, with a fierce countenance and evident strain, remarked, "Lightning, fire, and the power of wind. Is this the mythical Zoan? Truly formidable. Indeed, formidable." Puff! As Atwood's voice faded, a sudden surge of blood erupted from his heart, and his body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Victorali glanced at Atwood's corpse, cigar in mouth, and took flight into the sky. Even in his beast-human form, Atwood would not have perished so easily. He simply had not anticipated the penetrating power of Victorali's slash. Had he utilized the armament for defense rather than offense, he might have fought fiercely for several more rounds. From the sky, Victorali activated his observation hockey, closely monitoring the battles unfolding below, despite soaring hundreds of meters into the air. Both Zifa and Fedeler had taken notice. Fedeler, peering through his binoculars at Victorali, exclaimed in astonishment, "What is that ability?" "Golden feathers. A bird-type animal devil fruit. How exceedingly rare." Bang! Upon seeing Victorali raise his hand, a bolt of lightning struck the battlefield, causing Fedelator's eyes to widen in shock. "Master Zifa, did you see that? What is it?" "Lightning. So the lightning earlier was also conjured by Victorali. Can he control the lightning element? What kind of fruit is this? An ancient type? Or perhaps a mythical one?" Zifa looked up at Victorali in the sky, astonished. "I never imagined this little brat's ability was not merely an ordinary animal type, a bird's mythical Zoan fruit. How intriguing. He will indeed be a valuable asset." While the members of the Violent Bear pirate crew were formidable, they still paled in comparison to the students. Despite their extensive battle experience, the students compensated with their strength, resulting in injuries but no fatalities among their ranks. Smoker, after a grueling battle, also emerged victorious against his opponent. However, Azura and the Tiger brothers encountered considerable difficulties. Azura's adversary, Fiori, had mastered the color of armament, inflicting severe wounds upon Azura, who ultimately triumphed only after suddenly comprehending the technique himself. Meanwhile, Borat turned out to be a Zoan-type fox user, possessing an even greater mastery of the color of armament than Fiori. Leaving the Tiger brothers bloodied and battered, it was only when Russell arrived and launched a surprise attack that Borat was severely injured, concluding the conflict. After the battle, Victorali returned with Atwood's lifeless body. The Navy would receive a reward for capturing bountied pirates after verification, though the amount would be halved. Typically, it was shared evenly among the officers, barring a few greedy ones. Upon seeing Atwood's corpse, Russell called Victorali aside and knelt before him, declaring, "Captain Victorali, after my family fled from the North Sea, we encountered Atwood in the Grand Line, and all perished at his hands save for me. You have avenged my family, and from this day forth, my life belongs to you." Victorali quickly helped Russell to his feet, stating, "There is no need for such formality. Capturing pirates is the duty of the Navy." Livewell, Russell shook his head solemnly, asserting, "No, I am a noble. The honor of the black family does not permit such actions. I stand by my word. Russell retrieved a metal insignia from his pocket, proclaiming loudly, by the blossom of the bougainvillea, from this day forth, I, Black Russell, shall be your most loyal servant. Seeing Russell pledge allegiance with his family crest, Victorali felt it unnecessary to argue further. While most nobles were indeed corrupt, one could not deny their emphasis on family honor, rarely going back on their word. Russell possessed commendable strength, making him a suitable candidate, whether as a Navy officer or a covert operative in the shadows. It was essential to have a few reliable confidants. Chapter 24. Draw your blades and slay those several high-ranking members of the violent bear pirate crew had perished, the majority of the remaining low-ranking pirates, aside from a few who fought to the death, chose to surrender. Over 300 pirates lay bound and prostrate on the ground, while the students stood guard with their weapons drawn, just as Fedelaire intended to step forward. Zifa abruptly seized him, leaving Fedelaire utterly perplexed. Master Zifa, is the battle not over? What are we still doing here? Zephyr gazed sternly at the pirates. The battle is merely a division of victory and defeat. It is far from over. Following Zephyr's gaze, Federer widened his eyes in disbelief. No way, Teacher Zephyr. Victory is merely a new recruit of less than 2 years, and he is only 18. Victory whispered a few words to Tiger and Ted, who nodded in understanding and proceeded towards the port. Subsequently, Victory approached the group of pirates, dragging out a dozen of them, while another dozen trainees escorted them to the side. Once they reached a secluded area, Victory addressed the trainees. Now, draw your long swords from your waists. Cut off the heads of these pirates. What? Seeing the trainees' bewildered expressions, Victory, with a stoic demeanor, reiterated. I said, draw your long swords. Sever their heads. You have 10 seconds. Failure to comply will lead me to believe you are disobeying orders on the battlefield. Whoosh. Observing Victory's swift action as he shot down a fleeing pirate, the other trainees no longer hesitated, drawing their long swords and striking down upon the bound pirates. Splatter. Victory nodded with satisfaction, then pointed at the slowest trainee, saying, Sally, you stay? We will continue shortly. Yes. When the second batch of trainees arrived, they were confronted with the headless corpses of the previous pirates, and they instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Run, lightning strike, crack. After felling all the pirates, Victory shouted loudly. Cut. This time, Sally was the first to draw her long sword and strike down, prompting the others to follow suit, except for one female trainee named Eliza, who hesitated to comply with Victory's command. Victory, his expression icy, looked at her and asked, Did you not hear my order? Eliza, they have already surrendered. We cannot proceed in this manner. How are we any different from the pirates if we... Crack. Victory drew his pistol, loaded a bullet, and aimed it at Eliza's head, coldly stating, I am not negotiating with you. Remember, this is an order. This is not a training camp. This is war. I am giving you a chance. If you do not execute my command within 10 seconds, I will execute you on the spot. Seeing the murderous intent in Victory's eyes, Eliza quickly drew her long sword and struck down. Splatter. Blood splattered all over Eliza, and only then did Victory holster his gun. Eliza, you stay. We will continue shortly. When only 100 or so pirates remained, they began to sense something amiss. As Victory approached again, the pirates looked up at the bloodied trainees, and one of them cried out in despair, Navy, what are you doing? We have already surrendered. You cannot do this. The trainees had long realized what Victory was doing. Some wished to speak up, but were silenced by the expression on Victory's face, afraid to voice their thoughts. Seeing this, Victory decisively ordered, all remaining trainees, draw your sabers now. Sever the heads of these pirates. Quickly. What? Some trainees, upon hearing Victory's words, resolutely approached the pirates from behind, drawing their long swords to strike down. However, dozens of trainees remained frozen in place, unsure of what to do, most of whom were female. The pirates, terrified, wet their pants in fear and attempted to flee, but upon standing, they were mercilessly gunned down, leaving the remaining pirates too afraid to make a move. Victory turned his gaze to the dozens of trainees and spoke in a deep voice. This battle is not over. I am the commander. I am not here to negotiate. This is an order. If you do not comply, I have the authority to execute you. What? At that moment, Smoker and Tina arrived with the injured Azura, and upon witnessing the gruesome scene, Smoker shouted angrily. Victory! What are you doing? This is slaughter. Oh, Victory raised an eyebrow, his tone indifferent. You arrived just in time. Now draw your sabers and sever the heads of these scoundrels. What? You bastard! Smoker, fuming with rage, grabbed Victory by the collar. But to his astonishment, Tina and Azura approached two pirates and unhesitatingly drew their sabers to strike. Splatter! Tina, Azura, Smoker stared incredulously at them and asked, "What are you doing?" "Why are you listening to this bastard?" Tina replied calmly. "Because it is an order." Smoker. Victory swatted Smoker's hand aside, his expression unyielding. "Now go execute the order. Kill those pirates. And you all." You. Witnessing other trainees also succumbing to the pressure and raising their long swords. Smoker shouted in fury. "Stop! Victory! You bastard!" Smoker raised his fist to strike, but Victory's expression turned cold as he dodged to the side and delivered a powerful knee strike. Bang! Cough! The knee strike, imbued with armed hockey, caused Smoker to double over in pain. And then Smoker felt a tightening grip around his neck as Victory lifted him off the ground. Disobeying orders, attacking a superior, Victory's voice was laced with murderous intent. "Even if I were to strangle you to death right now, Teacher Zephyr would not hold me accountable. Do you think this is a game? Treating military orders as child's play? If you have any grievances afterward, you can take them up with Teacher Zephyr. But right now, you will obey my every word." Smoker struggled fiercely, but as Victory's grip tightened, he could only choke, gripping Victory's hand with all his might, too afraid to make a move, for he sensed that Victory truly had the intent to kill him. Tina attempted to step forward to assist Smoker, but Azura pulled her back, shaking his head. "And you all?" Victory turned to the remaining trainees, shouting, "Are you showing mercy to a bunch of pirates? Mercy to a group of robbers and arsonists? Do you think that because they have surrendered, they deserve to live, and that we should follow protocol to notify the nearby navy to take them for trial? Not to mention we do not have that much time to waste. How many resources does it take for a warship to arrive here? How much food would they waste during that time? Do you know how many civilians could be fed with those resources? The so-called laws and regulations, you should just look at them. Do not be foolish enough to adhere to them. If we followed everything to the letter, this world would have long perished. If you are dissatisfied, then feel free to ask them." Following the direction Victory pointed, the trainees saw Tiger and Ted leading the townsfolk and workers toward them. "Go ask them, do we need to take good care of these pirates? Feed them and let them drink well. Then take them for trial. Ask them about their deceased relatives. Ask those innocent souls." Bang! Looking at the trainees, who lowered their heads in shame, Victory forcefully threw the nearly unconscious Smoker to the ground and shouted, "Remember this. The Navy does not need to show mercy to enemies. When facing pirates, put away your damn compassion and supposed mercy. Otherwise, you can take off your uniforms and leave the Navy. Now draw your sabers and kill." Chapter 25. A born leader splatter, as the last pirate's head flew into the air. Smoker tossed aside his saber, expressionless as he lit a cigar. Watching the pirates' blood stain the snow red, the ground littered with terrifying heads, the townsfolk, instead of being afraid, knelt down with excitement. "Thank you, Navy. Thank you. The just Navy. The just Navy." The voices of thousands of civilians expressing their gratitude instantly filled those trainees with deep shame. Victory led the trainees, hurriedly helping them to their feet. "You do not need to thank us. It is our duty to slay pirates. Therefore, rather than you thanking us, we owe you an apology." Victory bent down sincerely. "We arrived late. We were delayed. Is delayed justice still considered justice? Your gratitude humbles us." Witnessing Victory bow deeply in apology, the other trainees promptly followed suit. These common folk had never encountered such a spectacle, and in an instant, tears streamed down their faces. "Oh, noble Navy, you are truly remarkable. Although we are not a member state, you need not protect us. Navy, might you share your names with us? Which branch of the Navy do you belong to? We wish to erect a monument in your honor. We aspire to inspire future generations to join the Navy." Federer gazed in astonishment at this scene. While Zephyr wore a look of surprise that in his youth, Zephyr had also received much gratitude from people. Thus, he could discern the sincerity of these individuals at a glance. He could also sense that Victory's display was feigned. Despite his seemingly heartfelt expression and occasional wiping of tears, his demeanor remained composed, devoid of the shame and excitement he pretended to exhibit. Puff! Zephyr extracted a cigar, igniting it and exhaling a smoke ring with a chuckle. "This little rascal. is even more adept at pretense than during the Warring States period. Under the persistent requests of the civilians, the trainees, blushing, inscribed their names. Having never experienced such genuine gratitude and enthusiasm, they suddenly grasped the essence of the Navy's justice in that moment. Silence, please. Victorly pressed his hands down. And once everyone had quieted, he spoke. I have already dispatched individuals to collect the pirates' treasure, which will be evenly distributed among you shortly. However, there are no Navy forces stationed here, and this is not even a recognized nation. After we depart, the pirates will surely return. Therefore, we will contact the nearest Navy base to escort you away. You may return to your hometown if you have a place to go, for those with nowhere to turn. We will also reach out to the branches to inquire which member states are accepting refugees, so we can send you there. We will remain stationed here for the next few days until the warship that will take you arrives. Benefactor, sob. How can we repay you? Lord Victorly, noble Navy. Observing the civilians kneeling and weeping uncontrollably, the trainees hurriedly assisted them to their feet once more. Zephyr extinguished his cigar, reflecting, truly, he is of noble birth. A natural politician, effortlessly stirring the emotions of the people. Politician? Upon hearing Zephyr's words, Federer inquired with a hint of confusion. But Victorly is a Navy officer. We need not adhere to the ways of nobility. Do we? You are mistaken. Federer. Zephyr leaped down from the tree, his expression grave. Whether they be the fleet admiral or a king, they are all natural politicians. In other words, they are all born leaders. Those who do not understand how to manipulate emotions and rally allies cannot become leaders. The Navy is not like the pirates. Mere strength alone does not qualify one to become a fleet admiral. Let us go. They are approaching. Victorly pointed at Zephyr and declared, that is our instructor, Admiral Zephyr. You should be thanking him, for it is due to him that we can ensure your well-being. Someone in the crowd recognized Zephyr's identity and exclaimed in shock, is that the Black Arm Zephyr? No wonder you are so exceptional. So, you are disciples of Admiral Zephyr. Admiral Zephyr. Regarding the conditions, Victorly assured them. Zephyr wholeheartedly supported them. The treasure from the pirate ship was evenly distributed among them, and the warship that came to retrieve them arrived 4 days later. Furthermore, for those with nowhere to go, the Navy provided 3 member state options, which filled them with joy. Russell also departed with them, as per Victorly's instructions, to return to the North Sea. Additionally, Russell brought Victorly a significant surprise. Russell possessed the power of the paramecia-type steel fruit. The steel fruit is a particularly unique devil fruit that requires no training and has no concept of awakening. Its ability is to completely seize another's devil fruit power, though it offers only a single opportunity. It is undoubtedly a highly practical devil fruit. Victorly had already contemplated whose ability he would seize. With time still on their side, Admiral Zephyr concealed the warship in a secluded corner while the group remained stationed at Lofi Island. This was a resupply point for pirates, so naturally, pirates would come. Perhaps due to the weather, heavy snowfall had persisted in the vicinity until the warship departed, when 2 pirate crews finally arrived. Moreover, both crews combined were worth less than 50 million. Victorly didn't even need to intervene. Azura and the others handled the situation with the trainees. Drawing from past experiences, these 2 pirate crews left no survivors. Zephyr was quite satisfied with this outcome. His former policy of sparing the prominent had long since dissipated after the loss of his family to pirates many years ago. That on the return journey, the warship passed a small island and held a banquet. Victorly raised his glass and addressed the assembly. First and foremost, I must apologize to you all that I know that many of you, though silent, harbor grievances against me, perhaps even resentment. You lament that I am too strict, too serious. However, I am a person of clear distinctions. What is one, and what is two. When it comes to battle, I expect everyone to treat it with utmost seriousness. At this point, Victorly's tone grew somber. Because I do not wish to one day meet you again at your funerals, pirates will show you no mercy. Upon hearing Victorly's words, all trainees fell silent, and several female trainees stood, raising their glasses as they said, Victorly, thank you. After refilling their glasses, Victorly turned to the silent smoker and inquired, Smoker, you wouldn't truly hold a grudge against me. Would you allow this cup to serve as my apology? Shall we? Under the gaze of so many, Smoker stood up, his face flushed, and then downed the contents of his glass in one go. Observing how effortlessly Victorly diffused the discontent of these individuals, Zephyr thought to himself, indeed, a born leader. Even without strength, he can effortlessly best smoker. Chapter 26. Departure and rewards. Before returning, Zephyr had already reported to headquarters via telegram regarding the trainee's performance and provided his recommendations. At the Navy headquarters, in the Fleet Admiral's office, after reviewing Zephyr's report, Sengoku pondered for a moment before gently dialing a number on the transponder snail. Beep, beep. Once the connection was established, Sengoku spoke softly. Major rank at headquarters? Zephyr, are you certain you are not mistaken? The fourth monster from the training camp? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Do you mean he possesses the potential to become a top-tier combatant? Indeed, Zephyr replied with unwavering conviction. As long as he survives and grows, he is destined to become a top-tier force in the Navy. Moreover, I believe his talent surpasses even that of a Kuina and the others. Is that so? Sengoku merely sought confirmation from Zephyr, trusting his old friend's keen eye for talent. Understood. We shall proceed as you suggest. However, where will he go next? Should we transfer him to the G3 branch for Garp to train him? Perhaps not. Zephyr frowned and replied. That old coot Garp is far too unreliable. Victorly has his own plans. I have spoken to him privately. He prefers not to go directly to headquarters and instead wishes to return to the North Sea. I have already selected a location for him. Very well. We shall proceed as you say. After a brief silence, Zephyr suddenly spoke up. I must also congratulate you. I hear you will be officially taking up the position of Fleet Admiral this year. Has Admiral Kong already gone to the world government? Thus, Akainu and the others will need to uphold the Navy. Indeed, Sengoku's tone shifted to a more relaxed demeanor. After this year, you will no longer be addressed as Admiral Zephyr. This title will finally be inherited by someone else that I believe Kazan and the others will perform even better than we did. Zephyr smiled, setting down the bottle of wine. Is that so? I will not attend the awarding ceremony. Here, I congratulate you in advance, Sengoku, Fleet Admiral. Upon returning, we traversed the territorial waters of the Allied nations, patrolled by warships. Thus we encountered no pirates and the journey was exceedingly smooth. During this time, Zephyr guided the trainees on a brief tour of several countries. This left Victorly in a state of perplexity, as he was aware of the previous training routes of the camp, which typically remained close to the Allied nations. Federer also informed him that the reason for venturing into the waters of non-Allied nations this year was solely due to his presence. After all, the trainees of the camp were the elite of the Navy, and even the loss of one would be a substantial blow. Therefore, the year Zephyr lost his arm, he undoubtedly remained in the waters near the Allied nations. Given Zephyr's formidable strength, it was improbable that he could be defeated by Weibel in such a short span of time. Thus, there should have been ample opportunity for the Navy to provide support. Why then was the Navy's response so sluggish? Were there matters unknown to him? Amidst Victorly's musings, the warship returned to Beast Island. On the evening of their return, everyone gathered for the final banquet within the training camp, as the ships from the Four Seas and the headquarters had already docked at Beast Island. Following the award ceremony the next morning, they would be departing, late into the night, after sharing drinks with the trainees. Victorly noticed that both Zephyr and Azura had vanished, prompting him to ponder briefly before making his way toward the back mountain. Upon reaching the summit, he discovered Zephyr and Azura seated before a wooden cabin, enjoying roasted meat and sipping on drinks. Upon seeing Victorly's arrival, Zephyr's expression darkened. You little rascal! How dare you deceive Azura? You know full well that with your capabilities, I would certainly apply for a higher rank on your behalf. Hey, I had no idea, Victorly replied as he sat down beside them, picking up a bottle of red wine. Teacher Zephyr, you mustn't speak so carelessly. I genuinely made a bet with Azura. Speaking of which, don't you think roasted meat and red wine are a rather peculiar pairing? Is there no other drink available? You insolent brat. Zephyr retrieved a cigar, gesturing for Victorly to light it. Once Victorly had it lit, Zephyr continued, however, considering Azura's talent, it is indeed a pity for her to remain on this island with me. Victorly, I entrust her to you. You must take good care of her. Rest assured, Teacher Zephyr, Victorly replied, enunciating each word carefully. I can guarantee that if anything happens to Azura, it will only be on the battlefield. Zephyr paused momentarily, then pointed at Victorly while laughing heartily. You truly are without fault. Very well, with Azura by your side, she will certainly gain a broader understanding of the world. Azura, Zephyr turned to her, his tone serious as he instructed, Since you have chosen to follow Victorly, you must heed his commands from now on. Even if his orders conflict with your principles, strive to comprehend them. If you cannot understand, then you may return. Although Azura appeared somewhat perplexed, she nodded resolutely and responded, "Yes, teacher." Whoosh. The following day, after breakfast, the assembly signal rang out. Zifa, accompanied by all the instructors from the training camp, stood within the conference room, where the names of each trainee were displayed at various positions, alongside brand new military uniforms. Victorly, one of the top 10 outstanding trainees of the 25th training camp. Your performance in all aspects has rightfully earned you the first place. You are hereby awarded the rank of Major in the headquarters. Additionally, you shall serve as the commander of the Northern CST. Kasha Base. Azura, you are awarded the rank of Lieutenant in the headquarters and appointed as the Chief of Staff at the Northern Sea St. Kasha Base. Tina, once all the trainees had received their awards. More than an hour had passed. Zifa surveyed the crowd, silently raised his arm, palm resting against his forehead, and saluted the trainees. Well then, everyone, farewell. May you all find peace and prosperity, and may fortune favor your endeavors. Justice shall protect you, for the sake of justice. With that, all the trainees collectively saluted and shouted, for the sake of justice. As the warship gradually sailed away from the harbor, Victorly and Azura stood on the deck, watching until Zifa's figure faded from view. Congratulations, host. On graduating from Zifa's training class with the highest honors, you have received a reward, the seasonal sword technique. This advanced swordsmanship, evolved from the elemental abilities controlled by the host, allows for the infusion of the 4 elements, ice, fire, wind, and thunder, into your swordplay. Chapter 27. Conqueror's Hockey. The so-called seasonal sword technique resembles the essence of the 9E manual, enabling the complete release of elemental power through swordsmanship. Coupled with the cutting force of the sword itself, it can yield tremendous destructive power. However, the specific techniques require Victorly to practice diligently. Nevertheless, its power proved impressive during an encounter with a pirate ship. Victorly initiated an attack with a simple strike, nearly cleaving the vessel in two while igniting it into flames, ultimately causing it to sink beneath the waves, leaving the naval crew in awe. The Navy, largely composed of ordinary individuals, perceived Victorly as akin to a superhuman. The Kingdom of St. Kasha is a long-established member state of the world government, a large nation with a population exceeding 20 million. Located in close proximity to Reverse Mountain, St. Kasha boasts 2 port cities, prompting the Navy to establish a base there specifically for its protection. This base is situated in one of St. Kasha's port cities. Tofik Port, which also happens to be Victorly's hometown. St. Kasha is renowned for its fruit cultivation, particularly sugarcane, with the sugar and rum produced by the nation commanding 1/3 of the market in the North Sea. Furthermore, the country is rich in gold mines, earning it a reputation as a notable goldsmith nation in the North Sea, leading to a bustling trade with numerous merchant ships, although the inhabitants of the pirate world possess enhanced physical abilities. Those capable of single-handedly annihilating a city are exceedingly rare. Moreover, individuals of such extraordinary prowess tend to shy away from joining kingdoms. On one hand, these individuals appear godlike in the presence of ordinary people. And under the propaganda of the world government, even royal families prefer not to have someone who could effortlessly take their lives so close. On the other hand, once one's strength reaches a certain level, it often conflicts with various rules and restrictions. Particularly, upon realizing that there is no one in the kingdom who can rival them, they may adopt a mindset akin to "I don't eat beef. On the first day I'm a Superman, and on the third day I'm a patriot," which is a natural inclination of humanity. Such exceptional circumstances are rare, unless the individual in question is a member of the royal family or nobility. Of course, their combat prowess would not be excessively high, typically on par with a headquarters colonel at most. While anime occasionally features the formidable powers of the 7 warlords, these individuals are scarce across the entire world. In everyday circumstances, being able to defeat dozens of ordinary people is already considered extraordinary. Otherwise, why do so many pirates with bounties in the tens of millions roam freely, sometimes even overwhelming the Navy? The Navy does not possess an abundance of powerful individuals. In regular combat, they primarily rely on firearms and artillery. The base commander of St. Kasha was originally a colonel, but recently perished in battle alongside the chief of staff and deputy base commander. Currently, the command is temporarily held by Leon, the chief of staff of the 77th branch, who holds the rank of major in the headquarters. Leon is also an old superior of Victorly, a man in his 40s. Leon was a friend of Victorly's father, which explains why he has always looked after him. Upon disembarking, Victorly was greeted by a smiling Leon, who promptly raised his arm in salute. Seeing this, Leon chuckled. "Victorly, it brings me great relief to see you in such robust health. You rascal, I knew you would succeed. A major in the headquarters, soon you might even surpass me. By the way, come with me for a moment. Since you're here, I should brief you on a few matters." Once they arrived at the base, Leon's demeanor turned serious. Currently, the St. Cassia base is in disarray due to the sacrifice of the base commander and chief of staff. Your first task is to uplift their morale. Also, be cautious. The second prince of St. Cassia, Woodbart, has gone missing. Woodbart had a close relationship with the former base commander, Walisud, and there are rumors that he was romantically involved with Walisud's daughter. Presently, King Nos VI of St. Cassia has passed away, and his favored son is Woodbart. Before his death, he declared Woodbart as his successor, yet Woodbart has mysteriously vanished before even reaching the capital, shortly after his disappearance. The Gamma pirate crew attacked Tofik Port, resulting in the deaths of Walisud and the base's chief of staff. Currently, Walisud's daughter is also missing, rendering the situation in St. Cassia quite complex. In the realm of St. Cassia, everything is under the dominion of the Grand Prince Dura. Although he publicly declares that he shall relinquish power to Woodbart upon his brother's return, one cannot help but ponder the implications should Woodbart fail to appear by year's end. Victorly furrowed his brow and remarked, "Are you suggesting that the demise of Walisud and his companions may be linked to the Grand Prince? Has our department not dispatched anyone to investigate?" Leon shook his head in frustration and replied, "St. Cassia is a significant taxpayer, contributing considerably to our navy each year. Furthermore, Walisud and his allies perished at the hands of the Gamma pirate crew while defending the city. We possess no direct evidence to warrant a thorough investigation into the royal family. The world government would never permit it. Even if we were to capture Gamma, we would likely glean no valuable information, unless we locate Woodbart." Victorly nodded and handed Leon a cigarette. "I understand that I shall remain vigilant. By the way, Uncle Leon, the Haifan Island outpost is rather close to here. Is it not feasible to incorporate it into the St. Cassia base? This should pose no significant challenge, considering its considerable distance from the 77th branch." Leon agreed. "This matter poses no difficulties. The Haifan Island outpost was originally designated by Rost for your use. He certainly will not object to its allocation. Just submit a report for approval. Also, do not forget to arrange a video call with Rear Admiral Huashishin. Our northern branch and base fall under his jurisdiction." "Understood." After bidding farewell to Leon, Victorly began to peruse the documents in his possession. The St. Cassia base houses 6 four-masted warships and 1,762 naval personnel. Given that Tofik Port is an industrial harbor, with 80% of St. Cassia's wineries, sugar factories, and gold merchants located there, the primary objective of the base is to safeguard this area. Conversely, the port city of Bakulan lacks a base presence, as it is directly managed by St. Cassia and frequently engages in skirmishes with enemy nations. Victorly pondered deeply for a moment before issuing orders to assemble all naval personnel. Once everyone had gathered and he had delivered his address, Victorly heard the system's voice. "Congratulations, host, on completing the ambition of a tyrant, Part 2. You have received the reward. Enhancement of Conqueror's Haki quality. You have acquired the skill Conqueror's Impact, enabling you to control Conqueror's Haki to strike enemies while skillfully avoiding allies. Task refreshed. Ambition of a Tyrant 3. Become a commander of a major branch, equivalent to Rear Admiral." Chapter 28. You are the seed I plant in darkness. Huashishin, akin to Weasel, is a neutral faction Rear Admiral. However, he was appointed by Sengoku and blindly follows his directives in many matters. In contrast to Weasel's indifference, Huashishin's demeanor is notably gentle, always adorned with a smile. The video conference proceeded smoothly, with Huashishin offering Victorly a few words of counsel, assuring him that he could reach out for assistance if needed before concluding the meeting. Once the video communication was terminated, Victorly turned to the officers present. The St. Cassia base, excluding logistical and personal guard personnel, consists of approximately 1,500 soldiers. These are divided into 3 battalions, each comprising 500 individuals, with 1 captain and 1 vice-captain appointed for each battalion. Additionally, There are a logistics minister and a political minister, though both are non-combatants and belong to the civilian sector. Along with the base commander-in-chief of staff, there are a total of 10 principal military officers. Aside from Victorly, a junior officer in the headquarters, the leaders of the 3 battalions hold the rank of lieutenant colonel, equivalent to the headquarters captain Azura. Naturally, these individuals welcomed Victorly and Azura's arrival with open arms. They lacked the capability to ascend to the position of base commander and had no conflicts of interest with Victorly. Moreover, both Victorly and Azura hail from Zifa's training camp, making their strength and connections far beyond what they could rival. Given the recent turmoil at the St. Cassia base, no one dared to speculate whether pirates would strike again. Victorly's presence undoubtedly served as a morale booster. It is somewhat ironic that the esteemed Navy would harbor fears of pirate attacks, yet this is the norm in this world. As the saying goes, what does one risk for a mere few hundred coins a month? Victorly, however, remained skeptical of them, dismissing them with a wave of his hand. The majority of the Navy personnel within the base are merely ordinary individuals, trained to be somewhat robust. In contrast, the Gammer pirate crew is one of the most notorious pirate factions in the North Sea, having gained notoriety over a decade ago. Though they returned in a disheveled state after traversing the Grand Line, they still maintain a formidable presence in the North Sea. Otherwise, the previous base commander-in-chief of staff would not have been so easily slain. The Navy had previously dispatched forces to eradicate them. But the elusive Gammer pirate crew evaded capture with ease, remaining well-informed. Even Huashishin, who personally led a search for several months, failed to locate them, ultimately leading to the matter being dropped. They have maintained a low profile, only plundering merchant vessels and cities outside the alliance, rarely engaging in conflict with the Navy. The recent brazen attack on Tawfik port, witnessed by many, raises suspicions of ulterior motives. Victorly opened the recent intelligence compiled by Leon and scrutinized it closely. As he flipped through several pages, his gaze fell upon a particular name. Blake John, the president of the Bougainvillea Chamber of Commerce. The Blake family? Victorly immediately called out. Bring me the information regarding the Blake family. Yes, dozens of sheets of parchment detailing records were placed upon the table. Victorly skimmed through them before halting at the last page. The Blake family, having been implicated in collusion with the enemy nation of Bastode by Grand Prince Dura, fled in advance. Blake John, serving as a confidant to the second Prince Woodbart, was forcefully rescued from prison by Woodbart. Subsequently, John established the Bougainvillea Chamber of Commerce, managing Woodbart's enterprises. He has since sought refuge within the kingdom of Bastode. At the Lord S. Mansion in Jadist Port, Bastode, the nation that, like St. Cassia, is an allied country, yet frequently experiences friction and even warfare every 2 years. Conveniently, Jadist Port is where the 77th branch is stationed. Victorly contemplated for a moment before opening the drawer and gently tapping the slumbering snail phone, then dialing the number. Uncle John, you must return to Jadist Port. No, immediately. Please find someone trustworthy to go to the Lord's mansion and relay my snail phone number to Brian John. You may disclose my identity and inform him that I possess information regarding his other relatives. Certainly. Thank you. Shortly after hanging up the snail phone, the device, which had just closed its eyes, began to ring again. Brew brew. Brew brew. Hello, my master. I have arrived at room 301 of the Mary Inn. Upon hearing Russell's voice, Victorly opened the drawer and retrieved a stack of berries, saying, Wait for me at the entrance of the inn. I will be there shortly. Understood. After a moment's thought, Victorly also took out a bank card and left. This world does indeed have banks, and quite a number of them. Besides the world government's World Bank and the Navy Bank, there are several private banks as well. When Senior Peak first met Lucian, he deceived her into believing he was a bank employee. The competition among private banks is fierce, often luring customers with high interest rates. Some pirates even convert their treasures into berries to deposit in banks, as private banks are less strictly regulated, allowing withdrawals with just a card. Nonetheless, most pirates still prefer to hide their treasures in specific locations or carry them on their persons. Upon arriving at the Mary Inn, Victorly glanced at Russell, who was waiting at the entrance, and Russell immediately followed suit. Once they reached a deserted alley, Victorly handed him a bag, saying, Here are 500,000 berries, along with a bank card from the Drew Chamber of Commerce worth 10 million berries. Settle in the city for now. I will contact you via snail phone if anything arises. Russell nodded. Accepting the bag, but with a puzzled expression, inquired, Master, Did you not say you wanted me to establish a chamber of commerce in the future? Why the change of heart in summoning me here? It is somewhat inconvenient for me to operate in St. Casher at the moment. Dura is currently acting as king, and our Blake family was previously aligned with the second prince, which is why we fell victim to his schemes. Noticing the resentment in Russell's eyes, Victorly placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "Stay here. You may yet find an opportunity for revenge. Furthermore, I have received word that your elder brother John is not dead. In a few days, I may be able to establish contact with him." "Really? Master," Russell exclaimed with excitement, "so my brother is alive, and I still have family in this world. Thank you so much. There is no need for gratitude." Victorly replied, his expression stoic, "Since you have pledged your loyalty to me, calling me master is only fitting. Thus, seeking out your family and avenging past grievances is but a natural duty. However, you must remember to keep our relationship a secret from everyone. You are a clever individual. When you privately pledged your loyalty to me on the island, you must have recognized my ambition." Observing Russell smile without contradiction, Victory placed his hand on his shoulder and said, "Remember, you are the seed I have buried in darkness, and I shall nourish you with justice." Chapter 29. If you seek revenge, it is time for you to stand up. Leon acted with remarkable swiftness. That very evening, John's call came through to Mr. John. "I must first convey some unfortunate news. Apart from your brother Russell, all your other family members have perished at the hands of pirates." Upon hearing Victory's words, John fell silent for a moment before responding. "Commander Victory, I initially believed you were merely using this as an excuse to contact me, but you truly know of my family's demise at the hands of pirates. Therefore, this news must indeed be true. 2 years ago, I was already aware that the Black family's merchant ship had been destroyed by pirates. I never anticipated that Russell was still alive. Please, tell me where he is. I would be eternally grateful." John's tone grew increasingly fervent, revealing the deep bond between the brothers. Victory lit a cigar and exhaled a plume of smoke, saying, "I saved him on an island, and now he has arrived at Tawfik Port. I will ensure he contacts you shortly. However, you are correct. I indeed wish to inquire about certain matters." The phone fell into silence once more, and after a considerable pause, John finally spoke. "I know what you wish to ask. You seek information regarding Prince Woodbat's whereabouts. You deliberately had that Navy officer inform me of your identity and that you hail from the Zephyr training camp to indicate that you are trustworthy and cannot be bought. Correct? But I'm afraid I do not know the whereabouts of Prince Woodbat. That I asked that so?" Victory chuckled softly, replying, "It seems he did not convey the message clearly to Mr. Black John. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Victory, Baron Victory. I hail from Tawfik Port." "Baron? The Baron family?" John paused momentarily, his tone becoming urgent. "Then the late Lane Delisa was your—" Indeed, Victory did not directly answer John's question, maintaining a calm demeanor as he continued. "Mr. John, you are indeed deeply trusted by Prince Woodbat. I mention the Baron family, and you immediately invoke my mother's name. That it appears you are aware that my mother once saved Woodbat." Upon hearing Victory's words, John suddenly understood. "So you are the son of Lady Delisa." No wonder. When Prince Woodbat was ambushed by pirates and forced to leap into the sea, it was Lady Delisa who rescued him. And she never revealed her identity to the prince. It was only 3 years ago that Prince Woodbat discovered Lady Delisa's true identity. "But I heard that it was you who received Prince Woodbat." "Correct?" Victory expressed surprise. "You know of such matters? Thus, Mr. John, can you tell me where the daughter of Wallisud, Miss Daisy, is?" After a few seconds of silence, John responded candidly. "Miss Daisy is currently hiding with Prince Woodbat in Tawfik Port. Although it may be somewhat inappropriate, I must ask you for a favor. Currently, His Highness is gravely injured and in a coma, and all the doctors in Tawfik Port are under surveillance, with our medical supplies dwindling." So, before John could finish, Victory interrupted. "Understood. Tell me where they are hiding now. Moments later, I will have Russell contact you." John hastily replied. "Avery, the owner of the Mary Inn, is affiliated with the second prince. Just mention, the moon shelters us, and he will understand." "Mary Inn, how fortuitous." After hanging up, Victory promptly informed Russell of John's phone number, then ventured alone to the Mary the First Inn. It was already deep into the night. Aside from the inn, all other shops had long since closed. Seeing the casually dressed Victory, a balding man who was sipping coffee approached him immediately. "Good sir, I am looking for your boss, Avery." The balding man scrutinized Victory with a puzzled expression, I am Avery. And you are? The moon shelters us. Upon hearing Victorai utter these words, Avery's demeanor shifted to one of concern as he hurried to the entrance, glancing around before closing the door, observing his cautious behavior. Victorai reassured him, "Relax, there is no one following me. At least in this country, no one can track me." Avery smiled nervously, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Better safe than sorry. Please, follow me." Upon reaching the inn's backyard and entering a room, Avery rotated an oil painting on the wall, revealing a narrow passageway. Victorai followed him down, discovering that the space was relatively spacious and illuminated by electric lights, not overly dim. Hearing footsteps, a pale-skinned woman emerged from a room. Her eyes filled with wariness upon seeing Victorai. "Miss Daisy?" Noticing the surprise in her gaze, Victorai quickly reassured her. "I am Victorai, the newly appointed base commander of the St. Cassia base. Rest assured, I am here to assist you. Moreover, no matter who pursues you, I, Victorai, shall bring them to justice. Even if they are a king, I will ensure that Walisud rests in peace." Upon hearing Victoria's words, tears streamed down Daisy's face, and her body swayed before she fainted. With her father's death and her beloved in critical condition, the prolonged pressure had become unbearable for Daisy. When Daisy regained consciousness, she found herself lying beneath thick blankets alongside the unconscious woodbat. Struggling to sit up, she gasped in astonishment. They were soaring through the air. A sudden jolt made her instinctively tighten her grip. "Miss Daisy, there is no need for alarm. Please relax your grip, for you shall not fall. If you hold on too tightly, you may pluck my feathers." Victoria's voice resonated from above. Turning her head, Daisy realized they were riding upon the back of a colossal golden eagle, without a moment's thought. Daisy exclaimed, "What a magnificent eagle! Mr. Victorai, are you a devil fruit user? It is a golden eagle, not a golden condor." After a brief silence, Daisy inquired with some confusion, "Mr. Victorai, where are you taking us?" "To a place that can save Prince Woodbat." "And," Victorai articulated deliberately, "it is also a place where you can seek your revenge. Miss Daisy, if I am not mistaken, Walisud has been stationed at many branches in the North Sea, correct? If you desire vengeance, it is time for you to take a stand." Chapter 30. The appreciation of Sengoku. A month had passed since Victorai returned to the base. During this time, he had been diligently training the Navy, while Azura led patrols outside, maintaining an air of tranquility. However, each day, Victorai received calls from other bases or branches, during which the captain and vice-captain of the 3rd Division, along with several junior officers, had all been detained. Other captains were also temporarily suspended from their positions pending investigation. Victorai had even entrusted the patrolling of the city to the recently transferred Shiachi and Peijin. Today was no exception. While Victorai was training them, a commotion erupted outside the base. Frowning, he stepped out to find a crowd gathered, engrossed in discussion, with several journalists at the forefront arguing with the station Navy officers. Cameras in hand. "Extra, extra, the latest news. Prince Woodbat has appeared. Shocking news. Miss Daisy accuses the St. Cassia base of colluding with the second prince, Dula, to murder the former base commander, Walisud." The newsboys waved their arms, drawing an increasing number of onlookers. The newspapers originated from local St. Cassia presses. Lacking any newsbirds, they relied on traditional methods of sales. Victorai approached the entrance, furrowing his brow. "What is happening? What are you doing?" Upon recognizing Victoria's face, the leading journalists erupted in delight. "Commander Victorai, we are journalists from the St. Cassia newspaper. May we have the honor of interviewing you with a few questions? Are you aware of the statements made by Miss Daisy, the daughter of the former base commander, Walisud? She accuses the Navy of colluding with Prince Bart, which allegedly led to Commander Walisud's demise. Furthermore, Prince Woodbart has also convened a press conference, accusing Prince Dura of collusion with pirates, sending his subordinates to hunt him down. We have now heard that several members of the Navy in the North Sea have come forward to voice their opinions. What are your thoughts on this matter?" Victorly responded with a serious expression. "I, too, have heard about this incident that I have been quietly investigating, but I regret to inform you that, given the implications for the royal family of St. Cassia, I am currently not at liberty to disclose any information. The Navy does not possess the authority to intervene in royal affairs without the consent of the world government. These matters are naturally overseen by other departments that I also advise my fellow colleagues that regardless of whether Prince Dura is truly implicated in colluding with pirates to orchestrate the demise of Commander Walisud, We must maintain our composure. We are the Navy. Our actions must be sanctioned by our superiors. Oh, a journalist clearly seized upon the crux of Victorly's statement, jotting down notes as he inquired. Commander Victorly, are you suggesting that the Navy can only intervene in this matter with the approval of headquarters or the world government? Even concerning the truth behind a commander's death, does the Navy lack the authority to investigate and hold accountable? Victorly gave a wry smile and replied, yes, we are, after all, the Navy. Our primary duty is to combat evil and safeguard the safety of the populace. However, it is somewhat ironic that we are unable to ensure our own security. My authority extends only to reviewing our internal matters. Unfortunately, we are powerless in this regard, and at times we find ourselves rather perplexed. We uphold justice, yet the outcome is as such. We, too, are but human. Upon witnessing the helplessness etched on Victorly's face, a naive young female journalist with freckles and twin ponytails could not restrain herself from exclaiming, absolutely not. Rest assured, Mr. Victorly, I am a reporter for the World Economic Journal, and I will certainly relay this matter to my superiors. The following afternoon, as Victorly leisurely sipped his coffee, the phone bug placed on the table suddenly sprang to life, clamoring loudly, boo-boo. Upon answering the call, Victorly was met with silence from the other end, but from the image manifested by the phone bug, he already knew who was calling. Glancing at the newspaper on the table, which featured a sorrowful photograph of Victorly, the moisture in his eyes was evident. Who said heroes do not bleed and weep? Sengoku addressed Victorly sternly. Victorly, who permitted you to accept an interview with the press? What is written here? Bleeding and weeping. The Navy's sorrow. The cries of justice. What utter nonsense is this? Is it really that exaggerated? Victorly, do you have any idea that the 5 elders summoned me urgently? They reprimanded me fiercely. Do you understand the magnitude of the implications? Victorly set the phone bug aside, allowing Sengoku to vent until he was parched from shouting, before responding in a deep voice. I leave this matter entirely in your hands. It is imperative to ascertain the truth. The world government has granted you permission to thoroughly investigate the royal family. Remember, it is a thorough investigation. Victorly, the world government has dispatched CP0 to ascertain the location of the Gamma pirates. I will be able to relay their whereabouts to you by tomorrow. I expect this matter to be resolved within 10 days. Then find that damn journalist and conduct a proper interview with him. Do not waver the morale of the troops. Do you understand? Did you hear me clearly? Victorly quickly picked up the phone bug to affirm. Report. Understood. Marshal Sengoku, rest assured, I will absolutely resolve this matter within 10 days. I will find that delightful journalist to interview me once again. You fool. Bang. After forcefully hanging up the phone bug, the fury on Sengoku's face dissipated, and he could not help but smile slightly. Carp, nearby, remarked while picking his nose. Have you lost your mind? One moment you are angry, and the next you are laughing. What is so amusing about this? The Navy across the world seems to be quite indignant. Sengoku shot Carp a cold glare and retorted. With your intellect, it is no surprise you cannot discern what is amusing. Regarding Woli Sud, the moment I received the news, I applied to the world government for an investigation. However, the 5 elders refused. The rightful heir to the throne vanishes, and at the same time, Woli Sud is murdered by pirates. If I were to claim it was mere coincidence, even you would not believe it. Carp, astonished, exclaimed, What? Could it not be a coincidence? Carp, silence, Sengoku roared before calming himself to continue. Victorly is exceptionally astute. He can deduce the truth of this matter from mere threads of evidence. Furthermore, from the headquarters' indifferent stance. It is evident we are powerless. Therefore, he took it upon himself to compel the world government to acquiesce. The world government, in turn, could only agree to a thorough investigation, which must be conducted by the Navy. Because once this matter hit the newspapers, a significant portion of the Navy demanded an explanation. The world government cannot possibly be unaware of such a situation, and they are bound to comply. Moreover, that insufferable brat has boldly stepped forward, greatly enhancing his reputation among the public and the Navy. Most critically, it was personnel from the North Sea who led the charge. This Victorly is quite the strategist. It is hard to believe he is not yet 20 years old. Alas, his youth is a hindrance. Otherwise, crack crack. Hearing that familiar sound, Sengoku glared at Carp and lunged at him in fury. Carp. You imbecile. That was the last pack. Chapter 31. Unexpected surprise. The media possesses the formidable power to shape public opinion. It is the most potent weapon that if you wish to achieve a certain goal, make ample use of them, and you will invariably yield unexpected results. Regardless of how dark the machinations of the world government or ourselves may be behind the scenes, we represent the side of justice. And certain matters are destined to remain concealed from the pirates. Victorly was currently instructing Azura and several others, with Azura listening intently, while Luo appeared somewhat helpless. Xiachi and Peichin were utterly bewildered, and Bepo lay on the ground, blissfully asleep. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed, and the aide, Melissa, entered, announcing, "Commander, the headquarters has sent the location of the Gamma pirates. Additionally, would Bart and Miss Daisy have arrived here under naval escort?" "Oh, they arrived rather swiftly." Victorly rose and said to Azura, "Let's go receive them. Luo, you and Bepo stay here." Woodbart is a young man with golden hair and a fairly handsome appearance. Of course, at 28, he is no longer considered youthful compared to the 18-year-old Victorly. Due to his injuries not yet fully healed, he appeared somewhat pale, yet he was smiling as he faced a throng of reporters. Once Victorly escorted them back to the office, Woodbart bowed deeply to Victorly, expressing, "Mr. Victorly, I am at a loss for words to convey my gratitude. Your mother, Lady Ryan Dalisa, once saved me, and it is remarkable that I have been rescued by you once more." Victorly helped him up, saying, "Prince Woodbart, there is no need for such formalities. From this point onward, Azura will lead the Navy to escort you to the capital. The citizens of St. Cassia are already aware of your return. As long as you arrive safely in the capital, you will smoothly inherit the throne. Rest assured, with the Navy's open escort, even if Dura harbors ill intentions, he can only resort to sending confidants to assassinate you in secret. The military ministers are all wise individuals. The kingdom's army cannot be mobilized. With Azura's presence, your safety is assured. I will deal with the Gamma pirates and strive to capture Gamma alive so that he can identify Dura. Then we shall meet in the capital. The Gamawar pirate crew, aside from their captain Gamawar, who boasts a bounty of 60 million, sees the majority of its members with bounties ranging from tens of thousands to just over 100,000. For a pirate crew to repeatedly evade the pursuit of the Navy, it is evident that Gamawar has powerful backing. The royal family of St. Cassia is the very force that supports the Gamawar pirate crew. In this world, such alliances are quite commonplace. The relationships between nations are exceedingly intricate. Even among allied states, there exist mutual animosities. Yet, most of the time, a faade of peace is maintained, leading certain nations to collude with pirates. Even discreetly forming pirate crews, when it comes to unsavory deeds, having pirates involved proves to be rather convenient. Gamawar has played this role, causing untold suffering for the kingdom of Bastode over the years. According to Wadat, in recent years Gamawar has allied with another force, showing some disregard for the royal family's commands. It remains unclear why he has now joined forces with Dula. Victorly is well aware of the situation. Having uncovered the truth through the interrogation of the two captains that Gamawar has consistently been backed by the Don Quixote family. With the declining health of King Noth VI, Doflamingo has conspired with the Crown Prince Dula. Doflamingo's ambition is to carve out a share of St. Cassia, given its wealth and abundant mineral resources, which are of utmost importance to the Don Quixote family, primarily engaged in the arms trade. Additionally, rum and sugar are lucrative industries. Dula, on the other hand, seeks to seize control of this nation. His tyrannical nature has led him to fall out of favor with Noth VI, who has long since hinted that he would pass the throne to Woodbat. Victorly even harbors suspicions that Dula may have had a hand in Noth VI's demise, as on that fateful night, he dispatched his subordinates alongside Gamawar with the intent to eliminate Woodbat. However, Gamawar was thwarted by Walasud just as he infiltrated the port and entered the city to carry out the assassination. Although Walasud and the chief of staff were no match for Gamawar, timely naval support could have ensured their survival. Ultimately, the delay in assistance from the 3rd Division resulted in their deaths, thus exposing their identities. The location of Gamawar surprises Victorly. He is not elsewhere, but has taken refuge in a city called Lubeck within St. Cassia. This city is a mining hub, populated almost entirely by miners, as it is surrounded by rich mineral deposits. Compared to other cities, it appears to exist in an entirely different realm. The streets are chaotic, filled with grimy-faced people, and occasionally, a group passes by, shackled and guarded, likely slaves. There are at least dozens of mines here, with thick black smoke obscuring the sun, and most faces bear an expression of numbness. Even upon encountering Victorly, they show no reaction. Only a few children and youths glance at Victorly with curiosity, but they dare not approach, opting to observe from a distance. Utilizing his observation hockey, Victorly canvasses the entire city, shaking his head in disappointment before proceeding directly to the mayor's office to declare his identity. The mayor of Lübeck, a middle-aged man named Louis, oversees the city, which, due to its unique characteristics, remains under royal control. Much like Tofik, upon seeing Victorly, Louis appears outwardly composed, yet Victorly perceives a flicker of panic in his eyes when he presents Gamur's bounty notice. Commander Victorly, I have never seen him if Gamur were to arrive here. With his strength, we would certainly be unable to resist and would have sought naval assistance long ago. After speaking, Louis notices Victorly's scrutinizing gaze, causing him to feel increasingly flustered, though he maintains a smile. Victorly continues to fix his stare on Louis until beads of cold sweat begin to form on Louis's forehead, and the smile fades from his face, prompting Victorly to speak in a flat tone. Lord Louis, are you aware of the observation hockey? It allows one to discern whether a person is lying through the rhythm of their heartbeat and the flow of their blood. Coincidentally, I possess this capability. You must have read in the newspapers that we, the Navy, are responsible for addressing the recent events in St. Cassia. In other words, Victorly draws his blade and places it against Louis's throat, declaring, I suspect you of colluding with Dula to conspire against Prince Woodbat. To eliminate you now would be both reasonable and lawful. With that, Louis is unable to contain his fear any longer. Collapsing to the ground in desperation, I will speak. Gamur is at mine number 3. His crew is all gathered there, and one possesses the ability to extract gold directly from the mine. They plan to hollow out mine number 3, and they promise to give me 30% of the gold as compensation. What? Upon hearing Louis's confession, a smile spreads across Victorly's lips. He had yet to send someone to search for Tesalo. And now the opportunity presents itself. This is indeed a stroke of unexpected fortune. Chapter 32. You overthink it. Victorly promptly contacts Russell, instructing him to proceed to Lübeck. Tesalo's Midas fruit was acquired from a Don Quixote family auction, and Doflamingo has long since placed a bounty on him in the black market. Thus, Gamur must have either known Tesalo beforehand or been drawn to him by his ability, leading him to this location. Regardless of the reason, Tesalo's betrayal of Doflamingo is a foregone conclusion, meaning Doflamingo is likely unaware of Tesalo's presence here. Apart from certain unique fruits, mastering the abilities granted by devil fruits necessitates extensive practice. Particularly for the Paramecia type, it is plausible that Tesalo is honing his abilities here before setting sail to establish his golden city. If that is the case, Russell's absorption of his powers is conveniently arranged, with an ideal training ground already prepared. Furthermore, should he successfully build his golden city in the future, it is entirely possible that those talented in technology may also be brought from St. Cassia. Gamur, in his bid to keep secrets, has brought all his subordinates along, sparing himself considerable effort. Here, Russell can remain incognito for 2 years, mastering his abilities before embarking on his voyage. An impeccable plan. St. Cassia, as one of the most economically developed nations in the North Sea, boasts formidable technological prowess. In regions where few cities possess electricity, automobiles are already a common sight here. Upon receiving Victorly's directive, Russell drove for over 10 hours to reach Lübeck. Once he arrived, there was no time to rest. Victorly took him directly to mine number 3. Louis trudged ahead with a pained expression, silently hoping he could escape quickly when the fighting began. Regardless of which side emerged victorious, it would bode poorly for him. Mine number 3 is situated on the far western side of Lübeck, and after a half-hour drive, the trio finally arrived. Louis, looking anxious, pointed towards the distant guards. Here we are. The crew at mine number 3 was relocated a month ago. All the individuals present now are part of Gamur's pirate crew. Victorly activated his observation hockey, scrutinizing the surroundings before nodding in satisfaction and placing his finger. Russell's prowess was commendable. However, in his earlier days, he had no experience in martial arts. It was only after his family was brutally murdered, and he narrowly escaped death, that he sought out a martial arts school with relentless determination. Eventually, upon reaching a bottleneck in his abilities and lacking access to proficient instructors, Russell grew disheartened and set out to Roif Island for revenge. In a mere 3 years of training, he transformed from a carefree nobleman into a master of physical combat, a testament to his remarkable talent. Victorly also shared with him the training methods for the 6 styles and the dual-color hockey. During this period, Russell awakened his armament hockey, making it effortless for him to deal with the hundreds of pirates. However, after a brief span of 10 minutes, the cacophony of battle in the warehouse gradually subsided, and Russell emerged, drenched in blood. Victorly gestured towards a nearby well and said, "There's no rush. First, cleanse yourself and change into a fresh set of clothes." Once Russell had washed up and donned a relatively clean outfit, the sound of footsteps approached, accompanied by the laughter of several individuals. "Ah, Captain Gammer, just this morning, we've collected hundreds of pounds of gold. Young Teselo is quite capable, isn't he? At this rate, we shall soon become billionaires." "Ha ha. Indeed, once we extract all the gold from this mine and sell it, we can dispose of that foolish city lord. Then, we shall find a country to buy ourselves a noble title. Ha! Teselo, it all hinges on you." As they laughed and rounded a corner, they caught sight of Victorly and Russell, who were smiling back at them. Gammer, marked by a long scar across his face, was the first to react, drawing his revolver and aiming it at Victorly. "Who are you? Did Lewis send you?" Victorly ignored him, fixing his gaze instead on his companion, the gray-green-haired Gilder Teselo. "The power to control gold," Victorly began. "Gilder Teselo, if memory serves, even if one has just consumed the gold fruit, one could extract thousands of pounds of gold from a mine in a day, correct? You provide them with hundreds of pounds daily, presumably in an effort to develop your fruit's abilities. Once you have fully exploited this gold mine, you would possess the power to eliminate them, wouldn't you?" Hearing his name and intentions exposed, Teselo's expression shifted to one of alarm, quickly addressing Gammer, who looked at him skeptically. "Captain Gammer, do not heed his nonsense. I have not concealed my abilities. Who is this man? He is deliberately sowing discord among us." "Gammer," Victorly remarked, glancing at the scar on Gammer's face, and suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha, no wonder you betrayed Doflamingo. It turns out you were initially subservient to the Don Quixote family, coerced by Doflamingo's death threats. But how foolish of you to kill a naval officer as a weakling. You have made my task exceedingly difficult." Upon hearing this, Gammer's complexion paled. "Who are you?" In an instant, Victorly appeared beside Gammer, gripping his throat and coldly stating, "The newly appointed base commander of St. Cassia, Baron Victorly. You are most unfortunate. You could have lived a few more days, but alas, Teselo has appeared, sealing your fate." With a swift crack, Gammer met an untimely demise, suffocated before he could unleash his potential. This was hardly surprising, as Victorly's speed and strength utterly overwhelmed him. Without armament hockey for defense, it was unsurprising that his neck was snapped. The remaining pirates, still loyal, attempted to assault Victorly, but Russell dispatched them effortlessly with a single punch each. Only Teselo remained motionless, observing the resolution of Gammer and his crew before calmly stating, "This naval officer, you have come for me, haven't you? You wish to silence any news of my presence here, hence the elimination of these men? Fear not, I can provide you with thousands of pounds of gold daily. However, as you mentioned, I wish to diligently practice my fruit's abilities. Let us collaborate. In the future, bang, before Teselo could finish his sentence, Victorly's fist struck his abdomen, causing him to collapse in pain. "You are mistaken," Victorly retorted, grasping Teselo's hair. "I am not here for you, but for your fruit's capabilities." Chapter 33. The Celestial Dragon Behind the Noth Family. Teselo's corpse, along with those of over 100 pirates, was engulfed in flames. As Victorly continued to unleash fire, at his feet lay the frozen head of Gammer, encased in icy, the acrid smoke and foul stench gradually dissipated. The bodies were reduced to ashes, swept away by a fierce wind. Russell was experimenting with his newfound abilities, as the gold brought back by Gammer transformed into various forms in his hands, akin to liquid. While Russell's aptitude for physical combat was commendable, the true potential of his devil fruit abilities remained uncertain. Perhaps he could not rival Teselo, who had awakened his powers in the original narrative. Yet for Victorly, the essence of the gold fruit's ability to control gold was what mattered most. Whether it was awakened or not held little significance. Despite Teselo's exceptional talent, Victorly was wary of trusting him. In the original tale, upon learning that his beloved Stella had been purchased by a celestial dragon, Teselo had the audacity to fire upon them. But following Stella's death, his mindset shifted to a perilous extreme. He came to believe that money could wield control over all. dismissing even the celestial dragons. Thus, he would never willingly submit to Victorly's control. Any collaboration would carry substantial risks. Conversely, Victorly sought a subordinate he could fully trust. While Russell's loyalty remained questionable, his current actions reflected a sense of honor and gratitude, rendering him an acceptable candidate. Most crucially, Russell's elder brother and his family were still alive, ensuring the continuation of the Black family lineage. One should never underestimate the importance of familial legacy to a noble. Those with vulnerabilities are often easier to manipulate, whereas individuals like Tesalo, who stand alone without any weaknesses, do not make for reliable subordinates or partners. After Russell conducted his experiments, Victorly spoke up. For now, you shall remain here, testing your abilities. Shortly, I will accompany you to the city lord's residence to confer with Prince Woodbart. Once we finalize our plans, you should be able to temporarily take control here. Azura will also bring the transponder snail. I will instruct Prince Woodbart to announce this command to the other officials in the city. After I conclude matters in St. Cassia, I will impart to you the techniques that can be developed from the gold fruit, along with training methods for the 6 styles of the Navy. Naturally, I will also share some insights into commercial affairs to ensure your swift rise once you set sail. Prince Woodbart readily agreed to Victorly's proposal. Upon learning of the relationship between Russell and Victorly, he promptly declared that the city of Lubeck would be bestowed upon Russell. Furthermore, the Zinnia Trade Association would henceforth be entrusted to Victorly, with John pledging fealty to him as well. While St. Cassia was affluent, it possessed only 3 mining cities like Lubeck. Although the Zinnia Trade Association was currently a modest entity, it would undoubtedly expand rapidly once Woodbart ascended to kingship. This demonstrated Woodbart's high regard for Victorly. By securing John's loyalty to Victorly, Woodbart showcased his astuteness. As a naval officer, Victorly could not overtly take command of Lubeck. Thus, he bequeathed it to Russell, though he remained uncertain of Russell's unwavering loyalty. Entrusting John to Victorly was also a strategic move to keep Russell in check. Such generous rewards were not solely attributed to the debt of gratitude. Members of royal and noble families often possessed far superior intellect compared to commoners, having received distinctly different educations from a young age. This remains true across all realms. Transforming into his eagle form, Victorly's speed rivaled that of an airplane in his past life. Shortly after Woodbart and his entourage arrived at the capital city of Bangel, Victorly also made his entrance. Indeed, Dura had dispatched a contingent to eliminate Woodbart. However, with Azura and the others present, not only did they fail in their mission, but several were also captured. Upon reaching Bangel, Victorly personally oversaw Dura's trial. Under normal circumstances, the royal family enjoyed considerable autonomy. In a powerful nation such as St. Cassia, they could even negotiate with the world government, were it not for the involvement of a naval-based commander and a chief of staff's death. Coupled with Woodbart's non-opposition, Victorly would not have had the authority to represent the Navy in questioning Dura. Thus, upon realizing that the presiding judge was a naval officer, Dura could not contain his fury and bellowed, "What is the meaning of this? How dare a mere naval officer presume to judge me? This is a matter concerning St. Cassia itself. The world government and the Navy have no authority to intervene." "Silence, brother," Woodbat spoke coldly. "You colluded with pirates, bribed the St. Cassia base, and conspired with the captain and vice-captain of the 3rd Division. Moreover, you have murdered Walasud and Chief of Staff Mimi. This has incited public outrage among the Navy. Otherwise, Admiral Victorly would not have come personally to judge you. He represents the world government, the Navy, and more importantly, me." Dula responded with a nonchalant smile. "Nonsense, what evidence do you have? Just because you say I colluded, does that make it true?" Victorly waved his hand, and Azura entered, escorting the 2 captains. After the captains completed their identifications, Victorly immediately declared, "As for the Gamma pirate crew, I have already annihilated them. This is the evidence. Before his death, he confessed that you had bribed him to assassinate Prince Woodbat and to kill Walasud and the esteemed Mimi. Furthermore, your subordinates attacked Prince Woodbat on his return to the capital just a few days ago. They also confessed that it was you who poisoned His Majesty King North 6. Bring them forward." As a continuous stream of evidence was presented, Dula unexpectedly stood up with a fierce expression and lunged at Victorly. "Navy, I will kill you." Swish. Victorly drew his long knife, striking mercilessly. Thud. Dula's death marked the conclusion of the St. Cassia incident. With Woodbat ascending to become North 7, and with the Navy's support, he swiftly replaced the officials. Even Victorly's uncle, who inherited the Baron family's title, was promoted to Count, gaining control over a city. After the gratitude banquet concluded, Woodbat privately invited Victorly. Observing Victorly's puzzled expression, Woodbat paused for a moment before speaking. Admiral Victorly, if you require assistance, I can introduce you to the world nobles, the Celestial Dragons. Our North clan maintains a relatively good relationship with the Don Quixote family. Woodbat's words momentarily stunned Victorly, before he quickly grasped the implications. It is quite normal for a large kingdom like St. Cassia to have the backing of celestial dragons. Is this the reason why Don Quixote Doflamingo desires to target St. Cassia? After all, they have the support of the celestial dragons connected to his own clan. Even if they became aware, they would likely turn a blind eye. However, this is advantageous. Masquerade of the Don Quixote family should, in a couple of years, be influenced by Princess Yahim to change his mindset, becoming an anomaly among the celestial dragons. Otherwise, how could a celestial dragon raised in such an environment be moved by the actions of a mere fish? If Princess Yahim did not possess that universally adored ability, she would have likely been ruined long ago. After introducing Russell to him, it would be easier to embark on various business ventures, like lotteries and insurance, by advocating for the slogan of peace among all races. Gaining his trust and support would be effortless. With these thoughts in mind, Victorly addressed Woodbat. Your Highness, at present, my position is not suitable for frequent interactions with the celestial dragons. However, in the future, you may introduce Russell to them. After all, having the support of the celestial dragons would greatly facilitate certain matters. Woodbat nodded slightly, responding softly. Understood. Therefore, Admiral Victorly, I shall refrain from excessive expressions of gratitude. Just remember, the North Clan will forever be your most trusted ally. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Looking at the serious expression on Woodbat's face, Victorly likewise assured, Thank you. I, Victorly, shall always be your best friend. If you need assistance, please feel free to speak. Chapter 34. The proposal of Sengoku. After informing Russell about the future training directions, plans, and some commercial matters, Victorly hurriedly made his way back to the base. He needed to convene a press conference to announce the results of this incident to the world and provide an explanation to the Navy. Michelle, a special reporter for the World Economic Journal stationed in St. Cassia, observed the robust and handsome Victorly, feeling her cheeks flush, especially upon noticing the bruise on his neck that had not yet faded. She bit her lip, for it was a mark she had left on him just 2 hours prior. As for indulgences such as wine and pleasure, as long as they do not hinder training, they can indeed be beneficial for the body. Victorly, suppressed for years, is not a saint. Michelle, youthful and full of vitality, though not exceptionally beautiful, possesses a certain innocence and obedience that is quite appealing. Who does not appreciate a young girl with twin tails? Furthermore, she is a reporter for the World Economic Journal, which, at this time, has not yet become as inflated as it will in the future and maintains a relatively good relationship with the world government. With Michelle around, not only can he gain access to information that the world government seeks to suppress, but he can also cultivate his own image. After all, with the presence of the press, the World Economic Journal is the largest newspaper in the world. The Gamma pirate crew has been completely annihilated. Prince Dula was executed on the spot. The world government has severely condemned the kingdom of St. Cassia, and King North 7 has married Miss Daisy, the daughter of Walasud. Miss Daisy has become the queen of the kingdom of St. Cassia. In the name of the world government, King North 7 has donated 2 billion berries to the Navy and commissioned a special warship for the base commander, Victorly. Major Victorly expresses gratitude to the world government for upholding justice for the Navy. As the reports from the newspaper spread across the globe, the morale of the Navy was instantly restored, the world government was highly satisfied, and the kingdom of St. Cassia had no reason to complain. Everyone was pleased out of course, except for Doflamingo, but he is currently too preoccupied to concern himself with this matter, nor does he dare provoke the Navy. Jinbei had become a warlord of the sea last month, leaving him with few positions available. Doflamingo's primary objective now is to become a warlord of the sea. After resting for a while in St. Cassia, Victorly received orders that the Navy would hold a ceremony for the transfer of the fleet admiral and the awarding of the 3 admirals, and he must return to headquarters. Victorly thought for a moment and decided to bring along Law.as Sengoku's adopted son. Sengoku had some feelings towards him, so he had been secretly searching for Law's whereabouts. Given Law's abilities, he could not currently protect him, so it was not necessarily a bad thing for Sengoku to know of Law's existence at present. Victorly's relationship with Law is both mentor and friend, and Law maintains a good relationship with Bepo and the others. Based on his character, he would undoubtedly stand by Victorly's side in the future if any issues arose, unlike those hot-blooded youths. Law is acutely aware of the darkness within the Navy, thus Victorly's way of doing things is very much to his liking. A.S. Victorly prepared to set off. The warship gifted by King North 7 arrived just in time. Although the anime claims that the shipwrights of Water 7 are extraordinary, with Fisher Tom being dubbed the world's greatest shipwright, some of the top shipwrights within the Navy are certainly not any less skilled. Tom became the #1 shipwright primarily because he built ships for Roger. The ship constructed for Victorly was crafted by the Navy's most renowned shipwright in the North Sea, the Golden Eagle. Tailored to Victorly's specifications, the ship's bow resembles a soaring golden eagle, and its hull is slightly smaller than that of an ordinary four-masted warship, equipped with only a few cannons to enhance its speed. Due to Victorly's considerable appetite, the cold storage has been expanded. Aside from this, its exterior does not significantly differ from that of a regular warship, but the internal decor is more lavish and comfortable. With superior infrastructure, there is also a large glass room for growing fruits and vegetables. Occasionally enjoying tea and basking in the sun here would be quite pleasant. Notably, the primary material used for the ship's construction is atom wood, with the dragon bone being a branch of atom wood. Although atom wood is precious, many countries possess it, and St. Cassia is no exception. They have enough materials to construct several warships and contributed a portion for this occasion. Upon boarding the Golden Eagle with Law and arriving at headquarters, Victorly first brought some local specialties to visit his direct superior, Fire Mountain, and subsequently, under Fire Mountain's introduction, met many high-ranking officers trained by Zifa. After reminiscing with the Weasel, he led Victorly and Law to the Fleet Admiral's office. Upon Victorly's arrival, Sengoku was quite perplexed. For him, although Victorly had performed admirably, his current rank should not allow for a casual meeting, especially since he had brought along a third-class officer. Why is he not entering? The Weasel noticed Sengoku's confusion and softly addressed him. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, this is the youth you asked me to find. He is the one who went missing from Subordinates Archipelago. What? After the Weasel finished speaking, he stepped outside, leaving only Law and Sengoku. It is unclear what the two discussed, but nearly an hour later, Sengoku finally called Victorly inside. Victorly. Admiral Sengoku adjusted his spectacles, casting a serious gaze upon Victorly. I shall not mince words. Since you are aware of Law's identity, it stands to reason that you have discerned it through his capabilities. You must comprehend the uniqueness of this fruit. Should the world government become aware of Law's existence, they would undoubtedly take action. I have proffered a suggestion to Law, but he wishes to consult with you. So do take heed. Given your current position, you are not privy to the existence of this unit. Hence, utmost confidentiality is imperative. I aspire for Law to join the Blade Unit. The Blade Unit is a specialized combat squad within the Navy. Currently in its formative stages, the members of the Blade are both Navy personnel and yet not. They may engage in combat with anyone, yet the Navy may disavow their identities and dismiss them at will. After Sengoku's exposition, Victorly furrowed his brow in contemplative silence. Was this merely a ploy to have Law remain a pirate, albeit with the facade of an undercover Navy operative? However, the implications of refusing were stark. Sengoku's intent was clear. Should the world government detect Law, it would be all too simple to manipulate him. Admiral Sengoku, I cannot make a decision on this matter at present, Victorly replied, meeting Sengoku's gaze earnestly. My bond with Law is profound, and naturally, I wish for him to remain by my side. Thus, upon our return, let us deliberate thoroughly before providing you with a response, shall we? After all, the Blade Unit has yet to be established. Sengoku glanced at Law, nodding his assent. Very well, that be why the year's end. I expect a response. However, during this interim, ensure that Law refrains from utilizing his abilities. Rest assured, I have been vigilant in this regard. Upon recognizing the powers of the Ope no Mi, I have not permitted Law to employ them. Observing Victorly's confident demeanor, Sengoku nodded in satisfaction. He was meticulous, decisive, and adaptable, yet regrettably young and somewhat lacking in strength. Chapter 35. I owe you a favor. The ceremony for the transfer of the position of Fleet Admiral and the awarding of honors to the 3 admirals took place on the same day. Victorly ascended the platform, receiving the rank of lieutenant commander. With a stern expression, he stood amidst a throng of Navy personnel, enduring the incessant flashes of countless cameras. The ceremony drew hundreds of journalists, and merely handling their inquiries left Victorly and his colleagues standing like fools for 2 hours. However, considering the burgeoning number of pirates each year, it was imperative to showcase the Navy's might. Moreover, this generation of the Navy was lauded as the most formidable in history, featuring Sengoku, the so-called strategist, alongside the legendary Garp, 3 admirals with Logia powers, and a plethora of various officers. That it is noteworthy that the previous generation, while consisting of 3 admirals, had Garp decline the position, Zifa entering a training camp, and Sengoku temporarily assuming the role of fleet admiral. That in comparison, the Navy had become exceedingly prosperous. Following the conclusion of the ceremony, Victorly lingered at headquarters for several days, reconnecting with his seniors. He had initially wished to meet the 3 admirals, but alas, they departed immediately after the ceremony. After all, admirals were exceedingly busy. Victorly did not harbor the illusion that they would be as lackadaisical as portrayed in the anime, save for a canoe. However, this perception was swiftly shattered half a month later. Instructing the warship to anchor near a small island by Reverse Mountain, Victorly donned civilian attire and flew to the West Sea, specifically to a city named Birdheg. While this locale was not a member nation, its inhabitants enjoyed a relatively good standard of living. The city was renowned for its cosmetics and beer. Victorly intended to purchase some cosmetics for Michelle and Azura, along with a few beers to bring back. However, the local law enforcement left much to be desired. As Victorly turned a few corners, he stumbled upon a chaotic brawl. Bang! Initially, Victorly paid little heed, but one woman, long-haired and with a darker complexion, captured his attention. Clutching a revolver, she fiercely engaged with the outnumbered faction, her expression fierce. Upon closer inspection, Victorly recognized her identity. Was this not Nico Robin, the future archaeologist of the Straw Hat crew? Observing Robin's well-developed physique, Victorly shook his head in regret. He could not bring himself to believe that Nico Robin was a paragon of virtue. For her, the act of submitting to others at a tender age for survival was entirely normal. Those who have never faced dire straits cannot fathom the desperation. Everything one possesses can be bartered, including one's own body. Having endured countless betrayals, Nico Robin was now reliant on the underground forces of a non-member nation to survive. The delicate beauty, who could resist her charms? In this more pragmatic world, could she dare to refuse? At least for now, she could not. Perhaps only once she has grown in strength would she possess the ability to reject. Her long-standing collaboration with Crocodile likely stemmed from his preferences. Victorly knew well that in Sakura country, men typically wore earrings on their left ear, sometimes on both, but those who adorned only their right ear, well, they were either close friends or cross-dressers. Yet, what to do about Robin now? As Victorly pondered, an icy sensation crept up from behind him. Before he could react, he felt a weight on his shoulder, pulling him aside. With a swift motion, he freed himself from the grip that felt as though it were welded to his shoulder, only to find himself in a state of shock. With green goggles, curly hair, and a perpetually sleepy countenance. Was this not Kazan? Admiral Kazan. Victorly immediately recalled why Kazan was present, but still feigned confusion as he inquired. What brings you here? You are Victorly. Kazan recognized Victorly instantly. For someone yet to penetrate the core of the Navy, being easily recognized by Kazan indicated that he had indeed been keeping an eye on the promising youth of the Navy. His demeanor, seemingly indifferent, might well be a fade he presented to others. Admiral Kazan. Your presence is fortuitous, Victorly exclaimed with feigned enthusiasm. I have discovered the bounty of 79 million on the head of Nico Robin. The devil child, that I shall apprehend her, and you can escort her back to headquarters. Kazan paused for 2 seconds, then replied gravely, You are mistaken, Victorly. That girl merely bears a resemblance to Nico Robin. In truth, she is the daughter of an old friend of mine, and I have come here to see her. Kazan's blatant protection of Nico Robin stemmed not only from guilt towards his dear friend, but also from his lingering distress over the O'Hara incident. Noting Victorly's silence, Kazan continued, I have heard from teacher Zifa that you have performed admirably. I had intended to meet you at some point, yet I did not anticipate it would be under such circumstances. Victorly smiled back at Kazan. Was he trying to appeal to emotions? He had no intention of offending Kazan. even though some officers of Academy background held reservations towards him due to his closer ties with Garp. Nonetheless, this did not preclude some from supporting Kazan. The Academy faction was exceedingly complex, encompassing nearly every faction within the Navy, and Kazan, as Sengoku's favored successor, though the youngest, held a slightly higher standing than Akainu and Borsellino. This was due to the fact that the peace faction led by Sengoku was, at present, the Navy's predominant faction, boasting overwhelming advantages. Otherwise, Akainu's temperament would not have allowed him to remain under Sengoku's command for so many years. The extent of the sacrifices Akainu would make to gain an opportunity for fair competition against Kazan for the position of Fleet Admiral remains to be seen. The disparate treatment from the Gorosei towards Akainu and Sengoku offers a glimpse into the matter. Not to mention that even CP0's Lucci could command and reprimand Akainu. As Victorly mulled over these thoughts, he was jolted back to reality upon noticing a flicker of impatience on Kazan's face. With a smile, Victorly said, "You jest. I should be the one to visit you. How about we find a place to enjoy a drink?" The two sought out a quaint tavern, where Victorly spoke solely of occurrences in the training camp, deliberately avoiding any mention of other matters, which eased Kazan's mind considerably. As they finished their meal and prepared to depart, Kazan leaned in closer to Victorly and whispered, "Victorly, let her be. She is also a pitiful soul. I owe you a favor." "Admiral Kazan," Victorly replied with a smile, "I merely came today to purchase some beer to savor. I know nothing of anything else. Farewell, Admiral Kazan. The beer is procured, and I must take my leave." Chapter 36. Ginny and Bonnie. Little did I expect that merely turning a corner to the West Sea to procure some wine would lead to encounters not only with Nico Robin, but also with Kazan, resulting in quite a delightful interlude. Given Kazan's remarks, it was evident that Victor would not entertain any notions regarding Nico Robin. He had no time to attempt to win over someone like Robin, who had been betrayed multiple times and had come to distrust everyone. Naturally, he found it impossible to place his faith in her as well. The only value Nico Robin held for Victor lay in her understanding of the historical texts. Or perhaps in another regard, her physique. As for the former, Victor had no need, for even if he did, the hidden Kazuki clan of Wano undoubtedly surpassed Robin in terms of historical knowledge. Regarding the latter, with a mere flick of his finger, women would readily flock to him. After all, a young and accomplished officer exudes an allure akin to magnetism for those noble women of a more flirtatious disposition. As Victor soared over the upside-down mountain, he descended in altitude, bringing the Golden Eagle to a halt nearby. Expecting it to arrive shortly to return to the North Sea, he needed to navigate through the adjacent calm belt. Hence he instructed the Golden Eagle to dock in the Grand Line, rather than accompany him to the West Sea. While in flight, Victor spotted a small boat on the sea's surface. Initially, he paid it little heed, but after employing his observation haki, his curiosity piqued, and he turned back to investigate further. Through the insights gathered from his haki, Victor discerned that there were only two individuals aboard the sluggishly moving vessel, both exuding a remarkably faint aura, akin to that of infants. As he transformed into his human form and alighted on the deck, those within the cabin remained unresponsive, with a look of intrigue. Victor ventured inside. The cabin was shrouded in darkness, deliberately obscured by cloth and paper, sealing off any light. It was only upon reaching the helm that he beheld a woman with short pink hair lying on the floor, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness. Her arms were covered in bluish-green scales, and her face was adorned with colorful gemstones, her skin a striking hue of blue. Beside her, a cradle cradled a child, appearing to be but a few months old, peacefully resting. Upon noticing the child's similarly pink hair and tiny gemstones on her face, Victor's heart skipped a beat. Could this be Ginny and Bonnie? Yet according to the original narrative, Ginny should have perished shortly after giving birth to Bonnie. Why was she alive now? Had his arrival stirred the wings of a butterfly, altering their fates? Ginny appeared exceedingly despondent. Victor pondered for a moment, retrieving a transponder snail from his pocket, instructing Law and the others to come immediately, while simultaneously maneuvering the ship's helm to make a swift turn. After half an hour, the Golden Eagle arrived. Due to the jade scale disease being susceptible to sunlight, Victor secured Bonnie to his chest, wrapped Ginny in a blanket, and transported them aboard the warship. Upon reaching the operating room, Victor drew the curtains tightly, ensuring that not a single ray of sunlight penetrated, before gently placing Ginny down and unbinding the slumbering Bonnie. Jade scale, Law immediately recognized the ailment upon seeing Ginny's condition. Victor inquired, "So, what do you think? Do you have confidence in curing her?" After a thorough examination of Ginny, Law shook his head and replied, "Her situation is too severe. I cannot ascertain whether she can be cured. Even if it is possible, it will not be achievable in just 1 or 2 attempts." "Very well. Do your utmost," Victor said as he cradled Bonnie and made his way toward the door. "If you require assistance, summon Chopper. Ensure no one sees this woman. She is the former commander of the Revolutionary Army's Eastern Forces." What? Law's surgical procedure was fraught with complications, extending into the deep night without conclusion, during which he took breaks to replenish his strength with food. During this time, Bonnie awakened, curiously regarding Victor, showing no fear, nor did she cry. She was remarkably well behaved, with no toys aboard. Victor had Bepo play the role of a plush companion, much to Bonnie's delight. After consuming some milk, Bonnie soon drifted into a deep slumber. Truth be told, Victor felt immense joy at having rescued Bonnie and Ginny, for this could potentially save a man from a tragic fate, though perhaps it could only be said to salvage half of it. Bartholomew Kuma, this reincarnated saint, though some of his actions and thoughts bewildered Victor, it did not impede his admiration for him. He was a great father, the kindest soul in the pirate world. Ginny, his childhood companion, had been captured by the celestial dragons and returned with child, only to pass shortly after giving birth. Then, she sacrificed everything for this child, Bonnie, with no blood ties. A saint indeed. Yet now, as a member of the Navy, Victor had to contemplate the ramifications of rescuing Ginny and her daughter. Although the name Jade Scale sounds melodious, it is, in fact, a vile disease, an exceedingly rare affliction, likely confined to the celestial dragons. Were it not for this disease, Ginny would not have been released by the celestial dragons, and during this time, her companions had not even entertained the thought of rescuing her. Kuma was likely manipulated by Dragon, and the other companions must have feared the celestial dragons might, in other words, Ginny's life held less value to them than the revolutionary armies caused at AS for Ginny herself. Victor found it hard to believe that after enduring torment at the hands of the celestial dragons for so many years, she harbored no resentment, especially upon learning that her daughter had also contracted this disease. Ginny's heart must be brimming with negative emotions, unless she were a saint, which she was not. Otherwise, she would have contacted Dragon at the first opportunity. If she could reach Kuma, surely she could reach Dragon as well. Thus, this aspect could be skillfully utilized, for the Revolutionary Army was, in fact, subtly supported by the Navy. Otherwise, how could the Revolutionary Army have gradually grown amidst the world government's pursuit? It was unnecessary to ponder. It was undoubtedly Sengoku's idea. Perhaps Dragon's initial defection was even discussed with Sengoku. Carp had conversed face-to-face with Dragon, so he too must be in the know. The world government likely perceived that Sengoku's subsequent disillusionment stemmed from Akainu's rise to power, which extinguished any possibility of an alliance between the Navy and the Revolutionary Army, if he could infiltrate the Revolutionary Army through Ginny. Planting some trusted individuals within their ranks, Victor approached the door of the operating room, observing Law's weary countenance, and fell into silent contemplation. A bang. That it was not until the following morning that a pallid Law emerged from the operating room. Upon seeing Victor waiting outside, Law promptly reported, "Her will to survive is exceptionally strong, so I have temporarily stabilized her life. However, she will require another surgery before she regains consciousness and mobility. Unfortunately, with my current capabilities, I cannot fully cure the Jade Scale. Perhaps once my skills have further developed, I will be able to completely heal her. Thank you for your hard work, Law." Victor clapped a hand on Law's shoulder. "You should go and rest well. I have a matter to discuss with you shortly. It concerns your future." Chapter 37. The awakening of Ginny joining the Revolutionary Army after a hearty meal and adequate rest. Law's complexion appeared much improved. Once Victor articulated his thoughts, Law pondered carefully before responding. This indeed presents a viable option. The Revolutionary Army could effectively provide me with cover, but can I integrate into their upper echelons and earn their trust? Of course you can, Victor replied with a smile. That as long as you feign agreement with their ideals, with your talents and abilities, you will certainly receive special treatment. Who knows, Dragon might even take you on as a disciple. His strength far surpasses mine at present. Moreover, the Revolutionary Army and the Navy have long been intertwined. The majority of the Revolutionary Army comprises Na'vi and sentimental individuals who genuinely believe they can alter this world and liberate all from bondage. But freedom and equality. The so-called freedom and equality are utterly unattainable, for this world is inherently unjust. Fish cannot fly, and birds cannot swim. How is that fair? You toil as a dung collector while he ascends to kingship. Does that equate to equality? You desire equality? Who will collect dung? Who will be king? How can there be equality? And those who are enslaved, in this world, apart from that 1%, the rest are subjugated to as long as you need to eat and live. As long as you possess vulnerabilities and desires, you can be enslaved. The terminology may merely shift. Perhaps it will be called employment instead. Therefore, the ideals of the Revolutionary Army can never be realized. They rely on slogans to attract support and enlist followers. It is likely that only Dragon remains lucid within the entire Revolutionary Army. Dragon? Law queried, perplexed. Isn't he the leader of the Revolutionary Army? Why is he the only one who remains clear-headed? Victor gazed at the unconscious Ginny, his tone dripping with disdain. But if he weren't clear-headed, how could he deceive so many fools? Take this one lying in bed. The commander of the Revolutionary Army's Eastern Forces. Quite a lofty position, wouldn't you say? And look at her fate. Having been toyed with like a mere dog by the celestial dragons for many years. She contracted a disease and was subsequently cast aside. Had I not encountered her, perhaps she and her child would have perished. During this time, what has Dragon accomplished? He has successfully dissuaded the other members of the Revolutionary Army from attempting to rescue this unfortunate soul. That fishman, Tazolo, managed to crawl to the Red Line to liberate slaves. Do you truly believe Dragon could not do the same? Even if he could not, should he not at least attempt it? Yet, he not only refrains from action but also forbids others from intervening. Otherwise, this pitiable woman might have been rescued long ago. You may not be aware, but there exists a powerful individual within the Revolutionary Army named Bartholomew Kuma. Should he find Ginny, he could rescue her. He shares a profound bond with Ginny. So why does he not act? Because of Dragon. Dragon does not wish for the cadres of the Revolutionary Army to risk their lives for a woman coveted by the celestial dragons. Even if she were saved, what if the celestial dragons held a grudge? Thus, he must have persuaded Kuma with the lofty ideals of the Revolutionary Army, having used this reasoning to sway others in the past. Am I not correct, Lady Ginny? Upon hearing Victor's words, Luo was astonished to discover that Ginny had opened her eyes at some point, tears streaming down her face. Luo, pointing at Ginny, exclaimed in bewilderment, "What is this? Such a severe affliction. How could you awaken? Do not be so surprised, Luo." Victor pulled out a tissue to wipe Ginny's tears and said, "After all, she is a senior cadre of the Revolutionary Army. She regained consciousness as soon as we entered, though she is still unable to move. The next steps are in your hands." Victor took a couple of steps before pausing. "By the way, Lady Ginny, rest assured, your daughter is very obedient. She has just eaten and is now fast asleep. This surgery took significantly less time than the first." Luo emerged after merely 2 hours. Victor held a large bowl of rice porridge in one hand while cradling Bonnie in the other as he entered. Ginny took Bonnie into her arms and silently finished the porridge before finally speaking. "Navy, I am truly grateful for your life-saving assistance. May I know your name?" "Victor, Baron Victor." Ginny looked at Victor with a serious expression. "So, it is Victor? As for what you just mentioned, I can assist you. I can help you elevate Luo within the ranks of the Revolutionary Army, even to the point of controlling it. However, I have one condition. If the opportunity arises, please allow me to kill Dragon." "To kill Dragon?" Victor shook his head and replied, "I cannot agree to that, as I cannot ascertain whether your intentions will change. However, if by that time you still wish to eliminate Dragon, I can assist you." Ginny gazed at Bonnie, who was smiling up at her, and spoke with unwavering resolve. "Fear not. During my years in Mariawa, I have come to understand many things. The naive Revolutionary Army Ginny has long since perished. I have seen through Dragon's hypocrisy. You are entirely correct. The ideals of the Revolutionary Army are utterly unattainable. Is that so?" Victor nodded, contemplating for a moment before continuing. "I can share some news with you. There is currently a young boy in the Revolutionary Army. He is Dragon's apprentice, named Sabo. You should engage with him regularly, subtly influencing his thoughts that in the future, this boy may also become a cadre of the Revolutionary Army. Furthermore, you should interact with the other children in the Revolutionary Army. They are the backbone of its future. Gaining their allegiance equates to wielding power within the Revolutionary Army. You understand this, do you not? Seeing Ginny nodding repeatedly, Victor pointed to her slightly bluish complexion and said, "You are fortunate. Luo is here with me, and his abilities can temporarily suppress your condition, the green jade scales. However, it cannot be completely cured yet." "Luo, please explain her situation." Luo produced a dozen colorful stones and stated, "These were extracted from your body. The green jade scales is an exceedingly rare blood disease that it gradually produces a gem-like substance, which the body then absorbs. That if you forcibly remove these, the rate of gem formation will increase. Your skin will slowly develop green scales, eventually turning completely blue, culminating in death. Your condition is quite severe, having undergone multiple extractions of these gems, so I cannot offer a complete cure. However, you need not worry. After a couple more treatments, you will be able to live under the sun, provided you allow me to." Before Luo could finish, Ginny interjected, "Do you mean to say that if I had just contracted the green jade scales, there would have been a chance for a complete cure?" Luo nodded and replied, "It would merely require a blood transfusion and bone marrow transplant. With my abilities, as long as there is sufficient blood, I can completely replace the blood in your body. This would entirely cure the green jade scales. But currently, your blood, fantastic." Upon hearing this, Ginny leapt to her feet, then turned to Victor and said, "Mr. Victor, even if this young brother can cure me, I do not wish for a complete remedy. This is my sincerity, to demonstrate my determination and reassure you. But could you allow this young brother to treat Bonnie, to see if her affliction can be fully healed? Thank you." Observing Ginny preparing to kneel in front of Victor while holding Bonnie, Victor sighed with resignation. The hearts of parents are indeed pitiful. "Fear not, Luo. I leave this to you." Chapter 38 Kuma. Sometimes one must learn to be selfish. The sensation of being severed into pieces by Luo's powers was quite extraordinary. Victor could sense his other body parts. Perhaps due to his significantly greater strength compared to Luo, he could gradually reconnect them at will. Luo, wielding various instruments and wearing a mask, relentlessly cut into Victor's body. The experience felt akin to that of a lamb awaiting slaughter. Exceedingly uncomfortable. Beside them, Bonnie floated in the air, her face filled with curiosity. The necessity of completely replacing Bonnie's blood and undergoing a bone marrow transplant was the only method Luo had to treat the green jade scales. Initially, Victor intended to demonstrate his sincerity by allowing Luo to examine himself first. However, during this examination, Luo discovered that Victor and Bonnie not only shared the same blood type, but that their bone marrow was also a perfect match. This led to the current circumstances. Fortunately, the medical facilities aboard the ship were of the highest caliber, enabling Luo to save Bonnie. "Commander Victor, your regenerative capabilities are remarkable," Luo's voice echoed in the operating room. "In that case, I shall collect more bone marrow. This will expedite Bonnie's recovery. Would that be acceptable?" Upon seeing the large syringe, Victor's face turned green. "You cannot be serious. Bone marrow is extracted using that. Though I lack medical knowledge, I can deduce that it cannot be done this way." Luo prepared the syringe and explained carefully, "Did I not mention? Your regenerative ability is extraordinary, combined with my powers. While the method may be somewhat crude, it is undeniably effective." After exiting the operating room, Victor made a beeline for the dining hall. He only paused when the cooks were on the verge of exhaustion. Yet, his complexion remained pale, and his body felt weak, having donated both blood and bone marrow single-handedly. Given the circumstances, he would likely need to rest for several days. Nevertheless, saving Bonnie was worth it. At least her future would not be so tragic. Ginny and Bonnie were arranged by Victor to stay in his quarters. Aside from Luo and a few others, no one had seen their true appearances. The other sailors only knew that Victor had rescued someone. When Victor returned to his room, Bonnie was already awake, and Ginny was smiling as she held her. Luo, noticing Victor, remarked in surprise, "Commander, the restorative powers of your blood and bone marrow are astonishing. Not only is there no rejection from Bonnie, but her constitution has also been enhanced. It is nothing short of a miracle. Furthermore, I have discovered something peculiar within Bonnie's body, a strange substance, perhaps that cannot be eliminated. But upon contact with your blood, it quickly fused together and is gradually growing stronger. That I cannot identify what it is, but I can assert it is not a harmful substance, not a strange substance. Could it be the sway fruit? It seems that Bonnie's sway fruit originated from experiments conducted by Satan, that I cannot believe Bonnie was subjected to experimentation at such a young age. Satan truly is a beast. Nevertheless, if it poses no harm, it is best to leave it be. Victor cast a complex glance at Bonnie and said to Ginny, "This child must be nurtured well in the future. After all, her body is now infused with my blood." Ginny remained silent for a moment before assuring Victorali, "Rest assured, I shall forever remember your great kindness. I will inform Bonnie of who saved her." And once again, I express my heartfelt gratitude. As Ginny attempted to kneel once more, Victorali swiftly assisted her, saying, "There is no need for further thanks. That I only hope you can maintain your resolve for vengeance and not be swayed by those deceptive ideals again." "That will not happen," Ginny interjected firmly. "It absolutely will not. Every moment of my memories in Marie Joie reminds me. The jade-scale disease afflicting me serves as a constant reminder." Moreover, Ginny gently caressed Bonnie's hair, enunciating each word. "This child incessantly reminds me how I became her mother. Therefore, I shall never forget. What companions, what equality among all mere fabrications and jest. I shall ensure that Bartholomew awakens to the truth." After undergoing treatment from Luo, Ginny's skin had completely returned to its former state. That evening, Luo, Xiachi, and Peijin bid farewell to the sorrowful Bepo. After much contemplation, Victorali decided to allow Luo to take Xiachi and Peijin along. Although their talents were not exceptional, they could still serve as officers within the Revolutionary Army. Luo needed 2 aides, and Xiachi and Peijin had been trained to exhibit much more composure, making them trustworthy. As for Bepo, given his youth, it was best to keep him close. Under the cover of night, they boarded Ginny's small boat, and the following morning, Victorali ordered them to set sail on the Golden Eagle. Victorali transformed into his eagle form, carrying Ginny and the others towards the kingdom of Sobel in the South Sea. Ginny had already contacted Bartholomew via a transponder snail, and Victorali was eager to witness Bartholomew's reaction. Despite Victorali's swift speed, when he arrived at the desolate fishing port Ginny had described, the large figure of Bartholomew, adorned with a trapezoidal bear hat, was already waiting there, since Ginny had not disclosed how she would return. Bartholomew's gaze remained fixed on the S, yet it was not until Victorali's silhouette obscured the sunlight that Bartholomew looked up, bewildered. Thud. Ginny descended from the sky, cradling Bonnie, while Victorali landed alongside Luo and the others. Upon seeing Ginny before him, Bartholomew stood frozen, as if in disbelief. Nearly a minute passed before he rushed forward and embraced Ginny. After Victorali had given his instructions to the 3, Ginny called out to Victorali from a distance. Bartholomew's face bore traces of tears as he cautiously held Bonnie. Addressing Victorali, "Ginny has already informed me. Thank you for saving both Ginny and Bonnie. That I truly do not know what to say." Then, turning to Victorali, he added, "I have heard of the surgery fruit. I assure you, Luo will be perfectly safe. The world government will not pose a threat to him. My companions and I will ensure his protection." "Enough of that. Do not speak so confidently," Ginny interjected mockingly from the side. "I am the living example." Noticing the sorrow etched on Bartholomew's face, Ginny could not bring herself to continue. His expression was laden with guilt. He had wished to save Ginny but had been dissuaded by Dragon's revolutionary ideals, who claimed Ginny would not want them to risk their lives in vain. Thus, witnessing Ginny's heart filled with resentment, contrary to Dragon's assertions, made Bartholomew's heart bleed. After all, Ginny was his beloved, yet she had endured unimaginable torment. Victorali looked up at Bartholomew and said, "They are now entrusted to your care, and please, nurture Bonnie well. Farewell, Luo, Xiachi, Peijin, take good care of yourselves." Commander Victorali, upon witnessing Victorali transform into an eagle and ascend into the sky, Bartholomew suddenly shouted, "Victorali, I owe you a favor. Whenever you need it, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life." "Another favor owed to me, though this one seems far more genuine," Victorali replied, circling in the air with his wings spread wide, "that I do not require your life. Treat Ginny well. Do not let her down again. Do not allow that painful experience to repeat itself. Bartholomew, sometimes one must learn to be selfish. Ideals and reality. You must choose one. Farewell." After returning to the base, Victorali resolved to recruit a new batch of Navy personnel. With an increase in warships, naturally, the number of sailors should also rise. Expanding the military was remarkably straightforward. even if it exceeded the limit. As long as the base had the funds, any request to the headquarters would be approved. Do not be misled into thinking that Navy bases or branches rely solely on the funds allocated by the headquarters each year. Such bases would likely be led by individuals with exceedingly rigid personalities, lacking any adaptability to the original narrative. How could a Colonel Mouse collude with Arlong for so many years without consequence? Did the headquarters truly remain oblivious? While there may not be explicit regulations, the headquarters discreetly encourages each branch to find ways to increase revenue. Hence, the commanders of various divisions and base chiefs maintain cordial relationships with the local royalty and nobility within their territories. The royalty and nobility are also eager to cultivate ties with the station navy, such as by sharing some business ventures or providing the navy with a stake in profits in doing so. When pirates attack or other situations arise, the navy is more likely to take an active role in protecting the area. Conversely, those who are exceedingly greedy and devoid of morals, like Colonel Mouse, would collaborate with pirate crews, collecting tributes annually while disregarding their control over towns. Naturally, such scenarios predominantly unfold in non-member countries. After all, if the goal wasn't to join the member states, why would they seek membership? The headquarters adopts this stance to bolster the Navy's confidence when confronting the world government. Ultimately, the Navy's finances primarily derive from the military funds provided by the world government. Without money, where would their confidence stem from? During this naval recruitment, many scions from noble families eagerly enlisted, among them John, who sent his merely 14-year-old second son, Blake Dole, to join the military. Since only one person can inherit the title, other members of noble families often lead quite difficult lives. Victorali has now emerged as a rising star in the Navy, gaining a modest reputation. Thus, serving under him is considered a viable path for many. Compared to ordinary commoners, most noble offspring are exceptionally talented. The primary distinction being that they have received comprehensive education, know what they desire, and do not fear death. Unlike the impetuous youth driven by passion, they are molded by the teachings of their upbringing. Where family legacy and honor surpass all else, they are fully aware of the possibility of death, yet bravely step forward to lead their fellow sailors. Consequently, these noble scions without titles are highly favored by the upper echelons of the Navy. After spending several months in St. Cassia, Victorali has selected a group of sufficiently skilled sailors, though small in number, merely a few dozen. With proper training, they could at least rise to the rank of officers. Upon learning of Law's situation, Victorali promptly informed warring states, who remained notably silent upon hearing the news. This further confirmed Victorali's suspicions, for after all, Long had previously served in the Navy. What was termed as defection was merely a well-rehearsed act. It is even plausible that the Revolutionary Army's ideology was subtly guided by Long under warring states' influence. A clever, ambitious, and resourceful individual like warring states would undoubtedly refuse to accept the Navy as merely a pawn of the world government. Ever since Law and his companions departed, Bepo has been in a state of melancholy. Although Azura adores Bepo and often keeps him close, the absence of Law and his friends has visibly diminished Bepo's laughter. Victorali contemplated fetching Yuta to provide Bepo with a companion as the base commander. Although he enjoyed some liberties, he could not simply come and go as he pleased. After requesting half a month's leave from Fire Mountain, Victorali took the record pointer and transformed into a divine eagle, soaring into the sky. The pointer to Eregia was collected by Victorali some time ago. Once a bustling area, it now lies almost forgotten. Yuta, being a year younger than Bepo, would hopefully alleviate his loneliness. Moreover, Yuta's abilities could ease the pressure on her companions, serving as a commendable psychological support. Currently, Yuta harbors a profound hatred for pirates, being young. Having her by his side would inevitably shape her thoughts in line with Victorali's beliefs. As for Shanks, it is irrelevant whether or not he currently holds the title of a Yonko. Even if he were to become one, as a mere pirate, he should dare to confront the Navy. Victorali would not grant him any leniency regardless. Accompanied by the howling wind, several days later, Victorali arrived at Eregia and, upon gazing down, spotted Yuta standing alone on the beach, gazing at the sea. Yuta also noticed Victorali in his divine eagle form. Under the sunlight, his feathers glimmered with golden hues, appearing exceptionally beautiful in astonishment. Yuta watched as Victorali transformed back into his human form. An eagle turned into a man, a power user. The Navy, After a few exclamations, Yuta excitedly ran in circles around Victorali, pinching him and exclaiming, "Hey, big brother, can you take me for a flight?" Observing Yuta's friendly demeanor, Victorali smiled gently and replied, "Of course, come here." He lifted Yuta and tossed her onto his back, transforming into a giant eagle and soaring into the sky. Wow. Ha, so high. Yuta's bravery shone through as she stood upright on Victorali's back, shouting joyfully. It was evident that she hadn't laughed like this in a long time. Only when her voice grew hoarse did she collapse onto Victorali. Once they landed, Victorali took the opportunity to converse with her. "Hey, little sister, why are you all alone on this island?" "I am not a little sister. My name is Yuta. As for why I am alone." Yuta's tone turned sorrowful. "It's because I was abandoned." "Abandoned?" "Yes, by my companions." Yuta fell silent for a moment before her excitement returned. "Big brother, you are in the Navy, right? You capture pirates, don't you? Can I please join you and become part of the Navy?" "Wait, I haven't even invited you yet. You are so eager. Is it really that simple?" Calming his own emotions, Victorali gently responded, "Life in the Navy is quite arduous and monotonous. There are various rules to follow. Can you handle that? Moreover, do you not have any other relatives on the island? It wouldn't be right to take you away today." As soon as Victorali finished speaking, Yuta hurriedly nodded. "I can handle it. I can endure anything. As long as I can catch pirates. I have no family left here. Please take me with you, big brother." After pondering for a moment, Victorali nodded decisively. "All right, we will leave now. By the way, from now on, call me Commander Victorali." "Yes, Commander Victorali." Sensing a presence approaching the island, Victorali lifted Yuta onto his back and took to the skies. That presence was likely Gordon. However, given Yuta's proactive request, there was no need to linger on the matter. Victorali realized why Yuta was so eager to leave. After all, she was still just a child. Confining a child with an elderly person on this island would be an exceedingly cruel fate. Furthermore, her bond with Gordon had not yet deepened, and without the image-transmitting snail, it was only natural for her to wish to depart urgently. Thus, starting today, Yuta would join the Navy. Just like Bepo, she would be an unregistered member. Given her young age. Chapter 40. The strength fruit and Victorali's suspicions proved true. Ever since Yuta's arrival, Bepo has been much happier. Yuta also took a great liking to Bepo, and the two spent their days together. The entire Tofik port knew that Bepo was a sailor at the base, deeply favored by Victorali, thus ensuring that no issues of racial discrimination would arise, due to Victorali's rescue of Bart and his occasional assistance to commoners. His reputation in this nation was quite high. Of course, he was also buoyed by the flattery of a certain group of newspaper friends. Victorali was hailed as the idol of the youth of St. Cassia. Enjoying considerable popularity, being still young, Victorali did not train them as he did others. Their focus remained on cultural studies, for which Victorali specifically hired 2 teachers, one for literacy and another to impart knowledge of music to Yuta. In addition, Bepo's sailing master would also teach them some maritime navigation skills. Strangely enough, while Bepo adeptly used chopsticks during meals, his handwriting left much to be desired, resembling that of a dog's paw. Despite his busy schedule, Victorali always made time to converse with them, sharing stories of city happenings and subtly influencing their thoughts. Victorali certainly did not wish to raise 2 overly idealistic individuals, especially Yuta, whom he aimed to educate into a competent Navy officer capable of decisively eliminating threats from Shanks and Luffy. Since teaching one was akin to teaching 2, he pondered who else in the original story was young, talented, and might still be located. While Victorali was deep in thought, John called to inform him that he had procured a devil fruit, with the support of the royal family and the Navy. The Purple Blossom Chamber of Commerce had rapidly evolved into a prominent enterprise in the North Sea. Naturally, this chamber interacted with a diverse array of individuals, including those from the black market, bounty hunters, and pirates. Most devil fruits were discovered by these 3 groups. Thus, Victorali advised John to acquire any devil fruit he came across, provided the price was reasonable. John mentioned that he had spent 100 million on a devil fruit from a civilian, which he would be bringing back today. Victorali felt a surge of anticipation. Although 100 million berries was likely the cheapest price for a Zoan-type devil fruit, it was still a worthwhile find. Who knows what surprises it might hold? However, upon seeing the fruit John returned with, Victorali felt the surprise was rather substantial. After consulting the devil fruit compendium, he confirmed that this fruit, resembling a yellowish-brown apple, was the paramecia-type strength fruit, which would later belong to the Blackbeard pirates Burgess. It was highly probable that Burgess's abilities were plundered by Teach, who carefully selected powers for his crew. The fact that Burgess could potentially lift a small mountain solely through brute strength was a testament to the fruit's formidable power. Recognizing the fruit immediately brought one person to Victoria's mind: Kuina from Frostmoon Village in the East Blue. That girl possessed swordsmanship talent that surpassed even Zoro's at merely 11 years of age. She met a tragic demise from a fall down the stairs. I wonder if she is still alive now. Is it too late for me to intervene? With her exceptional talent in swordsmanship, should she consume this fruit, it would be nothing short of perfection. And if I could also bring Zoro along, I shall act upon my intentions. After entrusting Azura to oversee the base, Victorly once again requested leave and soared towards the East Sea. The ability to fly is tremendously advantageous. A journey by ship requires 1 or 2 months, while flying takes merely a week or 2 to it is swift and eliminates the need for detours. After resting only 3 times along the way, Victorly finally arrived at the East Sea. Upon inquiring about the location of Frostmoon Village, after a day and night of flight, Victorly, somewhat disheveled, landed at the entrance of the dojo in Frostmoon Village. What is that? A large bird transformed into a person. It's an eagle. Fool. Hurry and find teacher Koshiro. Amidst the children's screams, Koshiro emerged from his room, a look of confusion on his face, upon seeing Kuina beside him. Victorly let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she did not perish. This naval officer? Koshiro opened the gate, gazing at Victorly with a hint of perplexity. May I inquire what brings you to our humble abode? Victorly paused momentarily, then gestured to the long sword at his waist. As you can see, I am a swordsman, and not without skill. With that, Victorly drew his long sword and cleaved towards the distant forest. Whoosh, boom, bang. Witnessing the severed trunks of several trees, the children were left in awe, subsequently erupting in exclamations. Wow, what was that? How did he do it? He seems even more formidable than our teacher. Incredible. The sound of collapsing trees drew all the children out of the dojo. Including the green-haired Zoro, Victorly executed another swift slash, causing the forest to recede several meters. Zoro stood agape, completely stunned by the destruction wrought by Victorly. Naval officer, what is the meaning of this? Koshiro's smile vanished, his demeanor turning serious. Are you here to challenge us? Please do not misunderstand. Victorly sheathed his sword, his expression earnest. I am uncertain if you believe in prophetic dreams. Prophetic dreams? Observing Koshiro's bewildered expression, Victorly nodded and continued. Indeed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Victorly, the commander of the base in North Sea St. Cassia. Half a month ago, I honed my swordsmanship, and that evening, I had a dream. My late father appeared in my dream, informing me that in Frostmoon Village, at the One Heart Dojo, there is a girl named Kuina, who, in the near future, will suffer a fatal accident. That voice urged me to save her. Seeing the astonishment on Koshiro's and Kuina's faces, Victorly added, my father also revealed that this girl, Kuina, possesses extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. However, he believed that because she is a woman, she lacks the potential to become a top swordsman. Hence, he implored me to rescue her and teach her to become the world's greatest swordsman. At this juncture, the expressions of Koshiro and Kuina shifted dramatically. Koshiro had privately expressed concerns regarding Kuina's gender-related disadvantages more than once, a matter that a naval officer from the distant North Sea could not possibly know. After a moment of silence, Koshiro spoke. While your words are indeed compelling, the notion of rescue seems a bit exaggerated. As a father, I would never permit my daughter to leave with a stranger. Therefore, I must ask you to leave. Victorly smiled and produced the Gomu Gomu no Mi from his pocket. Why not ask Kuina herself? Would she be willing to accompany me? Chapter 41. Zoro, being a pirate is dangerous. What is this? Upon seeing the devil fruit in Victorly's hand, Kuina spoke for the first time. This is a devil fruit. With a flick of his finger, flames erupted. As you can see, devil fruits possess a myriad of wondrous abilities. The one I hold is known as the Gomu Gomu no Mi, as the name implies. Consuming it grants unimaginable strength. With rigorous training, you may one day be capable of lifting a mountain. What? As soon as Victorly's words fell, Kuina rapidly inquired. Is what you say true? You're not deceiving me. Are you? There truly exists a fruit that can enhance one's strength? Observing the eager expression on Kuina's face, Victorly nodded affirmatively. Yes, I would never deceive you. A single devil fruit is worth at least 100 million berries. And a fruit like the Gomu Gomu no Mi is valued at no less than 1 billion berries. Mr. Koshiro. Victorly turned to Koshiro, his expression grave. Do you think I would go so far as to deceive you with a fruit worth 1 billion berries? I could allow Ka to consume this fruit right now. Koshiro stared at the devil fruit in Victorly's hand, momentarily rendered speechless, frozen in place. Victorly then handed the fruit to Ka, saying, just take a bite and swallow, and you will gain its power. However, it tastes horrid. You mustn't regurgitate it. Also, once consumed, you will become fearful of the sea and will no longer be able to swim. Now you may choose to eat or not to eat. Kuina gazed at the devil fruit with longing, yet felt conflicted. At that moment, Zoro rushed over, shouting, Kuina, be careful. I think he is lying to you. What kind of fruit can enhance one's strength? Upon hearing Zoro's words, Kuina's expression hardened, and she seized the devil fruit, biting down fiercely. Crack. Although Victorly mentioned that just one bite was sufficient, Kuina, suppressing her disgust, devoured the fruit voraciously. Minutes later, as she showed signs of consuming the pit, Victorly quickly intervened. Enough, enough. Just one bite will do. Was it not unpleasant? Kuina frowned and wiped her mouth. Extremely unpleasant. I have never tasted anything so vile. It was 100 times worse than the dish my father burnt last time. Remarkable. Victorly gave her a thumbs up, his confidence in Kuina's future only growing. With such determination and talent in swordsmanship, she may not be far from surpassing Mihawk. All right, Kuina, give it a try. Victorly pointed to a stone at the entrance, larger than Kuina herself. Lift it and throw it away. The dojo children erupted in disbelief. Are you joking? That stone must weigh hundreds of pounds. Even adults cannot lift it. How can a girl do so? I refuse to believe it. Kuina hesitated, but upon seeing Victorly's gentle smile, she took a deep breath, approached the stone, and exerted her strength. Crack. What a joke. She actually lifted it. Was the stone swapped out? Unbelievable. Ka gazed in bewilderment at the stone she had raised, standing still for a few seconds before gently placing it down, her eyes welling with tears of joy. This is the tear of happiness. My dreams finally hold the promise of realization. Kuina wept openly, as if releasing years of pent-up grievances. Unlike the gossiping children, Zoro stood behind them, equally entranced by Kuina. A smile gradually appeared on his face as he picked up a wooden sword and dashed back into the dojo. Lord Koshiro, Victorly spoke in a soothing tone. This is my sincerity. Look at me. I haven't even changed my clothes. Ever since that dream, I rushed here from the North Sea overnight. Do you truly believe I would deceive you? Kuina approached Victorly, her voice resolute as she addressed Koshiro. Father, I wish to go with him. He is a messenger sent by the heavens. I have prayed countless times, and now my dream is finally coming true. Observing Koshiro's indecision, Victorly continued. Mr. Koshiro, rest assured I will protect Kuina. I shall ensure she becomes a powerful naval officer. Moreover, Victorly produced a transponder snail and handed it over. You may use this to keep in touch. Though I may be young, I am confident in my swordsmanship. The Navy also boasts many skilled swordsmen. I believe Kuina has the potential to become a top swordsman. Sighing in resignation upon realizing that his daughter had made her decision, Gung Siliang cast a glance at Kuina before addressing Victorly. Indeed, no one would dare to deceive us with a devil fruit worth hundreds of millions. Victorly, I kindly ask that you take a couple of days to rest here while I seize the opportunity to converse with my daughter. As a father, I find myself rather inadequate. I beg of you. Clad in a martial arts uniform, Victorly sat opposite Gung Siliang, both savoring their tea. That I entrust my daughter to your care moving forward. Gung Siliang chuckled bitterly, self-deprecatingly adding, in these past 2 days, Kuina's smile has outshone all her previous ones combined. Perhaps leaving this place would be beneficial for her. After a brief pause, he continued, from the strike you delivered the other day, it is evident that your swordsmanship foundation is quite remarkable, perhaps even surpassing my own. You are more than capable of teaching Kuina. Victorly fell silent for a moment before tentatively remarking, actually, in that dream, my father mentioned a name. Zoro that he hesitated. What if? No, that's out of the question. Gung Siliang's expression suddenly turned grave. Zoro will absolutely not accompany you. Not even in my dreams. observing Geng Siliang's overly agitated reaction. Victory waved his hand dismissively. Is that so? How unfortunate. Then let it be. It was clear that Geng Siliang was aware of Zoro's identity, perceiving Zoro's significance to be greater than that of Kuina. This was hardly surprising, as Geng Siliang's ancestors hailed from Wano, a land where the preference for sons over daughters was akin to the ancient ideologies of the Dragon Kingdom. Although Zoro was not a pure blood of the Shimatsuki clan, he carried their bloodline. Moreover, it seemed that Geng Siliang had connections with the Revolutionary Army, which made it plausible that Zoro was a companion arranged for Luffy, with the decision to depart made. Victory wasted no time. That very noon, after a hearty meal, he prepared to take Kuina away. After bidding farewell to Geng Siliang, Kuina was soon joined by Zoro, who emerged, fervently declaring that he would surpass her. With tears welling in his eyes, once their exchange concluded, Victory hoisted Kuina onto his back, just as he was about to transform when he suddenly remembered something. Approaching Zoro, he spoke in a low, firm tone. Zoro, Kuina will be a righteous Navy officer from now on. You must remember, she can never become a pirate. Otherwise, she may lose her life. Chapter 42. Fusion Skill, Divine-Bodied, in the year 1514 of the Sea Garden calendar. Within the prison of the North Blue Base, Bepo and Yuta clung tightly to each other, trembling as they beheld Kuina wielding a long blade at a pirate bound, and kneeling before Kuina was met with Victory's impassive gaze. Noticing a flicker of hesitation on Kuina's face, Victory's voice boomed from his seat. Kill him. If you cannot even bring yourself to take a life, what right do you have to aspire to be the world's greatest swordsman? By merely relying on your words? If that is the case, you might as well return to Shimatsuki village and practice with a wooden sword on a training dummy, he continued with scorn. A woman is a woman, even if granted power. Your will and mindset pale in comparison to that of a man. Kuina's expression hardened at Victory's derision, and she thrust the long blade forward with determination. Splendid, Victory nodded in satisfaction. Next, bring forth another. After dispatching 5 pirates in quick succession, Kuina's hands no longer trembled. Victory then shifted his attention to Yuta and Bepo. Yuta? What are you hesitating for? This is a pirate. Are you not the one who despises pirates the most? Do you think capturing pirates is as simple as just apprehending them? These are heinous criminals. Countless lives have been lost at their hands. We are the Navy, not playing house. Kill him. If not, you may as well return to that island. I have no time to indulge you in a game of catch the pirate. He turned to Bepo. You wretched polar bear. Open those pea-sized eyes of yours. Oh heavens, if you weren't a Navy officer, you'd be trapped in a cage, treated like a pet. Or perhaps you'd be slain by a hunter and skinned for a coat. Sometimes, I ponder selling you to the slaughterhouse. With your cowardly demeanor, do you even think you can return to Zo? And you, fixated on watching those animal documentaries featuring female bears. Bang bang. The manner in which Carp hones his formidable haki is remarkable. He does so without relying on it, instead using merely his raw fists to refine the haki within his body. Through unwavering dedication day after day, he gradually compresses the haki within, thereby enhancing its potency. This relentless training concurrently renders his fists exceptionally hard and significantly augments his strength, allowing him to envelop them in armament haki, rendering them indomitable. Thus, the moniker Iron Fist is aptly bestowed upon Carp. Although the system does not display the proficiency of haki, Victorali can perceive the transformation of his own haki. Unlike Carp, Victorali also employs his legs for kicks, and while cultivating armament haki, he simultaneously activates his observation haki. Consequently, after training, Victorali emerges as if he has just resurfaced from the depths of the ocean. This regimen imposes a considerable burden on both his stamina and energy, especially as Victorali trains twice a day. All of this is sustained by his ironclad stomach, and he is fortunate that the kitchen within the base has been expanded and additional staff recruited. Otherwise, it would be an overwhelming task. During his leisure moments, Victorali also practices the 6 styles. His progress in mastering the 6 styles is swift. For the Navy, the 6 styles represent a powerful martial art, while for someone of Zifa's caliber, they merely serve as a stepping stone. In top-tier combat, the 6 styles hold little significance. Functional martial techniques such as Soru and Jeppo are commendable, but moves like Shurgan and Rankyaku often fail to breach an opponent's defenses. Few fighters, like Lucci, primarily rely on the 6 styles, as the time invested in perfecting them pales in comparison to the cultivation of haki for elite practitioners. Mastery of the 6 styles is merely a prerequisite to seamlessly integrating them into one's combat style. This explains why top-tier fighters rarely utilize the 6 styles in battle, a notion Victorali shares. His reason for diligently training in the 6 styles is to attain the skill known as Life Return. Life Return is a rather practical ability. While it may hold little significance for Victorali in combat, mastering it will undoubtedly aid his future training, as it allows for conscious control over every organ in his body. Furthermore, it enables the movement of organs during battle and possesses capabilities akin to his ironclad stomach. In the original narrative, Luffy intuitively grasped this skill while in Impel Down, enhancing his remarkable recovery abilities. Allowing him to fully rejuvenate upon consuming food, Victorali, too, wishes to ascertain whether he can acquire this skill and elicit a transformation in his ironclad stomach. Efforts bear fruit. For this evening, as Victorali practices the 6 styles once more, he discovers that he can seemingly perceive each of his organs with clarity. As Victorali's consciousness expands, his silver hair gradually lengthens, cascading down to the ground. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended Life Return. Detection indicates that certain abilities of Life Return overlap with those of Iron Stomach. The 2 skills have now fused. The host has acquired the fused skill, Divine Body. The Divine Body allows for the free control of bodily organs, enabling the host to sense their states. It facilitates the gradual enhancement of organ strength through nutrient absorption and enables rapid recovery of stamina and energy through swift digestion. Chapter 43. Pursuing the Tyrant King. The power of the Divine Body exceeds Victorali's expectations. The other abilities are manageable, but the capacity to enhance organ strength through nutrient absorption is nothing short of a game-changer. Armament haki can also nourish the body, which explains why certain martial artists maintain robust physiques well into their 70s or 80s. Much like Carp, the strength of one's organs is paramount. The human body functions akin to a vehicle. Regardless of how well-maintained the chassis may be, if the engine and components are subpar, can the vehicle run efficiently? Can the heart of an 80-year-old compare to that of a 20-year-old? Fisherman Tom has been executed. Upon reading the news in the newspaper, Victorali suddenly recalled Fisherman Tom's predicament. Had he thought of it sooner, he could have devised a plan regarding the design of the Pluton. However, execution is execution. No matter how formidable the Pluton may be, it is ultimately controlled by humans. Moreover, the design of the Pluton resides within Frankie's belly, and opportunities will undoubtedly arise in the future. As Victorali reclines on the beach, enjoying the sight of several beautiful women playing volleyball, a phone bug suddenly emits an urgent call. Boo. Upon witnessing the twin-tailed visage projected by the phone bug, Victorali answers and inquires, "Michelle, what prompts you to contact me at this hour? Aren't you supposed to be working?" Victorali, a grave situation has arisen in the North Sea. Michelle responds with a serious tone. Just last month, the Tyrant King, Alvaro Pizarro, was liberated by the Revolutionary Army from the Red Star Kingdom. Pizarro was subsequently captured by the Navy, but during transport he encountered several pirate crews, which allowed him to escape, and it happened near St. Cassia. There's a possibility he has made his way to St. Cassia. Understood, Victorali replies. The Tyrant King, Alvaro Pizarro, he hasn't been imprisoned and impelled down yet, but how did he manage to escape? And the World Economic News is remarkably well informed. Boo. As Victorali observes the image projected by the phone bug, he slowly answers, Admiral Sengoku. Victorali, Sengoku begins, I must inform you of some unfortunate news that a rather troublesome individual escaped during his capture. It has been confirmed that he fled to the port city of Bokoran near St. Cassia. Furthermore, the reason for his escape is connected to your base. Our base? Upon noticing the hint of confusion in Victorali's tone, Sengoku sighs. Indeed, over the past 2 months, your relentless campaign against nearby pirate crews has raised the ire of several major pirate factions. They have united to plan an assault on the merchant vessels of St. Cassia. As fate would have it, they crossed paths with the military ship escorting that individual. Sengoku falls silent at this juncture, prompting Victorali to respond with a wry smile. Well, that certainly is related to me. Recently, in order to train the troops, the base has been quite active at sea. So, your message implies that I should deal with Pizarro? I only require you to monitor him, Sengoku states with gravity. Although I am uncertain how you became aware of his presence, remember not to mention him to anyone. Pizarro has been defeated by the Revolutionary Army and is severely injured. Once he recovers, with his abilities, the entire nation of St. Cassia will be in jeopardy. The officer escorting him, Major Grout, managed to eliminate those pirates, but fell to Pizarro's ambush and perished. Fortunately, we have created a life card for Pizarro. You can fly, making escape easier, so your task is simply to keep him under surveillance. That I have dispatched Bartholomew to St. Cassia. During this time, ensure that nearby civilians are evacuated stealthily, and keep a close watch on him. Shortly, you must head to Bokurin, where the Navy is already awaiting you. Remember, do not act impulsively. Pizarro's strength is formidable, and his crimes are heinous and brutal. The world government wishes to keep his existence concealed from the public. Although he is currently injured, he is not someone you can contend with. Understood, Admiral Sengoku. After ending the call with the phone bug, Victorali smirks dismissively. Sengoku may be underestimating him. Had Pizarro not been injured, Victorali would undoubtedly be unable to defeat him. Yet if he cannot handle an injured Pizarro, then he would be rendered utterly ineffectual. Moreover, what is the world government's purpose in retaining such dangerous criminals? Is it for treasure, or perhaps for research? Or do they harbor some other ulterior motive? It seems that with Magellan's rise to power, the underwater prison is now entirely under Navy control, preventing them from executing their plans. Furthermore, individuals from non-member nations truly appear to be regarded as insignificant, akin to ants, in the eyes of the world government. After Pizarro was defeated by the Revolutionary Army, they dispatched the Navy to collect the spoils and enhance their own reputation. The distance from Bokulan to Tawfik Port is neither particularly short nor excessively long. It lies on the northern side of the island. Navigating a warship takes a considerable portion of the day to arrive. While Victori managed to reach the harbor in merely an hour, this area is garrisoned by the troops of St. Cassia, and the merchant vessels frequenting it are laden with contraband, weapons, narcotics, and various items explicitly prohibited by the world government. Along with unregistered smuggled alcohol and other ordinary goods, are common here. Additionally, slave traders often make their way to this port. Where there is light, there is shadow. Such dealings are an open secret among those in the know. And the Zijingwa Chamber of Commerce frequently docks here. Compared to Tawfik Port, the law and order here is somewhat chaotic, with numerous gangs operating within the city. However, the presence of 2 warships at the harbor has significantly reduced maritime traffic, compelling even gang members to remain indoors. The deterrent power of the Navy far surpasses that of the Kingdom's army. Should one fall victim to their wrath, there is little recourse for redress. The temporary commander of the warship is a colonel named Rod, hailing from the Zephyr training camp. Victori has become acquainted with him during the latter's commendation at headquarters at this moment. Rod, with a bandage wrapped around his head and a pallid complexion, appears quite disheveled. After handing Victori a life card, he spoke with grave seriousness. Victori, my junior, this is the life card of that individual. Please exercise utmost caution. Remember, if he discovers you, flee at once. He is truly terrifying, severely injured, yet he managed to kill Rear Admiral Grut with a single blow. Rod's eyes were filled with trepidation, indicating that Pizarro had left a considerable psychological scar on him. Victori nodded in reassurance. Rest assured, Senior. I shall be careful. Chapter 44. Are you just mimicking a cat? Judging by the charred yellow fragment of the life card, Pizarro's injuries have yet to heal. Perhaps in a bid to evade the Navy's pursuit, Pizarro did not linger in Bokulan. Following the indications of the life card, Victori flew for a day and a night before arriving at an unknown small town. It is perplexing how Pizarro managed to cover such a distance while gravely wounded. However, upon arriving, Victori did not pause for even a moment and swiftly continued his flight forward. It was not until he reached a forest that he finally opened his provisions for a hearty meal before resuming his journey back. From his observation through Kinbunchikahaki, Victori discerned that Pizarro had exterminated all the townsfolk, leaving only one survivor. Even some livestock had been slaughtered. The town was devoid of life save for the 2 of them. In such circumstances, how could one monitor? Pizarro is not without his own Kinbunchikahaki. His ruthlessness is evident in the mass slaughter, all to prevent any potential pursuers. But why had he come to this location? Upon returning to the small town, Victori was momentarily taken aback by the words transmitted through his haki. Hurry, you worthless fool. Why is the treatment so slow? Meow. Do you believe I won't truly kill you? Meow. Slap. I just recently ingested that fruit, so this is the best I can do. Meow. Less chatter. Meow. Accompanied by the sound of slaps, a girl's muffled sobs echoed. The sound of her crying seemed to incite Pizarro's fury further, as he raised his hand to strike again, but soon sensed Victori's unabashed presence and halted. After carefully observing with Kinbunchika Haki, he noted only Victori's aura, a cruel smile spreading across his face. You dare to pursue alone. Meow. Ha! You are truly seeking death, meow. With a thud, Victori landed on the ground, surveying the corpses strewn about, their blood having turned a dark crimson, indicating they had perished the previous night. Upon seeing Pizarro emerge, Victori dared not act carelessly and immediately transformed into his hybrid form, with feline blue eyes, adorned with either ornamental or innate horns, and clad in a fur coat. Pizarro resembled his depiction in the original work. He looked at Victori with derision and remarked, "Ha, so it's just a little brat, meow. I thought you were some formidable figure. Meow, just another Zoan-type user. Meow. Do you think you can stand against me? Meow. Meow your mother." Victori unsheathed the long blade at his waist and charged at Pizarro. Swish. Seeking death. Meow. Though aware that Pizarro could not possibly exhibit the same weakness as in the anime, Victori was still taken aback by his speed. Despite being injured, Pizarro vanished from sight just as Victori's sword was about to cleave down. Swish. Die meow. Pizarro descended from the air, aiming to crush Victori's skull with his claws, but Victori, having sensed the impending attack, evaded just in time. Upon realizing his strike had missed, Pizarro expressed surprise. Little brat, you possess some skill, meow, but that alone won't suffice. Meow. I will tear you to shreds. Meow. Although Pizarro is not a Zoan-type user, he not only resembles a cat, but also moves with feline grace. His attacking style is peculiar, sometimes crouched low or arching his back, reminiscent of an agitated cat, with remarkable speed and reflexes. He wields a pair of metallic gloves equipped with retractable claws, which, when enveloped in haki, can easily shatter stone. His Kinbunchika Haki is equally impressive, frequently allowing him to predict Victori's strikes and counter them preemptively. However, after several exchanges without subduing Victori, blood began to seep through the bandages on Pizarro's chest, suggesting his wound had reopened. Observing this, Victori grinned, and his long blade erupted with crimson light. Allow me to staunch your bleeding. With a swift motion, he unleashed a strike, and fire elements began to dance like tiny sprites. Midway, they grew larger until they transformed into a colossal fire dragon, blocking Pizarro's escape route. Boom. Following the explosive impact, Pizarro touched his singed breath, erupting in fury. I will kill you, meow. I will shred you into pieces, meow. Victori, grasping his long blade, leapt into the air and swung downwards. Stop your incessant meowing. Do you realize how irritating it is? Clang. Boom. Pizarro reached out, attempting to grasp the long blade, but before he could taunt, a bolt of purple lightning surged from the blade, catching Pizarro off guard and sending him flying. Cough cough. Bastard. Pizarro's body turned blackened, the wound beneath the bandage tearing wide open, blood cascading to the ground. You are not an ordinary Zoan. Pizarro glared at Victori with a malevolent expression. You are a mythical Zoan. Damn it. Victori seized the opportunity and, with his long blade, struck again. Why are you not dodging? Swish. This time, Pizarro leapt aside, clenching his fists as a powerful aura emanated from him, his muscles bulging and the bandages falling away to reveal a ghastly scar. With another surge of strength, he coated his upper body with haki, the scar slowly closing, temporarily halting the flow of blood. Die, meow, clang. In this form, Pizarro's speed diminished slightly, but his strength surged, landing a punch on Victori's blade and sending him staggering backward. As expected of a future companion of Blackbeard, he possesses some degree of strength, but can he truly engage me in a contest of brute force? Victori sheathed his long blade, clenched his fists, and unleashed his haki, which enveloped his entire body in an instant. He then charged at Pizarro. Bang! As their fists collided, Victori felt a slight sting, followed by a wave of soreness, causing him to involuntarily retreat. Pizarro also staggered back, astonished, seemingly unable to fathom that Victori could match him in strength. Subsequently, a glint of ferocity flickered in Pizarro's eyes as he propelled himself forward. Bang! Victori's gaze sharpened as he threw a punch. And as Pizarro's fist connected with Victori's, he too landed a blow on Pizarro's shoulder, propelling both of them into the air. Victori steadied himself and, with an impassive expression, regarded Pizarro. "You are too slow." "Shut up!" Meow. Pizarro, thoroughly enraged, charged recklessly at Victori. "I will kill you." Meow. "What is with that look in your eyes?" Meow. "Just a little brat." Meow. "Do you think you are some naval admiral?" Meow. "How dare you look down on me?" Meow. Bang. With a punch, Victori repelled Pizarro, furrowing his brow as he inquired. "Meow, meow, meow. Are you practicing your cat meows? Shall I provide you with some music?" Chapter 45. The Purification Fruit User. "Bastard. Die." Meow. Bang. As the confrontation escalated, Pizarro's gaze grew increasingly frenzied. Unable to fathom how long this seemingly youthful Victoroli could endure, the thrill of this exchange was undeniably addictive. Free from distractions, adrenaline compelled their bodies to unleash relentless fury. Like wild beasts bereft of reason, they traded blow after blow, delivering hundreds of punches within a mere 10 minutes. It was a relentless cycle of being hurled away or hurling the other. Both combatants now baring bloodied lips. After yet another clash, they instinctively ceased, panting heavily. Sweat trickled down Victoroli's forehead, and the pain coursing through his body only heightened his exhilaration. This brief skirmish felt more beneficial than an entire month of training. Indeed, combat was the finest catalyst for growth. With excitement igniting his eyes, Victoroli summoned his strength, resembling a race car fueled to the brim, and surged forward. Bang! Pizarro, increasingly alarmed, regained a semblance of clarity, the stabbing pain in his chest signaling that he could not continue much longer. The stamina and resilience of this young man were astonishing, and his overwhelming aura belied his age. No wonder the Navy had dared to send him alone. Had he not been injured, he might have had a chance to defeat him. However, as his strength waned, he realized that if he could not contain his wounds, he would undoubtedly face defeat. But if he fled, this rascal could fly. Bang! After a few more exchanges, Pizarro's eyes glinted with a ruthless determination as he cloaked his shoulder in armament hockey and charged directly into Victoroli's fist. The impact momentarily stunned Victoroli, but upon witnessing Pizarro propelled over 100 meters away by the force, he discerned the latter's intent. Was he fleeing out of desperation? "Stop struggling!" Victoroli shouted as he pursued. "Pizarro, you cannot escape. As a ruler, why not face me head-on? Dying at my hands would not tarnish your dignity. You scoundrel!" Meow. Pizarro retorted, cursing as he fled. "You cowardly opportunist. Wait until I heal, and then we shall duel." Meow. "How can you say that when you've lived decades longer than I have?" As the chase ensued, Pizarro dashed into the town center and slipped into a room, lifting a wooden panel to leap beneath. "Huh?" he cackled, eyeing the trembling girl before him. "Did you think I wouldn't find you here? Such naivety. Come out." Sensing Victoroli closing, Victoroli paused for a moment before speaking. "So, General Zhangguo, may I suggest a candidate for the base commander?" The voice of Zhangguo came through the transponder snail, sounding quite agreeable. "Of course, just send me a report later." Upon returning to the base, as Huang Yuan had not yet arrived, Victoroli called Azura over and directly inquired, "Azura, I should be reassigned soon. Will you follow me, or take charge of this place in my stead?" Without a moment's hesitation, Azura replied, "Teacher Zifa instructed me to stay with you, so I will definitely remain by your side." "Is that so? Then I understand," Victoroli responded, promptly picking up the transponder snail to contact Leon. After conversing with Leon for a while, Victoroli hung up and sent both Azura's transfer report and Leon's succession report to Zhangguo. As for Yuta and Kuina, they were considered Victoroli's loyal subordinates and would simply be transferred alongside his dossier. After introducing Eliza to Yuta and the others, Victoroli reached out to North the 7th. Entrusting John with a few matters, and after giving Russell some instructions, he finally relaxed. St. Kasia, being Victoroli's hometown, held a remarkable reputation for him, and he possessed a substantial family estate, naturally seeking a reliable individual to take over his position. Since Azura intended to accompany him, the most suitable candidate would be Leon. Others either lacked strength or held insufficient ranks. Although Russell currently displayed proficiency in his abilities, Victoroli sensed there was still room for enhancement, thus planning to venture out to sea next year. However, privately, he had already collaborated with North the 7th to establish several factories. Many products were crafted based on Victoroli's suggestions and had become quite popular. Among them, the most favored was the Maritime Companion, which alleviated the necessity of keeping numerous black goats aboard ships. Just as Victoroli had everything prepared, Pagliusolino arrived. Upon seeing Pizarro's frozen head, Pagliusolino looked at Victorelli in astonishment and said, "How terrifying. So young, yet you managed to slay this monster." Victorelli, offering a cigar to Pagliusolino, remarked, "Admiral Huang Yuan, please refrain from mocking me. This fellow was already gravely injured. I merely took advantage of the situation." "I have quit." Pagliusolino waved his hand dismissively, teasingly adding, "That may be so, yet even a wounded lion is not something a hyena can slay. The fourth monster of the training camp truly lives up to its reputation." "Victorelli, have you considered working for me for a couple of years? I have high hopes for you to go to your place, to lounge about like you. You have been influenced by the dragon, while I have not." "I harbor grand ambitions," Victorelli chuckled, choosing not to engage with the banter, instead extending his hand and saying, "Admiral Pagliusolino, thank you for your arduous journey that I have arranged for food and drinks. Let us rest well before departing. The fruit wine of St. Casia is renowned." Seeing this, Pagliusolino chose not to press further, following Victorelli with a smile. After feasting and drinking to satisfaction, Pagliusolino departed aboard a warship. Throughout the encounter, he never mentioned the purification fruit. Victorelli speculated that perhaps Pizarro acquired it from those pirate ships. Meanwhile, Eliza's parents were even more formidable than Eliza in terms of medical skill, yet had not caught Pizarro's attention. Perhaps he recognized Eliza's extraordinary talent. After all, she had just consumed the devil fruit and was already capable of treating his wounds, comparable to Rose's natural gift. Although her physical constitution was a weakness, her character was significantly stronger than Yuda's and Bepo's. A few days later, the orders from the headquarters arrived. The position of Colonel, G2 Branch, acting commander of the 5th base, the commander of the G2 branch, previously Huang Yuan, was now Gomer. Gomer was also Zifa's disciple. And during his last visit to the headquarters, the Weasel had introduced Victorelli to him. However, the primary duty of the G2 branch was to protect Mariewa and safeguard the celestial dragons. The G2 fortress was situated at the forefront of the Grand Line. Gazing distantly at the headquarters, the G2 branch comprised 5 bases, yet the base commanders were all appointed from the rank of Brigadier General. Victorelli, holding the rank of Colonel from the headquarters, was temporarily assigned as the commander of the 5th base. A unique practice aimed at empowering skilled yet inexperienced individuals. After a year or so, provided he dealt with 1 or 2 pirate crews, the headquarters would naturally promote him to Brigadier General, removing the acting title. However, ascending beyond Brigadier General would require achievements far greater than merely vanquishing a couple of pirate crews. Following Leon's arrival at the base, and upon his succession as base commander, Victorelli set off aboard the Golden Eagle with Azura and the others. Chapter 47. Gomer and an old friend, sir. Why is the bow of this ship shaped like a golden eagle? Why isn't it named Golden Eagle? Eliza, in a considerably better mood, posed a question akin to many others upon seeing the ship's figurehead. Victorelli could only remain silent, unsure how to respond. Should he tell her? "My eagle is golden." How ostentatious would that be? Just as Eliza continued to press for answers, a shout rang out from the lookout tower. "Hey, everyone, pay attention, a pirate ship is approaching." At this point, still within the North Sea and having only departed the port a few hours prior, Victorelli felt a surge of curiosity. In preparation for training Yuda and the others, Victorelli had instructed Azura to scour the nearby waters for pirates. And those seeking revenge against him had already been dealt with by the navy escorting Pizarro. Now, what pirate crew would dare to appear in the vicinity? That ship, it appeared to have endured a battle. Its hull severely damaged, Victorelli lowered the telescope and, utilizing the moonwalk technique, sprinted towards the pirate vessel. As he floated gracefully through the air, the pirates aboard quickly noticed him and erupted into panic. "Everyone be careful. The Navy is charging at us. It's the moonwalk of the 6 powers. Hurry and call Captain Buck." Amidst the chaos, Victorelli had already landed on the ship that a dozen pirates on the deck immediately opened fire. Bang. Whoosh. Emotionlessly dodging the bullets, Victorelli unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, causing the pirates to lose consciousness in an instant. Bang. A tall man with a ruddy nose stepped forward, his surprise evident as he exclaimed, "Conqueror's Haki." Navy? Even from a distance, Victorelli could smell the potent stench of alcohol emanating from him. Disgusted, he exhaled sharply and pointed his finger at the man, prepared to dispatch him with a finger gun. Bang! Dissolve. Huh! The man, seeing Victorelli's astonished expression, smugly declared, I am the dissolver, having consumed the drunken fruit. I can dissolve any attack. I can even dissolve hearts. Navy, become my slaves. Dissolving wave. Accompanied by a foul odor, a white wave of energy surged forth. And Victorali vanished in an instant. With his finger poised at the man's heart, Victorali disdainfully remarked, "Dissolving hearts. Why do you fools always reveal your abilities so readily? Do you not realize whether this technique can dissolve?" Navy. No. Wait. I have something to say. Buffed. After dispatching the man, the warship arrived, and Azura furrowed her brow, asking, "Who are these people? Where did they come from?" "Who knows?" Victorali replied nonchalantly. "Perhaps they are unfortunate souls who failed their challenge in the Grand Line. Cut off this fellow's head, check the bounty poster, and exchange it for some money. Also, send someone to search the ship for anything valuable and bring it aboard our vessel." And Door, Victorali pointed at the unconscious pirates on the deck. "Commanding Door, kill these pirates, including Eliza. You supervise. Those who do not comply, throw them into the sea." Yes, the Navy swiftly uncovered the bounty notice for a man named Bart, a user of the drunken fruit. Known for his ability to manipulate hearts, with a notably high reward of over 40 million berries. This incident further added to Victorli's accomplishments. Half an hour later, the Golden Eagle continued its journey. Following this brief interlude, the ship soon arrived at the newly constructed exclusive passageway, entering the Grand Line. Henceforth, the Navy would no longer need to traverse the doldrums while traveling to the North Sea. Saving considerable time, the Zijingwa Trading Association could also utilize this route to conduct business in the Grand Line, and Victorli had already begun to contemplate how to operate this venture. That Gumer's hairstyle was quite flamboyant. With a sharp peak atop his head, even more pronounced than Arno's, and devoid of any hair on that specific part that in contrast. The rest of his head was adorned with an abundance of hair. Resembling that of a lion, his belly was quite large, giving no impression of a skilled fighter. Yet he was a dual-wielding swordsman with formidable swordsmanship. Upon seeing Victorli and Azura, Gumer chuckled and said, "Ah, so it's Victorli and Azura. I never expected you two to arrive at the Grand Line at such a young age, safeguarding your territory. Truly impressive." Although Gumer was also a student of Zifa's training program. His age was more than sufficient to be Victorli's father, and he naturally adopted a demeanor of an elder towards Victorli. Victorli presented the gifts he had brought, smiling as he said, "Commander Gumer, knowing your fondness for coffee, I didn't bring anything else. This is the latest milk coffee from St. Cassia. Please give it a try, bro." "Is that so?" Gumer eagerly tore open the package and exclaimed. "Then I must savor it." He then inquired, "By the way, it's been several years since I've seen Teacher Zifa. How is he? How's his mood?" Victorli glanced at Azura, who promptly replied, "He's in excellent health. As for his mood, it's generally fine, although he occasionally indulges in some solitary drinking." Gumer nodded, reflecting, so many years have passed, yet he remains unchanged. By the way, Gumer retrieved a stack of documents from his drawer and handed them to Victorli. "The fifth base you are stationed at is named the Tote Base. It is located on Tote Island, and is responsible for the waters between the two allied nations, the Visma Kingdom and the Molden Kingdom. These two kingdoms have relatively small territories, each comprising only one city and a population of merely hundreds of thousands. Nevertheless, the Visma Kingdom is renowned for its fine horses, while Molden is famous for its exquisite wines, particularly those reserved for the celestial dragons. Therefore, you must conduct thorough patrols to prevent any pirates from infiltrating. Additionally, Kataru may visit from time to time. You need not concern yourselves with him, and you can disregard the slaves on his ship." "Understood, Commander." As they spoke, the coffee was ready, and after Gumer took a sip, his eyes lit up. "Delicious. Victorli, do remember to bring more next time." Gumer belonged to the pacifist faction, aligned with the Warring States faction. Yet he harbored discontent towards the celestial dragons. His first act upon assuming command of the G2 branch was to reassign the celestial dragon sycophant, Rear Admiral Kataru, to the 4th base, demoting him to base commander. This event spread widely within the Navy, and even the Weasel had mentioned it to Victorli, revealing a sense of admiration for Gumer. After all, even during Borisolino's tenure as G2 base commander, Kataru was not reassigned. Officers like Kataru were tasked with capturing slaves for the celestial dragons. In the original story, he had attempted to capture Tej and his companions on multiple occasions, motivated by this very duty. Strictly speaking, the jurisdiction of the G2 branch encompassed the waters near Mariawa, including both the early and later segments of the Grand Line, with the Red Harbor base under its administration, as well as the Chambord Islands base. The Tote base is positioned at the farthest edge of the G2 branch within the early segment of the Grand Line, quite distant from the Chambord Islands. Apart from these two nations, the neighboring countries are all non-allied. Hence the establishment of a base specifically for these two nations. As the Golden Eagle docked at the Tote base's port, Victorly was met with the unexpected sight of two familiar faces. Ted, Taro, the two stout brothers stood at the port, grinning at Victorly and Azura, which brought a smile to Victorly's face. Their commendable strength would surely ease his burdens in the future. Ted and Taro had already attained the rank of lieutenant colonel, much like Azura, and their rapid advancement astonished Victorly. After all, they had graduated from the training camp as mere lieutenants. However, unlike Victorly and Azura, the brothers had chosen to join the headquarters post-graduation, based on their promotion speed. They had likely mastered hockey and perhaps even a few techniques from the 6 styles. Indeed, after Victorly finished addressing the troops, the brothers clamored to challenge him in front of numerous Navy personnel. They engaged Victorly in battle, only to be sent flying into the sea. Undeterred, they later challenged Azura, managing to achieve a draw through their combined efforts. Currently, Azura not only wielded the 2-colored hockey, but had also mastered all 6 styles, particularly excelling in the 3 techniques focused on legwork. According to Victorly's estimation, Azura's prowess was nearing that of some elite rear admirals within the headquarters. Naturally, in terms of stamina and strength, he still fell short. The brothers' ability to match Azura was commendable, especially considering Azura had nearly eradicated all pirates in the latter half of the North Sea after enduring countless battles. The Tote base housed 9 warships, and with the addition of the Golden Eagle, the total number of Navy personnel exceeded 2,600. Among the 9 warships, 1 was designated for transport, while the other 8 were divided into 4 teams, with Ted and Taro serving as the captains of the 3rd and 4th teams, respectively. They were temporarily assuming the captaincy, as they had been assigned to this base on short notice, typically a position reserved for officers of at least colonel rank. Was Sengoku grooming his trusted confidants? Victorly found himself puzzled by Sengoku's intentions. Did he see potential in him? The captain of the 1st team, named Gugu, was a middle-aged man around 50, currently inspecting the waters. Although the 2 allied nations the Tote base was tasked with protecting were small, the area requiring surveillance was extensive. Generally, 2 teams would patrol simultaneously, one on the left and the other on the right. This time, however, due to Victorly's arrival and his connection with Ted and Taro, Gugu permitted them to wait at the port while he led the patrol himself. Azura held the position of captain of the 2nd team. Unlike the North Sea base, there was no position for a chief of staff here, and even logistical personnel were sparse. All decision-making power resided with the base commander, whose authority was considerable. As the Tote Island lacked towns and lay between the 2 allied nations, the base's affairs were rather straightforward. Typically, there was no need for interaction with the kingdoms, setting it apart from other locations. This also implied limited resources. Aside from capturing pirates, they relied solely on branch allocations, which explained the extensive powers held by the base commander. On the 2nd day following Victorly's arrival, Gugu returned after completing his patrol. Gugu was of average height, with a fair complexion that made him appear more scholarly than a naval officer. Upon seeing Victorly, he did not exhibit any condescension despite their equal ranks. Instead, he immediately saluted, "Commander." Gugu reporting after completing the patrol. After returning the salute, Victorly smiled and said, "Senior Gugu, there's no need to be so formal in private. Our ranks are the same, and I am merely acting as the base commander for the time being." Gugu shook his head, affirming, "1 is 1, and 2 is 2." Commander Victorly, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave to rest. The manner of conduct exhibited by Gugu Duo is emblematic of an old-fashioned, conservative naval officer. He is meticulous about rules, rigid in his actions, and eschews forming cliques. It is hardly surprising that, at his age, he finds himself stationed in such a barren locale devoid of any lucrative prospects. However, individuals of his ilk do not require special persuasion. Once orders are issued, he adheres to them with unwavering discipline. Lacking personal ideology, he resembles a product churned out on an assembly line. An indoctrinated sailor to him. Justice is synonymous with the strict observance of superior commands. After a week in this place, Victorly's practice vessels, a few decommissioned warships, were also brought to shore. Observing Victorelli and Azura diligently engaging in their training, Ted and Taro decided to join in. Yet, their commitment was still nascent. Victorelli's existence here was exceedingly relaxed. His days comprised solely of training and instructing Kuina and others, devoid of the usual social engagements. Over time, he found himself growing somewhat unaccustomed to this lifestyle, reminiscing about the ardent gazes of noble women and their alluring figures. Thus, Victorelli took to fishing occasionally, seeking respite for his body and mind. On one such day, while Victorelli was angling, a messenger hastily approached. "Commander Victorelli, Major General Catalu seeks assistance from the division. Due to our proximity, Commander Gumir has instructed you to proceed and offer aid to me." Victorelli pondered momentarily before softly responding. "I recall Colonel Guguduo is present. Notify him to accompany me." Yes, the Golden Eagle swiftly departed the harbor, heading towards Catalu's location. Observing Guguduo's impassive demeanor, Victorelli inquired quietly, "In recent days, I have heard whispers within the Navy that the former base commander's reassignment seems to be linked to Major General Catalu. Colonel Gugu, could you elaborate?" After a brief silence, Guguduo regarded Victorelli with an odd expression and replied, "The former base commander enjoyed a close rapport with Major General Catalu. Thus, whenever Catalu found himself in precarious situations with formidable adversaries, the base commander would dispatch personnel to provide support. At times, he would even send individuals to accompany Catalu on missions at sea. Unfortunately, 2 months ago, during an encounter with a troublesome pirate crew, 2 of our squad leaders lost their lives while attempting to rescue Catalu. Consequently, the base commander faced accountability and was demoted." Once Gugu finished speaking, he lapsed into silence. Victorelli swiftly grasped the implications of his words. Accompanying him at sea, executing missions, it was not far-fetched to suspect collusion, potentially leading to the capture of slaves for the Celestial Dragons. After all, Catalu's base lacked formidable subordinates, and his own capabilities were rather mediocre. He might not even measure up to the strength of a junior officer from headquarters. This was indeed intriguing. Was he risking lives to curry favor with the Celestial Dragons? After an hour of sailing, Victorelli spotted a warship, billowing black smoke, hastening towards the Golden Eagle, with a pirate ship in hot pursuit. The warship, ablaze from cannon fire, yet still managing to maintain speed, suggested it was custom-built for such conditions. Explaining Catalu's repeated escapes, Victorelli leapt into the air, propelling himself towards the warship, landing on the deck in a matter of breaths. Witnessing the flames on deck, he opened his mouth and exhaled gently, unleashing a frigid blast that extinguished the fire instantly. Subsequently, Victorelli unsheathed his sword and swung it towards the pursuing pirate ship. Swish! Boom! The tremendous slash cleaved the pirate vessel in two, resulting in a violent explosion. Just as Victorelli sheathed his sword, admiring his handiwork, an irate voice erupted from behind him. "Fool! What are you doing? Do you have any idea of what you've just done? That was a pirate worth 60 million berries. I intended to present it to the world nobles." Chapter 49. I am not the same as you. Accusing me of foolishness? How bold! Victorelli turned to see Catalu, his expression a mask of fury. His golden hair, rectangular glasses, and spindly legs mirrored that of the original character. Victorelli remained silent, retrieving a cigar from his pocket, lighting it leisurely before taking a puff. Noticing Victorelli's indifference only fueled Catalu's rage further. He stormed closer and bellowed, "You imbecile! Did you hear what I said? Do you understand the gravity of that?" Bang! Before Catalu could finish, Victorelli seized him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. The naval officers on board gasped in terror. "Major General Catalu." "Hey, what are you doing, Colonel?" "That's Major General Catalu. You're attacking a superior officer. Do you realize what you're doing?" However, having witnessed Victorelli's earlier display of strength in obliterating the pirate ship, the sailors could only shout from a distance. Exhaling smoke in Catalu's face, Victorelli coldly declared, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Victorelli, the newly appointed commander of the Te base. In terms of rank, we are equals. That I possess a rather volatile temperament, and I sense you have failed to grasp the situation. Therefore, I have decided to enlighten you. When seeking assistance, one must adopt an appropriate demeanor." Gugu hesitated for several seconds before reluctantly accepting. Clearly unaccustomed to such a situation, as Victorelli prepared to depart, Cato rushed to say, "Colonel Victorelli, how about we strike a deal?" "A deal?" Observing Victorelli's furrowed brow, Cato earnestly continued, "Indeed, A deal. You are aware that I am in the business of capturing slaves for the world's nobility. However, my capabilities are rather ordinary, making it challenging for me to procure high-quality slaves. Thus, I propose a collaboration. You can capture those high-bounty pirates or rare races, and I shall purchase them at a premium. Upon hearing this, Victorly's frown deepened, contorting into a scowl that he pointed at Cadel and addressed Gugu. What on earth is he thinking? Forcing me to join him in the pursuit of slaves. Huh? Is your brain filled with excrement? Gripping Cadel by the collar, Victorly hoisted him into the air, sternly reprimanding. I, Baron Victorly, the fourth monster of the training camp, the savior of St. Cassia, the strongest navy of the new generation. You expect me to engage in the slave trade with you? You wretched fool, attempting to tarnish my reputation, put away your shallow and filthy thoughts. With a forceful toss, he flung Cadel to the ground, disdain plastered across his face that I am not like you. You, who became a rear admiral by currying favor with the celestial dragons, can only engage in slave capturing. I am destined to become an admiral of the navy. A filthy insect wishing to collaborate with the sun above. Has a donkey kicked your brain? Fool. Chapter 50. This madman. Cadel's subordinates were a band of scoundrels who had aligned themselves with the celestial dragons. The navy's tolerance was only due to the conditions set forth by the world government. However, Victorly estimated that these individuals would not last much longer. Their existence was solely to provide slaves for the celestial dragons. Yet Doflamingo's auction house had established itself in the Subordinate archipelago. The strength of the Don Quixote family far surpassed Cadel and his inept crew. Not to mention, Cadel foolishly invited him to assist in capturing slaves for the celestial dragons. Coming from Zephyr's training camp, with a solid pedigree, Victorly knew he could rise to prominence within the navy. Why should he stoop to flattering the celestial dragons? It was akin to forsaking a well-lit avenue for a treacherous mountain path. Victorly had no desire to become a mere figurehead admiral. He aspired to wield control over the navy. Thus he could not allow himself to become entangled in such matters. Otherwise, what was the purpose of nurturing Russell? Upon returning to the base, Gugu, holding the substantial sum of several 100,000 berries, hesitated yet again before knocking on Victorly's office door. Commander Victorly, I cannot accept this money that I have done nothing but accompany you on one outing. Glancing at the berries on his desk, Victorly felt a pang of annoyance. He lit a cigar and bluntly remarked to Gugu, Gugu, your abilities are commendable, and your demeanor is calm. But do you know why, even now, you remain merely a lowly colonel, a captain of the base? It is because you are too rigid. You must have children, if not grandchildren. Given your conduct, you are likely not of noble birth. Victorly gestured towards the berries on the desk. This sum, while not exorbitant, surpasses your monthly salary. It can buy new clothes for your wife and pay your grandson's tuition. Moreover, this money is earned honestly. It is my share. No, it is our share. The soldiers below have accepted it. Yet you refuse. Do you wish for me to demand it back from them? Gugu, times are changing. You cannot continue to view the world through the lens of the past. Take this money and leave. If you refuse, summon the soldiers and have them return all the funds. After a brief silence, Gugu finally stood up and took the berries. Thank you. Victorly waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. This is rightfully yours. Gugu, safeguarding justice while ensuring your family's well-being is not a misstep. If we cannot secure the livelihoods of our families, what right do we have to uphold justice? We are all human, and we require sustenance. Once Gugu departed, Victorly picked up the newspaper and began to peruse it meticulously. Princess Odoheim assassinated by pirates. Fishman Island closes its passage. The status of the Fishman race in this world was akin to that of the marginalized before Lincoln's birth. In fact, it was even more dire, as most did not regard them as human, but rather as mere fish. 2 years ago, any passerby, be they pirate or navy, would capture merfolk without a second thought. Such disregard illustrated their standing in the eyes of humanity. However, due to Princess Odoheim's efforts over the past 2 years, this situation had significantly improved, allowing the world to reassess the Fishman race. It was unfortunate that she was slain by her own kin. Otherwise, her influence might have fostered peace between fishmen and humans. A.S. Victorly continued to read. The transponder snail suddenly rang. Brew brew. Ted? Once the call connected, Ted's furious voice echoed. Commander, we have come under attack. A warship has been destroyed. Just now, while we were resting at Coconut Island, the Don Quixote family's flamingo appeared, accompanied by a world government vessel. they drove us away and destroyed one of our warships, resulting in numerous casualties. I witnessed several senior members of the Don Quixote family on board. The assailant was Diamante. Victorly's face turned pale with anger. Evacuate the area. I am on my way. The matter of Doflamingo plundering the celestial gold had been ongoing for some time, yet few were privy to it. Victorly had learned of it through the Weasel while in the Northwest. In the original story, Doflamingo's act of seizing the celestial gold was a means to coerce the world government into recognizing him as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, ultimately leading to their acquiescence. The underlying reason was Doflamingo's threat to reveal the secrets of the celestial dragons. The plundering of the celestial gold was merely a pretext. Otherwise, the Navy could dispatch any admiral to annihilate the Don Quixote family. What of his celestial dragon status? What purpose does the Knights of God serve? How else could he openly dominate Dressrosa, a member nation? It seemed that a resolution was imminent, hence the Flamingo's presence nearby. Yet, he had no right to attack his subordinates. Did he truly believe everyone would tolerate him? A celestial dragon cast out from Marioa, Victorly transformed into the Golden Eagle, and, within the hour, spotted Ted's warship. Descending rapidly, glancing at the injured Navy personnel, Victorly coldly commanded, "Let us proceed to Coconut Island." Coconut Island was an uninhabited isle where the base's warships would occasionally rest during patrols, named for its coconut-like shape. At that moment, Doflamingo and his entourage were reveling on their ship, appearing quite merry. The world government had acquiesced to Doflamingo's terms, allowing him to become one of the 7 warlords and reclaim the Don Quixote family's former kingdom, Dressrosa. All that remained was for CP0 agents to arrive to finalize the agreement and take possession of the ship laden with celestial gold. As the revelers raised their cups, Baofaro, stationed above, suddenly spotted a warship and urgently relayed via intercom. "Young master, the military ship that fled has returned." Fu. Doflamingo set down his glass and gazed out at the sea. Are those fools returning to meet their demise? Or, observing the rapidly approaching Golden Eagle from the sky, Doflamingo hastily gestured, and the surrounding area transformed into a web of lines. Amidst the bewildered gazes of those nearby, Doflamingo crossed his arms, gathering the threads above them as a shield. With a thunderous bang, the ship carrying the celestial gold beside the Flamingo was reduced to splinters. Sinking into the depths, he looked upon the burning flag representing the world government. Doflamingo's expression shifted dramatically. This madman. Chapter 51. The insignificant CP0 has no authority to command me. Baofaro, having soared in the skies, was unable to be shielded by Don Quixote Doflamingo in time, and was subsequently struck down by lightning. Fortunately, he was at a safe distance, merely grazed by the residual force, leaving him with injuries that were not too severe. Sensing the impending danger, he hastily retreated, soaring away into the distance. Victorly transformed into his humanoid form and gradually descended onto the Flamingo. Upon witnessing this, Diamante and the others swiftly surrounded him. "You insolent fool!" The veins on Doflamingo's forehead bulged as he coldly addressed Victorly. "Do you have any idea what you've done? That is a ship transporting gold for the world government. And you, a mere Navy officer. How dare you?" Victorly surveyed the surroundings before fixing his gaze on Sugar, who was hiding in the distance, adorned with a crown that he slowly drew his long blade. Realizing Victorly's intention, Doflamingo's expression shifted drastically, and he leapt to Sugar's side, while the others hurriedly shielded her, launching an assault against Victorly. Swish! However, Victorly exerted his legs and vanished from his position, his target not Sugar. Doflamingo, sensing the direction of Victorly's attack through his observation hockey, shouted urgently, "Diamante, be cautious." Just as Diamante unleashed a slash towards Victorly, his arm had yet to retract when Victorly appeared at his side, bringing down his blade. Even though Doflamingo attempted to retaliate with his strings to strike Victorly, it was already too late. Thud bang! Diamante's arm, which clutched a slender sword, was cleaved by Victorly's long blade, enveloped in wind elements. Subsequently, Victorly withstood Doflamingo's attack with hockey, unleashing a wind blade towards the severed arm, reducing it to a spray of blood. "Diamante, cease this at once. You are no match for him. Do not approach." Doflamingo, using his strings to compel Victorly to leap off the ship, positioned himself to block Pica and the others. Jumping off the vessel alone, with a gentle push of his strings, the Flamingo swiftly retreated. Seeing this, Baofaro hurriedly pursued. "You insolent wretch, Birdcage. Whoosh. Doflamingo spread his palm, sending a mass of strings soaring into the air, cascading down like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden. Once the birdcage ensnared the entirety of Coconut Island, Doflamingo slowly approached Victorly, declaring, "I recognize you. You are that Navy rookie, Victorly, but no matter who you are, anyone who dares to harm my family will surely regret ever coming into this world." Boom! As he spoke, Doflamingo activated his devil fruit awakening once more, transforming everything in the vicinity into strings. His fury reaching its zenith. Raging white threads. A massive wave of white threads surged from the ground towards Victorly. Even as Victorly leapt into the air, the wave relentlessly pursued him. Victorly, witnessing this, summoned the winds beneath his feet, accelerating his speed, and vanished in an instant. Clang! Doflamingo extended his hands to pull, blocking Victorly's surprise attack, but the massive wave he controlled plummeted from the air. The two engaged in a fierce struggle for a considerable time, before Doflamingo finally retreated, dissipating Victorly's force. Subsequently, Doflamingo leaped several times, increasing the distance between them, and forcefully pulled his hands. 1,000 arrows piercing the heart. Feather strike. Boom! Countless threads morphed into the wings of the flamingo, charging towards Victorly. Victorly transformed into his beast form, his feathers radiating a dazzling golden light, bracing himself against the onslaught. Then, as he transitioned back into his hybrid form, Victorly closed the distance to Doflamingo with increased speed. Even though Doflamingo attempted to obstruct him with his strings, Victorly swiftly reached Doflamingo's side, his glimmering claws descending upon him. Strings, white shield. After conjuring a white shield from his strings to block Victorly's attack, Doflamingo was astonished to discover that Victorly's legs had reverted to humanoid form, launching a kick towards him. Clang! Following a high kick that clashed with Victorly, Doflamingo spun several times before gradually stabilizing himself, inquiring, "What manner of ability is this? Can you partially transform into a beast?" Victorly, having mastered the skill of partial beast transformation through the fusion skill God's body obtained from mastering Life Return, had only practiced slightly to achieve it. He was not accustomed to attacking with bird claws in his hybrid form, preferring to engage his foes with his legs. Noticing Victorly's silence, Doflamingo's resolve hardened. His legs enveloped in armament hockey, he fiercely kicked towards Victorly. Doflamingo was indeed a genius, having developed his devil fruit abilities to their utmost, and wielding all three forms of hockey with remarkable proficiency. However, his stamina was a noted weakness, and his physical prowess did not stand out. In close combat, he was more adept at mid-range attacks that if relegated to a game, he would be akin to a mage. As Victorly pressed him into close quarters, Doflamingo endured for a while, but soon began to falter. Human stamina has its limits. Although Doflamingo had maximized his devil fruit potential, he remained deficient in physical combat. His defeat at the hands of Luffy, who had only been at sea for a few years, was a testament to his average talent and physical abilities, compounded by intimidation from Kaido. Bang! Thud! After being propelled away by a series of kicks from Victorly, Doflamingo spat out a mouthful of blood. Regaining his composure. Boom! Doflamingo controlled the strings to encircle the area nearby, then forcefully pulled, conjuring a colossal wave of white threads that continually surged towards Victorly. Sea surface. White waves. Victorly unsheathed his long blade, hockey coiling around its tip, igniting fiercely. He then swung powerfully at the massive wave. Flames scattered like stars around him, flickering and then erupting violently. Boom! Just as the battle between the two reached its most heated moment, a warship flying the world government's flag approached rapidly at a masked CP0 agent aboard the ship. Upon sighting Doflamingo's birdcage, quickly commanded the ship to accelerate. Once the vessel anchored near the flamingo, CP0 leapt onto the deck. Inquiring of the Don Quixote family, "What is the meaning of this?" Diamante, clutching his shoulder and gritting his teeth, replied, "It's the Navy. That Victorly from the Navy attacked us without provocation." Victorly. CP0 turned back to the ship, retrieved a loudspeaker, and utilizing Moonwalk, leapt above Coconut Island, bellowing, "Victorly, cease this at once. Doflamingo has been invited by the world government to become a warlord. We are here to sign the contract. Stop immediately." Victorly furrowed his brow, glaring at the shouting CP0 above, before tightening his grip on the long blade, unleashing a slash in response. Clang, swish. Although the birdcage intercepted the strike, fine wind blades slipped through the gaps of the cage, And had it not been for CP0's timely awareness, he might have been injured. Victorly, you, silence. Victorly leapt into the air, addressing CP0 in a chilling tone. You are merely a CP0. What qualifications do you have to command me? You claim to be here to sign a contract, which means he is not yet a warlord. Why should I stop? Enjoy the show, or else I'll slice you down as well. Chapter 52. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Requesting leave beyond your rank, you. CP0 was taken aback by the murderous intent radiating from Victorly and ceased to speak further. Victorly tightened his grip on the long blade and charged once more towards the momentarily relaxed Doflamingo. Strings, shield, bang. Observing the two engaged in fierce combat once again, CP0 fell silent for a few moments before leaping back onto the ship. Dialing on the transponder snail point 10, Saint Shepherd, we have encountered an unexpected incident here. In Mary Geos, within the office of the Five Elders, Saint Shepherd furrowed his brow upon hearing CP0's words, asking, Jernica, what has transpired? Is Doflamingo making demands again? What did you say? Victorly, I understand that I will have Sengoku contact you shortly. After hanging up the transponder snail, Shepherd addressed the others. While waiting for CP0 on Coconut Island, Doflamingo was attacked by Victorly, who is referred to as a Navy rookie. Now, Doflamingo has trapped Victorly within the birdcage, and they are embroiled in a fierce battle. Jernica wishes to intervene, but Victorly has refused, stating that Doflamingo is not yet a warlord. Furthermore, Jernica mentioned that Victorly does not seem to be at a disadvantage against Doflamingo, and may even hold a slight edge, though. Saint Satan remarked with surprise that Doflamingo, while his physical prowess is mediocre, has indeed developed his devil fruit abilities quite well. Surely, Victorly must be merely 20 years of age. Yet he has already reached such impressive heights in strength. It appears that Zifa's assertion holds true. The fourth prodigy of the training camp is indeed deserving of the title. Is the Navy about to nurture another top-tier combatant? Thud, thud. Topman virtually rapped his staff upon the floor and declared, Enough, we shall discuss Victorly's matters at a later time. I am here to inform Sengoku. Otherwise, that audacious fellow, Doflamingo, in the office of Admiral Marineford. Sengoku had just hung up the den mushi when Tsuru spoke up beside him. Victorly, that young lad managed to best Doflamingo. I initially thought Zifa's praise to be somewhat exaggerated, yet it seems it may have been rather conservative. Doflamingo, while not matching the physical prowess of the vice admirals, certainly wields an advantage over them thanks to his devil fruit abilities. Victorly is merely 20. It appears he truly can be entrusted with the future of the Navy. A smile adorned Sengoku's face as he stroked his beard. Victorly is indeed remarkable. Both his talent and character far surpass the ordinary. Moreover, he possesses the wisdom to discern and endure, unlike many of the other graduates from the training camp. As he continued, Sengoku's expression grew serious. Zifa. The death of his family has not only left a profound impact on him, but has also intensified his radical tendencies. This, in turn, has affected the trainees. Most of those who graduated in recent years have embraced Sakazuki's ideology. Rational individuals like Victorly are becoming increasingly rare. Even some within our faction have begun to question. This cannot continue. If this persists, I would rather have Garp instruct them. Tsuru fell silent for a moment before stating, Zifa's reputation within the Navy is no less significant than Garp's. Let us deliberate on this matter later. We should notify Victorly now to be by the way. Why did he attack Doflamingo? Sengoku picked up the den mushi and replied to Tsuru. Before you arrived, Gumi reported to me. One of Victorly's subordinates, a fellow named Ted, was resting on Coconut Island during patrol when the Flamingo appeared and drove them away. They even sank a naval vessel, resulting in the loss of some lives. Victorly must have gone there due to this incident. Boom! Doflamingo grew increasingly astonished. In close combat, he found himself at a disadvantage against Victorly. Beyond the disparity in innate talent, Victorly was also a Zoan-type user of the mythical beast variety, which compelled Doflamingo to maintain distance to utilize his abilities against him. However, as time passed, Victorly's attacks became more ferocious, employing an array of abilities, unleashing flames and thunder, accompanied by blades of wind and shards of ice, inflicting considerable wounds upon Doflamingo. In that moment, Doflamingo could not ascertain Victorly's true abilities by appearance. He seemed to possess the bird fruit, a mythical Zoan, yet Doflamingo did not recall encountering such powers in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. As Victorali stood bare-chested, several streaks of blood marred his torso, remnants of Doflamingo's threads, which even Haki could not fully deflect. Doflamingo's garments lay in tatters, with blood continuously dripping from his shoulder. The once arrogant demeanor had vanished, replaced by a pallid expression as he glared at Victorali. The birdcage had long since been dispelled. Doflamingo initially intended to summon CP0 for assistance, only to find that they had retreated back to their ship. At that moment, he felt a pang of regret, realizing that he had merely driven away 2 naval vessels and inadvertently entangled himself with such a formidable adversary. Most crucially, this Navy officer possessed Conqueror's Haki, and it was no less formidable than his own. The presence of Conqueror's Haki in a Navy officer left Doflamingo bewildered. Typically, those who wield such power are inherently resistant to constraints and driven by ambition. Thus, even possessing the potential for Conqueror's Haki, it is exceedingly rare for one to awaken it while within the Navy. Yet, from Victorali's gaze, Doflamingo sensed an unwavering determination and tenacity. Such individuals are notoriously difficult to deal with. They will not relent until their objectives are achieved, and they will remember today's events for an eternity. In other words, they hold grudges. Either he must be dealt with, or, as this thought crossed his mind, Doflamingo chuckled softly. Fufufu. Victorali, I believe we need not escalate this matter. They are merely a few Navy personnel, and you have already severed my family member's arm. Why not turn our conflict into an amicable resolution? What Doflamingo did not expect was for Victorali to sheath his blade upon hearing his words. Family? Victorali scoffed disdainfully. The so-called family holds little significance in your heart, does it? Furthermore, do you believe I would spare you based solely on your words? Let me assure you, I have taken note of you. Today, consider yourself fortunate. You best ensure that you remain a warlord of the sea indefinitely. Doflamingo, noticing CP0 approaching with the Den Mushi, felt his countenance darken. Before CP0 could draw near, Victorali leaped beside him, seizing the Den Mushi, declaring, Admiral Sengoku, I must request a leave of absence. Rest assured, that fellow is still quite formidable. For the time being, I cannot eliminate him. However, who knows what the future holds? Understood. With a toss of the Den Mushi, Victorali soared towards the distant Golden Eagle. As he beheld the Golden Eagle departing, Doflamingo exhaled a sigh of relief, yet an ominous premonition washed over him. Chapter 53. Meaningless death is not sacrifice, but foolishness. Commander Victorali, where are we headed alone? Are we going to Subordinates? Yuta inquired cheerfully, for the Golden Eagle had not returned to base but had allowed Gugu to take the Navy personnel aboard Ted's vessel, heading straight towards Subordinates Archipelago. This thrilled Bepo and Yuta, as the amusement park on Subordinates Archipelago was widely renowned, and they had longed to see it. However, a single statement from Victorali extinguished Yuta's joy. Fear not. We are not heading to Subordinates Archipelago. Nevertheless, Victorali glanced at Kuina and the others and softly stated, I am gathering some companions for you. Many of them are quite small. Do not bully them, small children. Bepo replied somewhat dispiritedly. Those little ones can be quite bothersome. They might pull my fur. Navigating through the passage beneath the Red Line, after resupplying at Red Port Base, the Golden Eagle sailed directly towards Dressrosa. Victorali harbored a deep-seated grudge, since he could not eliminate Doflamingo for the time being. He aimed to remove the dwarves before Doflamingo could seize control of Dressrosa. Victorali was eager to witness how Doflamingo would produce artificial devil fruits without the dwarves. If possible, he also sought to rescue the Riku royal family. Although they were all somewhat foolish, they were not inherently malevolent. The G2 branch's patrol area included Dressrosa, yet despite being a member nation, the Navy had not established a base there. This was due to the lack of suitable locations and the absence of funds from Dressrosa. Establishing a fortress or base requires financial support from member nations, and each deployment incurs additional costs for the Navy. Not every naval officer, like Victorali, actively sought out pirates in their spare time. The G2 branch, owing to the celestial dragons, conducted continuous patrols of the waters. Unlike other branches and bases that could manage a patrol once a month at best, upon the Golden Eagle's arrival at Dressrosa's port, it drew considerable attention that it was quite rare for the Navy to come here. Upon seeing Victorali disembark, the port guards hurriedly inquired, Admiral, what brings you here? I wish to see King Riku. I have urgent matters to discuss. Furthermore, Victorali fixed his gaze on the guard and commanded, Inform His Majesty Riku to gather all members of the royal family. This matter is of utmost importance. Remember, all members of the royal family. Understood. Regarding the naval visit, King Riku placed considerable importance on it. Upon learning of Victor's demands, he promptly informed others to return to the palace. Even Scarlet hurried back with Rebecca, accompanied by Cyrus. Oh dear, Rebecca, do not cry. When Victor arrived at the palace, he was greeted by Rebecca's cries and the soothing voices of Cyrus and his wife. Without waiting for King Riku to speak, Victor solemnly declared, Your Majesty, I must request that all unrelated individuals be excused. What I am about to disclose is of utmost significance, and no outsiders should be present. Observing Victor's grave demeanor, King Riku gestured to the guards beside him, saying, You may leave for now. This naval officer, I recognize from the newspapers, is the rising star, Mr. Victor. There will be no issues once the guards and attendants exited. Victor wasted no time and stated directly, Since King Riku is familiar with me, I shall forego any pleasantries that I in perhaps a week, or even tomorrow. This nation may witness a change in its royal lineage. Upon hearing Victor's words, Cyrus suppressed his anger and questioned, Naval officer, what do you mean by that? Ignoring him, Victor continued, Surely, King Riku is aware of the Don Quixote family. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Approximately 10 days ago, he was inducted into the 7 warlords. During our battle, I was interrupted by the world government, and I witnessed him sign the contract with my own eyes. What does that imply? King Riku and the others wore puzzled expressions, prompting Victor to shake his head and respond. Your Majesty, do you not comprehend? The territory formerly belonging to the Don Quixote family was Dressrosa, and Don Quixote da Flamingo is a celestial dragon who has been expelled from Mariawa, now that he has become one of the 7 warlords. Yet there has been no report in the newspapers. What do you think this signifies? After a few seconds of stunned silence, King Riku's expression darkened further as he looked at Victor and asked, Are you suggesting he intends to seize this nation? But we have paid the heavenly tribute. Can the world government simply turn a blind eye? Heavenly tribute. Victor scoffed disdainfully. To whom is it paid? While Doflamingo may have been ousted from Mariawa, his identity as a celestial dragon remains intact. He seeks to reclaim control over this nation. Do you truly believe the world government would intervene? Moreover, with Doflamingo's cunning, he will assuredly force you into disgraceful submission, compelling the populace to accept him as their new king. Is this truly the case? Violet inquired, panic evident on her face, to which Scarlet quickly reassured. It will be all right, Violet. This officer has arrived here for a reason and undoubtedly possesses a solution. That I apologize, Princess, Victor interjected, shaking his head. Doflamingo is now a 7 warlord, by all accounts. He is our ally, which prevents me from engaging him in battle. I am here merely to inform you that I hold a personal vendetta against Doflamingo, and I happen to know the truth about this nation's fairy tribe. Thus, I must evacuate the Dongtada tribe to prevent them from being exploited by Doflamingo. Upon hearing Victor mention the Dongtada, King Riku immediately asked, What did you say? How do you know this? That is of no concern to you. Victor replied impatiently, It is a foregone conclusion that Dressrosa will once again fall under the control of the Don Quixote family. Not only you, but I too am powerless to alter this fate. Time is of the essence. I must first go to Greenbit Island to board the Dongtada tribe. Your Majesty, I must warn you. Victor articulated each word carefully. Doflamingo's subordinates possess formidable abilities, and his own strength is not something you can withstand. Though Cyrus is a skilled swordsman, he is certainly not a match for Doflamingo. That I urge you to contemplate carefully whether to accompany me in departure. Remaining here is merely a path to certain death. Should you reach a decision, please await me at the port. Furthermore, a feudal death is not a sacrifice. It is sheer folly. Chapter 54. The innocent Dongtada tribe. Greenbit Island is situated adjacent to Dressrosa, accessible via an iron bridge. Upon directing the ship towards Greenbit, Victor transformed into a golden eagle and soared over. Uninterrupted, this area had become a primeval forest, with the Dongtada tribe dwelling beneath its canopy. Utilizing his observation haki, Victor diligently scanned the surroundings and soon detected thousands of presences underground. Coupled with the sound of conversation, he promptly made his way toward the source, arriving at a cleverly concealed entrance. Victor halted. The diminutive guardians noticed him and became immediately alert. Who is that? A human. What brings him here? I fear he has discovered us, an intruder. Look, He has stopped and is gazing at us. Should we attack him or inform the chief? Just as the little ones hesitated, Victor called out, "Friends of the Dongtada tribe, a descendant of Mont Blanc Noland has come to visit. Please come forth and meet me." What? The little ones erupted in excitement upon hearing Victor's call. "Quickly inform everyone. The descendant of the benefactor Noland has arrived. Hurry." Within mere minutes, Victor found himself surrounded by the little folk, some perched upon his shoulders, while others climbed atop his head. Victor felt as though his head might burst, overwhelmed by their incessant chatter. "Are you truly the descendant of the benefactor Noland? What is your name? How did you discover we were here? How many people are in your family? What kind of clothes are you wearing?" Only when Chief Gancho arrived did Victor finally breathe a sigh of relief. The crowd parted, and Gancho, supported by Mancheri and Leo, approached, striking his cane against the ground with a serious expression. "Ahem, you rascals, you have been exceedingly rude. And why did you rush out without my permission? We have yet to verify his identity. He claims to be the descendant of Noland. But what if he is deceiving us?" Victor knelt and softly interjected, "Of course, I can prove that I am not deceiving you. My name is Victor. To be precise, my mother is a descendant of Noland. I learned of your existence through my ancestor's maritime journal. Unfortunately, due to the passage of time, that log has deteriorated. However, I can recount the events recorded within. When my ancestor arrived here, your Dongtada tribe was still oppressed by humans. It was my ancestor who aided you in resisting them, teaching you a valuable lesson. He also imparted knowledge of various plants, and in gratitude, you erected a statue in his honor within your territory. Am I mistaken?" Oh, Gancho's eyes widened, and he nodded. "Completely accurate. You are indeed a descendant of the benefactor Noland. Victor Noland. Victor Noland." As the little ones joyfully chanted his name, Victor felt no sense of achievement. Their innocence was astonishing, believing a stranger based solely on a few words. Gancho raised his hand to quiet the crowd, and once they settled, he promptly addressed Victor. "Victor Noland, my name is Gancho, the current chief of the Dongtada tribe. Why not join us in our village for a visit? We would be delighted to host you." "Not necessary." Victor waved his hand, his expression grave as he replied, "Chief Gancho, I have come here with a matter of utmost importance. 400 years ago, my ancestor aided you. Now, I am here to rescue your Dongtada tribe. The Don Quixote family, who once enslaved your people, is returning." "What do you mean?" The little ones fell silent, and Gancho asked, agitated, "Victor Noland, what do you mean by that?" Victor surveyed the surroundings, his voice heavy with urgency. "Dressrosa is about to fall back into the hands of the Don Quixote family. Moreover, they are under the protection of the world government. If King Liku does not leave, he may very well perish at their hands, for they will stop at nothing to seize this nation. They will undoubtedly not let you go, which is precisely why I have come to escort you away." Upon hearing that Victorly intends to take them away, the majority of the little folk expressed their reluctance. "What? Leave? This is the place we have always called home. How can we possibly depart? We must assist King Liku in resisting the Don Quixote family. Indeed, we refuse to leave." Observing the indignant little folk, Victorly gently flicked his fingers. Crack! A purple lightning bolt struck down a distant tree, igniting flames and silencing the crowd. Victorly then opened his mouth, extinguishing the fire with a chilling breath, and addressed the astonished little folk. "This is my power. I could effortlessly annihilate Dressrosa, but the Don Quixote family is even mightier than I. Furthermore, they have the backing of the world government, and should you choose to resist, your fate will mirror that fallen tree." Turning to Chief Gancho, Victorly spoke earnestly. "Our time is limited. I implore you to gather your things and depart with me. My worship awaits outside. I assure you, one day I shall return with the means to overthrow the Don Quixote family and reclaim this land." However, gazing at Victorly, Gancho expressed his dilemma. "If we leave this place, where shall we go? We have no desire to coexist with humans. Fear not." Victorly reassured, patting his chest, "I have secured a place for you, where you shall be undisturbed. The climate there is perpetually spring-like. Ideal for your kind. Do you not trust me, a descendant of Roland? Is it that you do not believe in me? We shall only be departing temporarily. Perhaps in a decade or so, we will return. Time is of the essence. I urge you all to decide swiftly." The warehouse brimmed with fruits and plants, several rooms cluttered with belongings of the little folk. Observing the little ones eagerly jumping upon Bepo, singing alongside Yuta, and watching Kuina practice her swordsmanship, Victorly stroked his chin that if he were to sell all the little folk now, they would surely face extermination. Chapter 55. Victorly's doubts upon returning to the port of Dressrosa. The Liku royal family awaited. The port was devoid of others, suggesting that King Liku preferred to keep this matter concealed. Once the Golden Eagle docked, Scarlet, holding Rebecca, and leading Violet, bowed deeply to Victorly. Both Scarlet and Violet had red-rimmed eyes, while Rebecca slumbered peacefully. Lord Victorly, King Liku said solemnly, as the king of this nation, I cannot flee, regardless of the circumstances. However, the children are innocent. Therefore, I beseech you to take them away. Victorly nodded, then turned to Cyrus. After a moment of silence, Cyrus resolutely declared, I shall protect this nation and King Liku. Hence I shall not leave. Thank you, Lord Victorly. Victorly sighed, retrieving his pocket watch. Very well, I respect your decision. You have 5 minutes to reminisce. Rest assured, I will arrange for their relocation to a secure place called Beast Island at the forefront of the Grand Line, where the Navy is stationed that if you survive, you may seek them there. Thank you. 5 minutes later, the Golden Eagle departed the port under the watchful eyes of King Liku and Cyrus. Victorly decided to conceal the whereabouts of the Dongtada clan. Thus only his most trusted soldiers accompanied him. As for their designated location, it was indeed Beast Island, home to Zifa's training camp, surrounded by a vast forest, half of which enjoyed a perpetual spring climate and abundant resources, situated just behind the mountain favored by Zifa for his drinking. Aside from the trainees, the area was typically deserted. As long as Zifa issued orders to keep trainees away, the little folk could reside there in peace. The townsfolk were exceptionally kind, posing little danger even if the little folk desired interaction. After notifying John to craft special furniture for the Dongtada clan, the Golden Eagle set sail for Beast Island. Having never experienced a sea voyage, the Dongtada clan delighted in climbing onto Bepo and gazing at the endless ocean. These innocent little folk quickly befriended Bepo and the others. Even the stoic Kuina and the slightly older Dor were charmed by their adorable presence. Before reaching Beast Island, a newsbird arrived with newspapers. Don Quixote Doflamingo becomes one of the 7 warlords. King Liku of Dressrosa, alongside his royal army, slaughters the populace, inciting public outrage. Doflamingo has ascended as the king of Dressrosa. Upon seeing the newspaper, Violet and Scarlet were deeply saddened. Violet, still young, temporarily forgot her sorrow with the consolation of the little folk and Yuta, while Scarlet, though filled with grief, displayed remarkable strength for the sake of Rebecca. However, Victorly noticed something peculiar. In their memories, there was no trace of Cyrus, suggesting he had been turned into a toy by Sugar. Yet he retained the memory. Was there a flaw in his soul's authenticity? When the Golden Eagle arrived at Beast Island, John's merchant ship had already docked, unloaded its cargo, and departed to keep the Dongtada clan's whereabouts concealed. The Golden Eagle anchored at the forest's edge on the island's rear side. Zifa had received Victorly's notification and was well prepared upon learning that Victorly had brought the Dongtada clan to Beast Island. As soon as Victorly secured the ship, he saw Zifa approaching with 2 individuals. Teacher Zifa, it has been a while. You still look robust, which brings me comfort. Ha! You little rascal. Zifa playfully punched Victorly, then glanced at the ship, expressing mild disappointment. Azura did not come along. Victorly replied with a smile. She is guarding the base in my stead. Teacher Zifa, Azura will return to visit you soon. As they conversed, Yuta and the Dongtada clan emerged with various bundles, prompting Zifa to exclaim in surprise. This race truly exists. I thought it was merely a legend. Teacher Zifa, this is Chief Gancho. Greetings, Chief Gancho. After Victorly introduced the elders of the little folk, Zifa pointed to the 2 individuals beside him. This is Ein. And this is Binz. Thanks to them, I managed to construct some commendable rooms underground as per your request. Ein, Binz, meet your senior. Hello, Senior Victorly. Hello, hello. Hearing their names, Victorly was taken aback. He had initially overlooked them, as both were dressed in Navy training uniforms and their appearances differed somewhat from the original narrative. With Ein and Binz's appearance, it meant Zifa would lose an arm early next year. With less than 2 months remaining, he must prevent this from happening. Hey, what is Victorly pondering? Upon hearing Zifa's voice, Victorly quickly responded. Nothing, merely considering their impressive abilities. Ha! Zifa chuckled warmly. Though they may not match your prowess, their talents are indeed commendable. With time, Becoming a rear admiral in the headquarters should pose no issue. Zifa has chosen a residence for the dwarf tribe nearby, a place untouched by intruders, with fertile soil ideal for cultivation. He excavated a spacious underground chamber nearly 5 meters high, abundant with various plants and rich in subterranean water, thus saving considerable effort. The furniture crafted by John has been arranged, and the dwarf tribe is quite content with their new home. The open ground allows for planting, and although the dwarves are merely the size of a thumb, they possess formidable strength, capable of dealing with common beasts. Zifa has also provided the dwarves with several image phone bugs, akin to regular phone bugs, for entertainment and to keep in contact with him, which deeply moved the tribe, prompting them to wish for friendship with Zifa, much to his delight. Violet and Scarlet have been assigned to a small town on Beast Island. They brought some berries with them, and Victorali opened a shop for them in the town, ensuring their livelihood is secure. Grateful for their circumstances, once everyone was settled, Victorali returned to the training camp alongside Zifa. The meal was prepared, and after a long separation, they naturally enjoyed a gathering. However, Zifa seemed preoccupied with his drink, as if burdened by some inner turmoil. After consuming several crates of red wine, his expression turned somewhat desolate. Victorali, do you think I'm growing old? Sengoku has even advised me to retire and enjoy a life of leisure. He claims my current ideals may influence the new generation of the Navy's understanding of justice. Huh, how absurd. My family is gone. Where should I go to enjoy myself? Justice. Huh, what a farce. Upon hearing Zifa's words, Victorali was taken aback. Retirement. Ideals. Zifa's current beliefs undoubtedly lean towards the radical faction, which inadvertently influences many trainees. This is unavoidable, yet it has indirectly affected numerous cadets. Victorali had heard from a certain squirrel that in recent years, there has been a growing number of officers secretly engaging in acts of piracy. Such ideals clearly conflict with the world government and Sengoku's desire for peace. Could it be? Surely not. After all, this is a former admiral of the Navy, with hundreds of exceptional trainees at stake. Chapter 56. The Five Elders, even if aware, would not dare to utter a word. Yuta and her companions bid a reluctant farewell to Mengshueli. The little ones wept inconsolably. They adored Yuta's abilities, and had it not been for Ganjiao's intervention, many would have wished to accompany her. As this marks the first new year since taking office at the Tiit base, Victorali had to abandon his plans for celebrating in the training camp. Throughout the journey, he was plagued with anxiety, sensing that the threat against Zifa was likely to materialize. The hidden hand could very well be the world government or Sengoku. Those who ascend to high positions are rarely benevolent. With Zifa's increasingly radical temperament, his reputation within the Navy rivals that of Karp, and among officers, he is regarded as the most esteemed figure. If Zifa truly intends to re-emerge or align himself with the radicals, it would pose a significant headache for both the world government and Sengoku. Following the death of his family, Zifa harbors a grudge against the Navy and the world government alike. They require balance. The world government's balance seeks to maintain peace among various maritime powers, avoiding large-scale warfare, especially since Vegapunk has yet to complete the repair of that weapon, necessitating a period free of incidents. Conversely, Sengoku's balance requires time for the Navy to gradually amass strength, enabling them to stand with greater confidence before the world government. Thus, neither party wishes to witness any significant upheaval within the Navy. Of course, this is merely Victorali's conjecture. He has resolved that after the new year, he will ascertain the location where Zifa is conducting practical training and accompany them without fail. The reputation of Zifa's training camp remains advantageous. Through Victorali's connections, John has successfully established a trade route from the North Sea to the Subordinates archipelago. The areas traversed are all territories of allied nations, patrolled by the Navy, ensuring utmost safety. Consequently, the Navy at the Tiit base experienced the most joyous new year in history. The food and drink were plentiful, and each new recruit received a bonus. Victorali also brought the families of fallen sailors to the base to celebrate the new year together, pledging to support the elderly and children of these families. This gesture moved the sailors to tears, as previously, those who perished in battle were only afforded a compensation package, with little regard for their family's future welfare. Though it cost several billion, Victorali earned their complete respect, and through them, this act would soon resonate throughout the Navy, elevating Victorali's reputation further on New Year's Day. Victorali called Zifa to confirm that the chosen location was in the Motor Sea. and his unease rapidly intensified. The Motor Sea lies at the forefront of the Grand Line. While not officially part of the Allied nations, it is in close proximity to the nearest Navy base. Reachable in just over half an hour, Victorali could not fathom how Zifa could endure even that brief a time in Weeble's hands. After the New Year celebrations, Victorali advised Azura to take provisions and water, and under the cover of night, he departed. He did not wish Sengoku to be informed, as he intended to uncover how Zifa encountered this ambush. Upon arriving at the Motor Sea, Victorali observed Zifa's warship docked at an island. The island housed a small town, suggesting Zifa planned to wait for an opportunity. Victorali's observation hockey was activated almost daily, now encompassing the entire island, allowing him to conceal himself within the forest and meticulously monitor the warship. When fatigue set in, he transformed into a golden eagle, soaring into the sky for a clearer view. Within a month, Zifa and his crew had dispatched 2 pirate ships, yet they had not encountered any formidable opponents. It appeared Zifa was preparing to return, indicating that no mishaps had occurred. However, just as the warship was about to set sail, Victorali sensed something amiss. That a small boat rapidly approached the surface, and individuals in the town were communicating via phone bugs. The fact that this seemingly insignificant town had individuals maintaining phone bugs piqued Victorali's interest. Yes, Lord Satan, this is to jam the signal. Understood that I will deal with the townsfolk shortly. Upon hearing this, Victorali immediately recognized the identity of the puppet master. Boom! Just as Victorali soared into the sky, a violent explosion erupted in the direction of the town, and in an instant, his observation hockey revealed that everyone in the town had perished, save for that man. Were explosives planted in advance? Victorali glanced at the warship, drawn to the sound of the explosion, and then flew toward the town. Upon spotting the golden eagle in the sky, Zifa recognized Victorali, and just as he felt perplexed, the lookout suddenly shouted, "Teacher Zifa, a small boat is approaching us. There are only 2 people aboard, a man and an elderly woman. The man is rowing with a large knife at great speed. Turn around. You all must leave here quickly." In an instant, Zifa sensed the danger. Before the small boat could reach them, the warship reignited its engines and began to depart. At a flash of blade light cut through the air as Zifa leaped onto the water. Delivering a powerful punch, clang, Zifa utilized moonwalk to ascend into the air, calling out to his trainees, "Continue to evacuate. Find a safe place. Hurry." Yes, Victorali landed at the town's entrance, where a man clad in farmer's garb, his face etched with wrinkles, was walking slowly. Upon spotting Victorali, the man immediately cried out, "Help! There's been an explosion. Please, save them." The rapid transformation from a stoic demeanor to tears struck Victorali, who couldn't help but admire his acting skills. "Enough of the charade," Victorali replied, his expression unyielding. "I just heard everything. Jam all signals? Lord Satan. So that fellow was sent by the world government to deliberately target Teacher Zifa." Upon hearing Victorali's words, the tearful man abruptly halted. "Victorali, if you heard, then what do you intend to stop me for? Are you defying the orders of the 5 elders? That is your command." Victorali pointed at the man. "Furthermore, before me, Zifa's disciple. Are you not being a bit too arrogant to go after Teacher Zifa?" Swish, splatter. The man had not anticipated that Victori would strike against him. With fingers imbued with the power of lightning, Victori effortlessly plunged them into the man's shoulder, a surge of electricity binding him firmly in place, rendering him immobile. "Victori, are you betraying the Navy? Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? This is an order from the 5 elders." Victori applied a slight pressure with his fingers until cold sweat beaded on the man's brow. And then he spoke softly. "Even if I were to kill you now, the 5 elders would dare not utter a word upon discovering it. Let the Navy know that they sent someone to deal with Teacher Zephyr, and they shall bear the consequences." Chapter 57. The indifferent Zephyr sighing at the sight of the man's lifeless body. Victori had intended to coerce him into revealing some information. However, the man remained resolute, refusing to divulge anything despite Victori's relentless torment. In a moment of distraction, he had even bitten down on the poison hidden within his teeth. Such was the resolve of those tools brainwashed by the world government from a young age. Victori soared into the sky, noticing that the warship had returned, and quickly made his way over. Swish! Einen Bins gaped in awe at the golden eagle flapping its wings in the air. Federer was commanding the warship from the cabin when he suddenly felt a tremor, and the vessel came to a halt. What is happening? Report, instructor. The ice. The ice is frozen solid. What? Upon hearing the cadet's words, Federer felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that Admiral Kazan had arrived? As he rushed onto the deck, he was taken aback by the figure descending from the sky. Victory? Federer instructor. Victory spoke with a grave tone. You and the cadets must remain here. The enemy we face is exceptionally powerful. Your involvement will only serve as a burden to Teacher Zephyr. These cadets are the future of the Navy. They cannot perish here. With that, Victory transformed into his beast form and ascended into the heavens. Federer watched as Victory's silhouette gradually faded, his expression a complex blend of emotions that it had only been a short time since graduation. Truly, geniuses cannot be measured by ordinary standards. This the talent that earns one the title of a training camp monster. Clang. The force transmitted through the long sword made even Zephyr feel a strain. The elderly onlooker, observing the scene, chuckled, "Ha ha. Zephyr, my son possesses considerable strength, does he not?" "Stussy," Zephyr bellowed, glaring at the woman. "What on earth do you intend to do? How dare you attack the Navy? Call me Miss Bakken." Bakken retorted, striking her cane forcefully against the ground. "My laboratory has been damaged by agents of the world government. They seek to capture us. We narrowly escaped, and now, fortuitously, we encounter you to show the world government the might of the Navy. Your life, as a former admiral, will surely instill fear in them and make those fools realize that I, Miss Bakken, am not to be trifled with. Weevil, my dear son, kill him." "All right, mother." "Understood, mother." At Bakken's command, the slow-witted Weevil raised his large cleaver and charged at Zephyr once more. Faced with Weevil, who towered over him, Zephyr's temples throbbed, his arms swelling with power, a fist enveloped in hockey striking forcefully against the descending sword. Clang! As soon as he landed, Zephyr launched himself into the air, aiming a punch at Weevil's face. "Stop jesting. Do you truly believe I am made of clay?" Boom! Weevil's massive frame was sent flying several meters by Zephyr's punch, and Zephyr approached Bakken with a disdainful expression. However, he halted in his tracks, observing Weevil, who, despite having been knocked unconscious, was now shakily rising to his feet. It hurts. It hurts so much. Mother, he hit me so hard. I want to kill him. Kill him." Boom! As Weevil charged forward like a rampaging bull. Brandishing his cleaver, Zephyr couldn't help but question whether he was truly aging, as Zephyr's most formidable weapon was his fists, having earned the title of Black Arm long before Carp did it. In fact, Carp's training methods for hockey were based on Zephyr's suggestions. It was unprecedented for anyone to withstand a full-force blow from Zephyr and continue attacking as if unscathed. Clang! "I will kill you. Kill you." Straining to block Weevil's cleaver, Zephyr was filled with fury. "Ha ha. Zephyr, you shall die here today. Not killing an admiral. How naive. Oh, it seems your family perished at the hands of pirates." Bakken's taunts gradually eroded Zephyr's rationality. The deaths of his family, the inaction of the world government, and the Navy. Sengoku's council, and years of pent-up emotions culminated in an explosive outburst. Boom! A powerful aura emanated from Zephyr, distorting the very space around him. Clang! Gripping the long sword with both hands, the veins on his arms writhed like worms. "Pirates! All of you shall perish." Boom! Zephyr yanked the sword forcefully, crashing Weevil's massive form to the ground. Witnessing this, Bakken's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. "Cursed fool." Boom! Weevil flipped over, swinging his cleaver amidst a blaze of flames. "I will kill you." Ability user. Zephyr raised his fists once more. "What of an ability user? No matter what power you possess, I shall shatter it with my iron fists." Boom! The battle between the two raged fiercely. Oblivious to the ice forming on the surface of the sea, Bakken, however, noticed this development, but she did not sense the presence of others nearby. Only a golden eagle circling above. Victory had minimized his size and concealed his aura. If he did not act, he appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary eagle. Bakken felt a twinge of unease and yelled at Weevil. "Weevil, do not waste time. Eliminate him and let us depart." "Understood, mother," following Bakken's command. Weevil's cleaver glimmered with a crimson light as he charged at Zephyr. As Weevil leaped high into the air, the crimson glow intensified. Zephyr, sensing the imminent danger, braced his right arm with hockey across his forehead, while his left hand formed a fist, preparing to block Weevil's attack, while retaliating simultaneously. As Weevil descended, the cleaver struck Zephyr's arm, causing his face to contort in shock. He felt his hockey being effortlessly shattered. A sharp pain shooting through his arm. Boom! Just when Zephyr thought his arm would be severed, a thunderous crash resonated as a bolt of purple lightning descended, illuminating the scene where Weevil, engulfed in black smoke, plummeted to the ground. Panting heavily, Zephyr inspected his arm, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He had narrowly avoided injury to the bone. He had been overly complacent and had misjudged his own hockey. That crimson light had clearly been unusual, and he had foolishly endured it. Thank goodness for Victory, Zephyr thought, turning to the figure beside him. Victory, how did you come to be here? After a brief silence, Victory replied, I lacked an aide and wished to observe which of the current cadets would excel. Recently, I found myself with nothing to do, so I decided to come take a look. Chapter 58. Weevil's fruit ability. Victory could not reveal the truth of the situation to Zephyr. For should Zephyr learn of it, dire consequences would surely follow. Even if it did not lead to a complete schism within the Navy, the establishment of the new Navy would be accelerated by many years. Moreover, Zephyr would undoubtedly be heartbroken upon learning the truth. The Navy could not afford division at present, and Victory needed Zephyr to safeguard him. Thus, for both public and personal reasons, he chose to keep Zephyr in the dark. Wah, it hurts. Weevil rose, crying out, Mother, it hurts. I was struck by lightning. Bakken angrily scolded from the sidelines. Fool, that was that man who attacked you. He nearly killed me as well. Go and slay him. Victory cast a glance at Bakken. Earlier, he had unleashed 2 bolts of lightning, one aimed at Bakken, yet he had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary elderly woman could easily evade it. Truly, a member of the Rock's pirates could not be underestimated. Even at her age, Zephyr glanced at the wound on his arm and coldly stated, Victory, you should stand aside. This one is mine. Teacher Zephyr. Victory unsheathed his longsword, his expression devoid of emotion as he declared. He is a pirate. When it comes to dealing with pirates, one need not adhere to any notions of masterly finesse. Let us strike together. What? Zephyr momentarily paused, then burst into hearty laughter. Ahaha. You are absolutely right, Victory. Together, let us vanquish him. Bajin, fuming beside them, stomped her feet in indignation. Despicable. Do you really believe that adding a mere child to your ranks would enable you to defeat my son? Weibel, show them your strength. Yes, Mama. Right away, Mama. With a snort, Weibel, clutching his great blade and displaying a rather dim-witted demeanor, charged forward with a wild swing. Clang. The impact was tremendous. After Victory deflected the blow with his sword, he felt his feet sink into the ground, his face reddening, arms swelling, and ears ringing as if struck by a hammer. Regardless of Weibel's prowess, the sheer force he exhibited was unparalleled in Victory's experience. Boom! Zephyr propelled Weibel back with a powerful punch, chuckling as he observed Victory shaking his wrist. Ha ha! Be cautious. This fellow possesses immense strength. Victory, regarding the seemingly simple-minded Weibel, cast his gaze upon the grotesque scars adorning his body. Resembling a twisted centipede, his head and neck appeared as if cleaved, while his left hand bore the marks of crude stitching. The mere fact that such grievous injuries could allow one to survive led Victory to suspect a link to Weibel's fruit abilities. As Weibel swung his great sword, flames leapt forth, not fueled by the armament hockey, but rather a persistent, searing heat that rendered both Victory and Zephyr, shielded by hockey, quite uncomfortable. Victory tentatively attempted to counter with flames of his own, yet found himself outmatched in temperature, resorting instead to suppressing Weibel's flames with icy chill. If Weibel were of the mythical Zoan variety, he exhibited no signs of animal transformation. Assuredly, he was not of the natural type. Could he perhaps be a unique paramecia? Boom! Under the combined might of Zephyr and Victory's assault, Weibel endured a series of blows, yet Victory noted with curiosity how Weibel, when failing to evade, would deliberately confront Zephyr's fists, seeking to block his longsword instead. Zephyr, renowned as Black Arm, had delivered numerous punches without Weibel sustaining any visible damage, while Weibel seemed more inclined to evade the lesser destructive force of the longsword. This peculiar behavior raised suspicions. Zephyr, catching Victory's gaze, they charged toward Weibel in tandem. Victory leaped into the air, aiming to strike down upon Weibel, who raised his great sword in defense. Clang! The recoil sent Victory crashing to the ground. Just as Zephyr leaped forward, intending to strike to Weibel's surprise, Zephyr's fist targeted the long sword across his chest. Clang! Caught completely off guard by Zifa's focus on his weapon, Weibel's sword was sent flying from his grasp. In that instant, Victorali's sword again, gathering a flurry of wind blades upon his sword, targeting Weibel's neck with a swift, decisive swing. Thud! The blow, infused with hockey and sharpened by the winds, severed Weibel's head cleanly from his body, which staggered briefly before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Thud! Only then did Weibel's sword fall beside his lifeless form. This creature, how is it devoid of blood? Even after Victorali had decapitated him, not a single drop of blood emerged. However, through the perception granted by observation hockey, both Zifa and Victorali confirmed that Weibel was unequivocally deceased. Even his heart had ceased to beat. This revelation prompted a sense of bewilderment, particularly as they recalled Bajin's background as a scientist. Specifically one focused on cloning, Victorali began to suspect that Weibel might be a clone of Whitebeard. Nevertheless, a clone should still bleed, should it not? Where is the blood? Victorali glanced towards Bajin, only to be taken aback by her lack of reaction to Weibel's demise. She showed no signs of fleeing or sorrow, which heightened Victorali's wariness. Stussy. Zifa, with a serious expression, addressed Bajin, "Are you planning to surrender, or do you wish for me to take you into custody? Call me Miss Bajin." She retorted, her expression darkening. "Honestly, Zifa, it appears you are truly growing old. Have you forgotten what was just said?" Before Zifa could respond, Bajin forcefully struck her cane against the ground. "Hey, Weibel, my foolish son, how long do you intend to lie there? Get up and leave at once. These two are proving to be rather troublesome. If we do not leave soon, the Navy reinforcements will arrive." "What?" Just as Bajin finished speaking, both Victorali and Zifa sensed an overwhelming heat surge, prompting Victorali to flap his wings and whisk Zifa aside. Boom! As soon as they vacated, flames erupted across the ground. Weibel's headless body rose, retrieving its severed head, and to their astonishment, its eyes opened as it exclaimed, "Mama, it hurts, you dolt." Bajin leapt to Weibel's side, delivering several stout kicks before perching upon his shoulder. "We must leave this place immediately. Do not waste another moment." "Yes, Mama." Boom! Under the watchful gaze of Zifa and Victorali, a pair of fiery wings materialized behind Weibel, gradually transforming into tangible appendages. The crimson feathers were breathtaking, radiating a brilliant sheen, extending to several meters in length. Boom! In an instant, Weibel soared into the sky, vanishing from their sight before they could fully comprehend the bizarre spectacle. Zifa-sensei, did you see those wings? They are undoubtedly the abilities of a mythical Zoan. Zifa-sensei, do you know of any mythical Zoan devil fruit that can resurrect the dead? Zifa furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before shaking his head. The capabilities of devil fruits are exceedingly diverse, and not all are documented in the encyclopedias, though the Fruit Encyclopedia is said to catalog all devil fruit abilities. Such claims are hardly absolute. Victorali nodded, refraining from further speech, though an answer had begun to form in his mind. Those wings were unmistakably those of a phoenix, renowned for its ability to rise from the ashes. The reason Weibel could not engage in combat in his beast form might stem from his inability to fully harness the fruit's powers, or perhaps he was indeed a clone of Whitebeard, his genetic makeup incapable of supporting a complete transformation, yet his abilities were unquestionably those of a phoenix. Chapter 59. The uneasy carp having thawed the sea, Victorali watched as Fedelur piloted the warship towards them. Simultaneously, another vessel appeared on the horizon, presumably summoned by Fedelur. After dispatching the unknown CP member, Victorali incinerated the body, along with the peculiar transponder snail capable of disrupting signals, sending out a distress call. The leading officer, a rear admiral, leaped from the ship before it had even docked. "Zifa-sensei, my apologies for the delay. I was unaware the sea had frozen." Zifa waved him off. "No matter, Kaichi. The enemy has already fled. Merely a pirate, nothing to be alarmed about. You need not have gone to such lengths. Return at once." "Understood, Zifa-sensei." Kaichi hesitated before suggesting, "Shall we escort the students back, Zifa-sensei? It is not no need for escorting." Just then, Victorali, ever vigilant with his observation hockey, sensed a powerful presence rapidly approaching from beneath the waves, the newcomer making no effort to conceal their aura. Zifa also detected the ominous energy, his expression shifting to one of caution as he peered towards the sea. Splash! Achoo! Carp! Upon witnessing Carp erupt from the depths, Zifa's astonishment was palpable, while Victoria's countenance darkened dramatically. "Carp, what brings you here?" Seeing Zifa unscathed, Carp removed his military jacket, wringing it out with a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha. I happened to be nearby. I received the distress signal from your warship and came to see what was amiss. I have no idea how it happened, but the lake froze over, and as I was running on it, it suddenly melted. I fell into the sea and swam over." As Carp spoke, the sound of his heart began to race unexpectedly. However, apart from Victorly, who deliberately observed Carp with his observation hockey, no one else noticed. Zephyr nodded and remarked, "Thank you very much. Just now, that guy Stussy attacked us with a man named Weibel. That fellow possesses immense strength and some rather peculiar abilities, which indeed makes him quite a formidable opponent. Fortunately, Victorly is here to be by the way. Carp, if I recall correctly, wasn't Stussy collaborating with the world government? Has that research been completed, prompting the world government to apprehend her?" Carp chuckled somewhat unnaturally, saying, You know me. Such matters have never piqued my interest. You ought to inquire with Sengoku. Indeed, by the way." Zephyr suddenly turned around and asked, "Victorly, what transpired in the town? Why is there not a single trace of life left?" Victorly furrowed his brow and replied, "I'm not entirely sure by the time I arrived. The town was engulfed in flames. It appears someone had preemptively planted explosives. Perhaps the town offended someone and met a tragic fate." Sighing deeply, Zephyr chose not to elaborate further. Victorly cast a glance at the rapidly beating heart of Carp, who immediately averted his gaze upon making eye contact. Observing Carp's guilty expression, Victorly was already inclined to conclude that Carp was at least aware of the world government's assault on Zephyr. However, he might have been one of the last to learn of it, which could explain his hasty arrival. In the original narrative, Zephyr's survival at the hands of Weibel undoubtedly stemmed from Carp's timely intervention. Yet, it is also possible that Carp had known all along and experienced a pang of conscience, for he was not as heartless as he pretended to be. A naval hero who trained the son of the Revolutionary Army's leader and the grandson of a pirate. Carp had indeed played a vital role in Luffy's gradual growth. Otherwise, Luffy would have been captured long ago, and during the Marineford War, it was Carp's interference that enabled the rescue of Ace amidst the relentless pursuit of numerous vice-admirals. His actions were hardly aligned with justice. Moreover, he had also trained the cowardly King Kobe. Victorly did not believe that Carp's inner thoughts were as simplistic as he outwardly displayed. That Carp's dog-headed warship had also arrived, and he leaped aboard, calling out, "Hey, Zephyr, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Train them well." After Carp departed, Victorly turned to Zephyr and said, "Teacher Zephyr, let us also take our leave. I might as well return with you and select a vice-admiral to accompany us. I find both Ein and Benz to be quite capable. Perhaps you could send them along with me." Upon hearing Victorly's words, Zephyr pointed at him and said, "You, always thinking of your own interests. You come here intending to take away my two most exceptional students? We shall discuss this upon our return. Let us finish our meal first." From their performances henceforth, Ein and Benz were undoubtedly on par with the vice-admirals of the headquarters. Particularly Ein, whose strength was formidable, personality calm, and battle intelligence top-notch. Their attitudes towards pirates stemmed from the incident involving Zephyr's severed arm. Yet, it was evident that they genuinely harbored a deep-seated disdain for pirates and were not of the narrow-minded sort. Victorly, indeed, desired to recruit both of them. During the meal, Victorly mingled with the junior cadets, shedding any semblance of superiority. Although Ein and Benz had not witnessed Victorly's combat prowess firsthand, they had seen him freeze the sea with a mere flap of his wings. Thus, their gazes towards Victorly were filled with admiration, considering he was only 2 years their senior. Upon learning of Victorly's invitation to the Tohat base, the two were elated. Other cadets also expressed envy, for Victorly was the most dazzling star among the new generation of the Navy. Over the past 2 years, he had graced the World Economic Journal numerous times, and his exploits had been chronicled by countless small publications in other nations. After they had eaten their fill, while the cadets were tidying up, Victorly stepped aside and retrieved a den mushi. A few seconds later, the line connected, and Victorly spoke softly. "Listen closely. There is an elderly lady named Miss Pekin, accompanied by a man called Weibel, residing in the Grand Line's paradise. This Lady Pekin is among the world's foremost scientists in cloning technology. Find a way to win her over. She has recently fallen out with the world government and is exceedingly greedy. However, Exercise caution, as her son Weibel possesses tremendous strength and can revive even after decapitation. You are not his match at present. The woman Bakine herself is formidable as well. Should negotiations falter, you may need to employ some tactics in advance. If a deal can be struck, find a safe place to settle them, and ensure Bakine diligently researches cloning technology that I will provide you with the hair or blood of strong individuals in the future. Chapter 60. The rhinoceros beetle fruit. Russell has set sail and gathered several capable subordinates, including the two underlings of Tizolo from the original narrative, the lucky fruit user Bakera and Mr. Tanaka, the wearer of the Puran fruit. The ability of the gold fruit to create wealth is indeed unparalleled. However, its nature of release and collection, combined with fluctuating gold prices, has granted Russell a substantial amount of gold and belly. Unlike Doflamingo, who had just taken over Dressrosa, Russell had already established his foothold in the New World months in advance. After seizing control of a non-allied nation, Russell, with the support of various factions, was rapidly constructing a golden city. With the backing of the Celestial Dragons, Russell also provided a significant sum of funding to the G1 branch where the squirrel resides and successfully infiltrated the underground world. In just half a year, Russell had gained a considerable standing in both the black and white markets. Even Doflamingo had proactively sought collaboration with him, which speaks volumes about the power of wealth. Upon returning to Beast Island aboard the warship, Victorly decided to first visit the Dante tribe in the forest. In the span of just 2 or 3 months, the underground villa of the Dante tribe had undergone a remarkable transformation. The space had expanded significantly, and various fruits and plants had begun to sprout. This place was even connected to electricity, adorned with many light bulbs and small appliances. The little folk were particularly fond of the video Den Den Mushi, and the 3 screening rooms were always bustling with activity. Additionally, the snacks sent by John were greatly appreciated, and Victorly had already observed that many of the little folk had gained considerable weight. Upon seeing that Victorly had come alone, the little folk were initially overjoyed but then somewhat disappointed, especially Manxueli and Leo, who had a fondness for Bepo and Yuta. Nevertheless, they welcomed Victorly warmly and even organized a feast in his honor. Victorly, try this drink called cola. It's my favorite, glancing at the little one named Cab, with his round belly and double chin. Victorly couldn't help but suspect that the first otaku of the little folk had been created by the delightful food and drink brought by John. What is that? A casual glance revealed a yellow-black fruit with spiral patterns beside Cab, causing Victorly's eyes to brighten. The bug fruit. Rhinoceros beetle form. No wonder Cab looked somewhat familiar. This was one of the future power users among the little folk. The rhinoceros beetle fruit was a formidable fruit, rivaling even the mythical Zoan types. Like the strength fruit, it could enhance an individual's power, compensating for any shortcomings in their innate abilities. If given to someone with decent talent, it could at the very least forge a formidable warrior capable of standing among the 7 warlords. With excitement swelling within him, Victorly suppressed his eagerness and addressed Cab. Cab, may I have that fruit? Of course. Do you like this fruit too? I found it while exploring Greenbit. After receiving the fruit and confirming its authenticity, Victorly earnestly explained, this fruit is no ordinary fruit. It is known as a devil fruit. Consuming it grants one extraordinary abilities, what you refer to as quirks. For instance, Princess Manxueli and Leo's quirks, as well as Bien's ability to transform into a Hufong, are likely derived from similar fruits. Observing the little folks' astonished expressions, Victorly chuckled and added, its taste is exceptionally unpleasant, isn't it, Leo? Yes. Upon hearing Victorly's words, Leo nodded vigorously, exclaiming, only after you mentioned it did I recall that my quirk emerged after consuming a particularly revolting fruit. I merely took a bite before discarding it, fearing I would be poisoned to death. Thus, turning to Cab, Victorly stated, this fruit is indeed quite precious. I cannot simply take it from you. I shall exchange something with you. Please express your desires. Cab hesitated momentarily, then tentatively suggested, could I have a single image telephone bug? Noticing that Victorly nodded in encouragement, Cab continued, perhaps 10 cans of cola? 10 packets of chips? 20 cans? 20 packets? 30. All right. Observing Cab's increasing demands, Victorly waved his hand dismissively, saying, from now on, should you wish for anything to eat, simply inform John. I shall take care of it all. I will also provide you with several image telephone bugs, so you can watch whatever you desire. Ah, truly? Ha! That is splendid. Seeing the joy radiating from Cab's face, Victorly felt equally elated. This was a transaction that both parties found highly satisfactory, fair, after spending 2 days in the forest. Victorly returned to the training camp, where the graduation ceremony had already concluded, and Ein and Binzi were awaiting his arrival. Zifa exercised his authority to assign both of them under Victorly's command. Azura had arrived aboard the Golden Eagle, accompanied by Yuta and others. Since they were here, the group could not depart for the time being and lingered until the new recruits arrived before finally leaving. Dal, Victorly tossed a rhinoceros beetle fruit to him. Observing Dal's puzzled expression, Victorly elaborated, "This is the beetle form of the bug fruit. Consuming it will grant you immense power, although it may not rival Kuina. It will be quite formidable." Victorly's words had barely left his lips when Dal took a decisive bite. As Kuina matured, her strength had also grown significantly, particularly in terms of power, to the point where Dal found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Thus, the rhinoceros beetle fruit was indeed the most suitable choice for him at this moment. Upon returning to the base, Victorly began to gather the Navy personnel to announce personnel changes. Ein was appointed as Victorly's aide, while Binzi would temporarily serve as Azura's assistant. Both of them possessed commendable talent, yet still required further honing. Just a few days later, the inevitable occurred. Boo-boo. While Victorly was instructing Kuina and the others, the telephone bug he was munching on an apple suddenly rang. Victorly hastily grasped the device. "Admiral Sengoku." "Victorly." Sengoku's voice was remarkably calm, and after exchanging greetings, both fell into silence. That a few seconds later, Sengoku spoke. "I heard from Zifa that thanks to you, this batch of recruits was unharmed. You have done exceptionally well." Victorly seated himself by the window, gazing at the large characters spelling justice on the warship, and softly replied, "Oh, it was merely a stroke of luck. However, I too believe I performed admirably. After all, among these hundreds of outstanding recruits, one of them may very well become a future admiral of the Navy. Admiral Zifa is aging, and fortunately, he has remained unharmed. Admiral Sengoku, you do not harbor any resentment for my absence without leave, do you?" Taking a deep breath, Sengoku gazed at the word justice draped over the coat rack, then fell silent for several moments before responding. "Such trifles pale in comparison to your significant contributions. Victorly, do come to headquarters next month that we will be holding an award ceremony, and it is time for your rank to be adjusted. As the youngest brigadier general, I trust you will handle the pressure well." Victorly shifted his gaze back, speaking firmly to the telephone bug. "I possess few merits, but my ability to withstand pressure is quite commendable." Chapter 61. The summons of the peace faction. The award ceremony at headquarters is not an annual event. Typically, it is only held when a rear admiral is promoted to vice admiral. Moreover, it usually requires the promotion of 2 or more rear admirals. Victorly's rise from colonel to brigadier general is not the central focus. Yet, as Sengoku mentioned, Victorly's youth has garnered significant attention. And with various newspapers extolling his virtues, he is bound to attract the admiration of journalists. Although Victorly has earned his reputation, it has also stirred resentment among some traditionalist members of the Navy. They perceive Victorly as a naval star foisted upon them by Sengoku, with Roger's last words leading to an increase in piracy and chaos upon the seas, particularly in the New World where strife is ever present. Victorly's emergence has bolstered the Navy's image and elevated public perception of their cause. They are also concerned that should Victorly encounter a grave defeat, it would adversely affect the Navy's reputation. However, Victorly remains unperturbed. Gaining the acknowledgement of these old-school naval officers is a simple task. He merely needs to demonstrate his strength. Avoiding a catastrophic defeat is equally straightforward. He must enhance his abilities. Strength, strength, strength. It all boils down to strength. This time, 3 individuals were promoted from rear admiral to vice admiral, 5 from brigadier general to rear admiral, and including Victorly, a total of 9 ascended from colonel to brigadier general. As for the other officers present, they numbered in the dozens. The attendees stood on the steps, arranged by rank, smiling in the face of flashing cameras. Once the award ceremony concluded, the journalists completed their routine interviews with several vice admirals before flocking to Victorly, who stood at the edge, causing some discomfort among the other officers. One of the main figures at the ceremony, a middle-aged vice admiral known as Guillotine, sporting a crescent-shaped blade atop his head and a long beard, voiced his discontent in a hushed tone. Victorly is truly stealing the spotlight. These reporters are practically elevating him to the heavens. When he faces a significant defeat, the Navy's reputation will inevitably suffer. Doll, hound, do you not agree? The stout-jawed hound, despite being a man, wore lipstick and pink-framed glasses. He adjusted his glasses with a delicate gesture and nonchalantly remarked, I find it inconsequential that at least the reports are factual, albeit slightly exaggerated. The Navy needs a standard-bearer, and as for defeat, I trust Admiral Sengoku will prevent such occurrences. The other principal figure at the ceremony, the only female among the 3 vice admirals, Dor, from the long-legged tribe, regarded Victorly with admiration, stating, Brigadier General Victorly is a disciple of Admiral Zifa. He has been acknowledged by Zifa as the 4th prodigy to emerge from the training camp. He is handsome, courteous, and exceptionally talented. Were I a few years younger, I might very well pursue him myself. Why should we not promote such a naval officer? Should we reserve the spotlight for you? Guillotine, you are barely in your 30s. Do not let your actions and thoughts resemble those of antiquated relics. It is quite tiresome. Humph. Observing that both Hound and Dor did not support his viewpoint, Guillotine scoffed coldly and asserted, the Navy should adhere to tradition. We are the guardians of justice. Ah, enough already. Dor waved her hand in exasperation, saying, You are truly dull. Cease your lecturing. Well then, I must find a young lady from my tribe. You may remain here. With that, Dor made her way toward Azura, who had just entered the venue. Hey, Azura. Azura had also been promoted to colonel and accompanied Victorly to the event, though she did not participate in the award ceremony. Given her relationship with Zifa, many at headquarters were aware, and it would have been too conspicuous for her to join. Upon seeing Dor, Azura beamed and approached her with enthusiasm. Sister Dor, long time no see. Haha. Azura. After exchanging hugs, Dor scrutinized Azura and remarked, A few years ago, I visited you, and you barely reached my waist. Now you are even taller than I. Glancing at Azura's shoulder insignia, Dor expressed her surprise. You are already a colonel at headquarters. Where are you stationed now? Azura pointed toward Victorly, saying, Admiral Zifa asked me to follow Victorly. I am currently at the top base. Is that so? Dor pondered. Admiral Zifa clearly places great trust in him. It seems this is not solely due to his talent. After chatting for a considerable time, Victorly finally concluded his interviews and approached Vice Admiral Dor. Victorly, Dor, with her arm around Azura's shoulder, smiled. There is no need for such formality. Azura is my kin. I shall rely on you to take good care of her in the future. Just call me Sister Dor. Haha, Sister Dor. Victorly responded with a hint of apology. I must meet with Admiral Sengoku shortly. Afterward, a reporter from the World Economic Journal wishes to conduct a separate interview. That I must beg your pardon for my abrupt departure. Azura, please bring the prepared gift to present to Sister Dor. A gift? Curiosity flickered in Dor's eyes as she inquired. What gift is it? With a smile gracing his features, Victorly replied in a casual tone, All 3 senior students have been promoted to the rank of Vice Admiral. Naturally, one must prepare a gift for our first meeting. For you and Vice Admiral Hound, I have prepared a luxurious gift set of the most renowned cosmetics from St. Cachet at AS for Vice Admiral Guillotine. It will be fine wine. Admiration sparkled in Dor's gaze. You have indeed prepared thoroughly. Not only are you handsome, but you also possess a keen attention to detail, unlike those boorish fellows. However, for Vice Admiral Guillotine, I would advise against sending anything, lest you embarrass yourself. He's merely an obstinate old man in his 30s. Victorly nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Dor. I apologize for my oversight. Marshal Sengoku is still awaiting my presence. We shall indulge in a toast later. Upon entering Marshal Sengoku's office, a cacophony of voices greeted Victorly's ears. Hey, Carp, you scoundrel, don't eat my senbei. What of it, Sengoku? You're truly stingy, to Victorly's slight surprise. Carp was also present. Noticing the door ajar, he gently knocked twice and stepped inside. However, upon entering, Victorly was momentarily taken aback. In addition to Carp and Sengoku, who were arguing over the senbei, there was Kazan, reclining on the sofa with an eye patch over his eyes, and Vice Admiral Crane, who was sipping tea. Were all the key members of Sengoku's faction gathered. Rather, it should be referred to as the Peace Faction. Chapter 62. The Invitation from Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Carp, Vice Admiral Crane, and General Kazan. The titles Victorly used signified their respective positions within the faction, even if Kazan were to become Fleet Admiral in the future. He would always rank behind the other three within the faction. Upon Victorly's arrival, Carp and Sengoku immediately ceased their bickering, and Crane, who had been savoring his tea with eyes closed, opened them. Only Kazan shifted his position, seemingly indifferent. Judging by their reactions, it was clear that Carp and Crane were aware of the Zephyr matter, while Kazan remained uninformed for the time being. Dado, Victorly, you've arrived. Sengoku gestured to the chair opposite Crane. Please, take a seat and try the freshly brewed tea. Certainly. Victorly, undaunted, settled into the chair and sampled the steaming tea Sengoku had just poured. Indeed, it is quite delightful, refreshing, elegant, albeit slightly hot. Victorly glanced at Sengoku, placing the teacup down with an apologetic expression. I beg your pardon, Marshal Sengoku, that I must confess. I cannot discern the quality of tea at my age. My preferences lean towards either wine or soft drinks. Hearing Victorly's words, Carp couldn't help but burst into laughter. And even the seemingly dozing Kazan adjusted his position. That was my oversight, Sengoku replied with a stoic expression. Victorly, you are rather impressive. Zephyr claims you are the future of the Navy. What are your thoughts on that? Haha. Victorly laughed heartily. The future of the Navy? Zephyr-sensei is certainly exaggerating. Moreover, speaking of the future, Marshal Sengoku, you, Vice Admiral Carp, Vice Admiral Crane, and even Zephyr-sensei in your youth were not you all the future of piracy. No. Victorly scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I misspoke. It should be the future of the Navy. The future belongs to you all, will eventually revert to us, and ultimately transform into an even younger generation. Upon hearing Victorly's ambiguous response, Sengoku settled into his chair, reflecting somberly. Since Roger's demise, his final words have plunged the seas into increasing chaos. The pressure on the Navy has escalated. In just a few short years, our numbers have increased by a third compared to before. Yet even so, we in the Navy are more than capable of maintaining order across these waters. We are in the midst of the most tumultuous times. Countless naval sacrifices occur daily. Pirates are emerging continuously from all corners of the seas, while those formidable pirates of the New World engage in relentless battles for territory. Victorly, the Navy requires exceptional talents like yours to significantly alleviate this burden. Indeed, Victorly nodded, a sudden grin breaking across his face. Seeing your puzzled expression, Marshal Sengoku, I must apologize that I merely recalled some amusing incidents. You know, the world government truly lacks thoroughness. Roger was captured, yet he still had the opportunity to utter such ridiculous final words, leading to this chaos on the seas. If only they had silenced him at the outset or executed him immediately upon capture, there would have been no era of great pirates. Wouldn't you agree? Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Crane, noticing that Sengoku and Crane remained silent, Victorly couldn't help but smirk internally. The terminally ill Roger, if they wished to silence him, had countless methods at their disposal. Why did he only die after delivering his final words? If one were to claim that the Navy had no hand in it, Victorly found that utterly implausible. Perhaps this was a matter both sides had conspired over. Roger was merely a pawn in a game of hope, while Sengoku aimed to bolster the Navy's influence, with both parties ultimately opposing the world government. After a brief silence, Sengoku spoke gravely. Victorly, you are quite astute. No, I should say exceptionally clever. The Navy exists to uphold justice. Yet you and I both understand that justice is not always absolute. Consider those noble families, the world aristocrats. Excessive purity and darkness can suppress the light. The Navy initially functioned merely as an ordinary military force under the world government. Even now, it remains largely the same. It appears vast, yet in truth. Therefore, the Navy requires time to accumulate strength. Upon hearing this, Victorly furrowed his brow, drawing a cigar from his pocket and lighting it gently. Noticing this, Sengoku slid an ashtray from the table closer. The world government exerts control over the entire globe. For them, maintaining balance is paramount. Likewise, balance is what the Navy seeks to in the New World. Countless battles erupt over the title of the Four Emperors, with three sovereigns already emerging. Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, referred to as Big Mom, and Kaido of the Beasts. The competition for the fourth sovereign is even fiercer, but surely a result will materialize within a few years. Sengoku paused before continuing. You should be able to surmise that the so-called Four Emperors are information deliberately released by the world government, inciting conflict among those pirates. After all, the New World belongs to those great pirates. and our Navy's strength remains feeble. This is also the tacit understanding between the world government and those pirates. Rather than having the new world embroiled in incessant warfare, it is preferable for a few sovereigns to jointly manage the seas, thereby simplifying matters for both sides. Our Navy can concentrate its primary forces in the four seas and the initial segments of the Grand Line, while the New World remains under the pirate sway, albeit under our Navy's surveillance. The emergence of the seven warlords was also intended to restrain those pirates, compelling them to keep each other in check, allowing our Navy to suffer fewer casualties. Currently, everything is proceeding according to the design set forth by the world government and our Navy. Once the last sovereign emerges, the seas will find themselves in a delicate balance. This will be beneficial for both the Navy and the ordinary populace. Thus, Sengoku fixed his gaze upon Victorly, enunciating each word deliberately. What the Navy requires now is not an unwavering hatred for evil. Rather, we need individuals who comprehend restraint and concession, compromise and protection. Victorly, do you grasp my meaning? Under Sengoku's intense scrutiny, Victorly extinguished his cigar and, maintaining an impassive expression, replied, I understand that those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff, and I recognize that personal interests will always pale in comparison to the collective good. Balance is the eternal theme of this world. However, the notions of restraint and concession must have their limits. Marshal Sengoku, while justice may be negotiable, do not forget that the pristine concept of justice is inscribed with the blood of countless sailors. If we concede too much, can we still protect it? If ideals can be altered in a mere year, what does that signify? I believe there are numerous solutions, and at times, extremism is unnecessary. Well then, Marshal Sengoku, unless there are further matters, I must take my leave. I still have a scheduled interview with the World Economic Journal, and the reporter is awaiting me. As Victorly approached the doorway, Sengoku suddenly spoke up. Victorly, would you be interested in spending some time with Carp? Or perhaps alongside Kazan? Their temperaments are rather languid, and they are in dire need of assistance. Enel. Victorly halted his steps and replied softly. In comparison, I would prefer to work with you, or perhaps with Master Zephyr. If all else fails, I could consider the G1 branch as well. Marshal Sengoku, I must take my leave. After Victorly descended the stairs, Crane, who had remained silent, set down her teacup and remarked quietly, absolute neutrality, intelligent and rational, yet somewhat impetuous due to youth. However, it is understandable. After all, they are still quite young. Chapter 63. The invitation to the city of victory. Victorly understood Sengoku's intentions clearly. To join them meant becoming the next admiral of the Navy after Kazan. Alas, not only did Victorly disfavor their ideology, but even if he were to join, he would prefer to align with the radicals. Furthermore, Kazan ultimately did not ascend to the rank of admiral, regardless of the reasons behind it. He simply did not. Aboard the warship, in Victorly's quarters, after conducting a detailed interview spanning tens of thousands of words, Miker fell into a deep slumber. Victorly, having dressed, made his way to the deck. At that moment, the sun had yet to set, and Dor and Azra were seated on lounge chairs, indulging in fruit while leisurely watching a musical program broadcast by a snail. Upon seeing the two, Victorly expressed his surprise. When did you arrive? Isn't there an event happening at headquarters? Why are you not attending? Dor, with a teasing glint in her eye, looked at Victorly and said, the events at headquarters cannot possibly compare to the excitement of this place. Victorly, I never imagined your combat prowess was quite formidable. Unfazed by Dor's blatant flirtation, Victorly approached the two and took a bite of an apple from the table. Though I am a Navy officer, I am still a normal man. Thus, having certain needs is only natural. Dor chuckled but chose not to respond. Just then, the snail on the table began to ring. Borubu. Furrowing her brow, Dor answered the snail. After the caller finished speaking, she expressed her surprise. I did not expect your sources to be so well informed that I was appointed this morning. And by this afternoon, you already have the news? Very well. I shall accept Russell's kind invitation and inform him that I will attend the completion ceremony of the City of Victory. After hanging up, Dor turned to the two. You should have heard of the Golden Emperor Russell. He is a user of the golden fruit ability and seemingly emerged from nowhere. Moreover, he has very close ties with the celestial dragons. Extremely close. It is said he became quite familiar with them several years ago. And after arriving in the New World, he rapidly developed within less than a year. His enterprises span multiple regions, and the hottest insurance and lottery businesses in the market are his creations. Privately, he also maintains ambiguous relationships with many infamous pirates that if you observe these television programs, Russell's company boasts 3 globally accessible channels. He has also seized a small, non-affiliated nation, employing some of the world's top scientists and shipbuilders through the world government. Utilizing that nation as a base, he constructed a floating city. It has just recently been completed. Rumor has it that it is touted as the world's largest entertainment city, offering every conceivable service. At this point, Dor's expression turned serious. Just before I arrived, many celestial dragons visited. The city of Victory must have been completed long ago. With the support of so many celestial dragons, it is indeed quite formidable. However, Dor's demeanor shifted back to a more relaxed state. He is also quite generous towards the Navy, the G1 branch, where Admiral Mongoose is stationed, as well as my G14 branch and other Navy divisions in the New World, have all received his financial backing. Having a place to unwind is not a bad idea, especially since it has the support of the world government. Victoroli nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "That does sound appealing." Given the current chaos in the New World, a recreational venue would allow those nobles and kings to relieve some of their tension. However, what about the pirate problem? Who knows? Dor stretched lazily, prompting Victoroli to glance towards the headlights. Surely the world government can manage that. Victoroli redirected his gaze to the sea. Before setting sail, Russell had already established connections with many celestial dragons, winning their favor, which significantly contributed to his swift rise. However, the speed of his development was something Victoroli had not anticipated initially. This rapid advancement was due to the subtle backing of the world government, whose primary objective, aside from the substantial profits, was to provide the celestial dragons, who often yearned for adventure, a destination while simultaneously offering various factions in the New World a place to alleviate stress. The New World has become exceedingly tumultuous, with the Navy, pirates, and even affiliated nations all on edge. That Russell's emergence has created a bridge for communication between the world government and the pirates. Nevertheless, why not call it the City of Gold? Instead, he named it the City of Victory. Russell, you are indeed thoughtful. Boroburu. As Victoroli pondered, his phone began to ring. Upon answering, a sultry and deep female voice greeted him. Is this Brigadier General Victoroli? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Baccarat, and I am an aide to King Russell, the Golden Emperor. I am calling to invite you to the completion ceremony of our City of Victory, which will take place in 2 months. That I wonder if you will be able to attend. By the way, let me provide you with some information. The City of Victory is a maritime city, the largest entertainment kingdom in the world. When the Navy visits, we can offer discounts, and esteemed officers such as yourself can become our VIP clients. Victoroli replied softly, I shall consider it if I am able to attend. I will certainly do so. Please extend my gratitude to King Russell. After spending 2 days at headquarters and meeting several new acquaintances, the Golden Eagle began its return journey. As they passed the G2 fortress, Victoroli reported to Gumiard. In response, Gumir produced an envelope. Victoroli, this is the invitation to the City of Victory. It is an invitation to the completion ceremony, specifically for you. I will not attend. Please represent me there. TSK. Gumir produced another invitation and extracted a golden card, commenting, a VIP card crafted from pure gold. Truly extravagant. The collective worth of these VIP cards must amount to at least several billion berries. Not to mention the golden watches. TSK. How delightful it is to possess wealth. Sengoku furrowed his brow and handed over the invitation, stating, since both of you wish to attend, then go ahead. It would be prudent to ascertain the situation there. After all, it is supported by the world government, and the Navy is likely to send a considerable number of personnel this time. The Gorosei have already conferred with me. Victory City is of paramount importance. In due course, the world government will announce that Victory City will become a member nation. Moreover, it is an absolute sanctuary that even the world government cannot arbitrarily intervene in. An absolute sanctuary? Observing the puzzled expressions on Shuryan and Kaji, Sengoku nodded and continued. Indeed, it is an absolute sanctuary. In that place, no one is permitted to take action, be it the Navy or pirates. Even if you encounter a bounty criminal, you must not act. The same applies to CP0. No faction is allowed to engage within the confines of that city, for it is a city of entertainment. An absolutely neutral kingdom. The Navy may indulge in leisure, and so may the pirates, if they were to engage in combat upon meeting. how would one profit? That fellow Russell contributes considerable heavenly gold every year. And it is certainly no trivial amount. Shiryan remained silent, while Kaji, extinguishing his cigarette, expressed with a hint of joy, "You have a point. After all, it is an entertainment city if one wishes to profit. Such regulations are indeed necessary. However, this means we now have a delightful place to unwind at. So, Marshal Sengoku, shall we set forth?" Upon seeing Sengoku nod, Kaji hastily turned to Shiryan and said, "Miss Shiryan, shall we embark together?" "No," Shiryan retorted with a look of disdain. "I have my own warship. Let us depart separately, and Kaji, keep your distance from me." Naturally, it was impossible to bring Yuta and her companions to Victory City. Victorly decided to take Azura along with Ain and Benzi. Additionally, they would escort the warships of the Visma Kingdom and the Molden Kingdom to the destination. Those kings lack the means to venture into the New World. In the future, if they wish to visit Victory City for leisure, they must hire the Navy, which presents an additional source of income that the Navy is more than welcome to. After passing through the Redport base and navigating the New World for 3 days, Victorly finally beheld the immense Victory City rising from the sea. Compared to the original story's Gurin Tezalo, Victory City was even more colossal. 6 gigantic turtles floated on the water's surface, serving as the primary power source for Victory City. With all but the central area covered, the entire city radiated a golden glow under the sun, blinding to the eyes. In the center stood a skyscraper several hundred meters tall, and merely riding the elevator to the top would be a time-consuming endeavor. Even in broad daylight, the city was ablaze with lights. Upon entering the largest thoroughfare, several smaller passageways branched off. Under the illumination, Victorly observed various patterns and slogans adorning the walls on either side of the passage. After sailing for 2 minutes, the warship finally arrived at the port of Victory City. Victorly had arrived quite early. There were still 5 days until the completion ceremony, yet the port was already crowded with over 100 vessels. Once they disembarked, several women, their faces adorned with smiles and dressed in kipeos, approached them. The women had clearly defined roles. The one in the center walked towards Victorly, while the other 2 approached members of the royal families from the respective nations. "Mr. Victorly, Ms. Azura. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Adele." The woman handed Victorly a small booklet and smiled. "For you who are visiting Victory City for the first time, this is a map of the city, including the entertainment district, living area, and leisure zone. Additionally, your VIP card contains 5 million chips. Should you require it, we also offer lending services. There are no interest fees. Simply return it the next time you visit. Please follow me. We will first proceed with registration, after which I will guide you through the wonders of Victory City. As for your subordinates, we will arrange for them as well. We have designated personnel to oversee them. And there are surveillance cameras. The warships docking here are exceedingly secure, so there is no need for concern. Should any loss occur, we at Victory City will compensate you double." Following Adele, the group boarded a roadside mussel turtle vehicle. 100 kilometers only requires a pack of vegetables and small fish snacks, making it a green and pollution-free mode of transportation. The enormous billboards atop the skyscrapers, the kaleidoscope of neon lights, and the ubiquitous vehicles made Victorly feel as though he had returned to a previous life. Once Azura and the others completed their registration and received a white card, Adele elaborated, "You may exchange chips at the counter. Cash or card transactions are accepted, and we also provide banking services and appraisal services. Even antiques and jewelry can be sold at high prices here, if an item is of significant value. You may also auction it at the auction house. Should your card be lost, it can be replaced. Now, guests, please follow me." Including Victorly, the group felt as if they were like Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden for the first time. While they had mentally prepared for the external architectural style, they were unprepared for the opulence within. Genuine leather sofas, designer tableware, and expertly crafted tables and chairs were prevalent. Moreover, gold was the theme of this city. The walls and floors appeared to be made of gold. The appliances found here were unlike anything Victorly had ever seen, marking this place as one of the most advanced nations in the world. In many countries where electricity was still a rarity, this floating nation boasted self-generating power and technology for converting seawater into fresh water. The construction of this nation, supported by the world government, took less than a year. While it was undoubtedly aided by individuals with special abilities, it clearly showcased the depth of the world government's resources. The servers, comprised of handsome men and beautiful women, provided impeccable service, lighting cigarettes and feeding fruits to patrons. The nobles and naval officers were all exhilarated under their attentive care, but of course, only VIP clients received such dedicated service. After playing a few rounds, Victorly dismissed Adele and sat alone on the sofa, surveying his surroundings. At that moment, a massive head appeared at his feet, and then smilingly addressed him. "Mr. Victorly, King Russell requests your presence. Please take my hand and follow me." Chapter 65. What trust and friendship can be discussed with pirates. Though he was unaccustomed to holding a man's hand, traversing to the top floor using the power of the munch fruit was indeed faster than taking the elevator. While from the sea, the skyscraper appeared somewhat slender, it was impressively spacious within. The uppermost floors were designated for receiving celestial dragons. Tanaka grasped Victorly's hand and slowly descended into the ground, propelling forward as if flying, arriving at a room before ascending directly upwards at an ever-increasing speed. After several dozen seconds, Tanaka came to a halt, released Victorly's hand, and nodded in acknowledgement before diving back down. Victorly examined the room and gradually walked to the window. Gazing downwards, he could see the warships making their way towards the island, as well as the dense forests dotting the landscape. "Master," noticing Victorly's silence, Russell stood respectfully to the side, awaiting his words. After a considerable pause, Victorly finally spoke. "Russell, the power of wealth and authority is truly beyond imagination. To construct such a city in less than a year is nothing short of miraculous." Victorly seated himself on a sofa in the inner room, and upon noticing this, Russell promptly retrieved a cigar and lit it gently with a lighter. With a hint of jest, Victorly inquired, "So, how does it feel to be the king of a nation, the master of this miraculous city? Do you feel any different compared to before?" Russell resolutely shook his head. "There is no difference. I remain the most loyal servant of my master. I am merely overseeing this place on behalf of my master." Victorly took the cigar, inhaling lightly. "There is no need to be so formal. I trust in your loyalty. How many celestial dragons have joined us now?" Russell opened the documents on the table and explained. "Following your instructions, I connected with other celestial dragons through the Don Quixote family. The process was surprisingly smooth. Even the family of the Gorosei has joined. Now all 19 groups of celestial dragons from Mariewa have come on board. Hence, the construction of Victory City, along with the establishment of the insurance and lottery companies, proceeded with such ease that we have already agreed that I will provide each group with a generous amount of heavenly gold annually, and I estimate that even the profits from the lottery industry alone will suffice to cover this expense. Aside from that, Charlotte Lingling and the Sea Transport King." Victorly interrupted Russell with an outstretched palm. "Such matters need not be conveyed to me. Ultimately, they shall perish. I harbor no interest in their fate. In due time, once the reputation of Victory City is firmly established, revolutionary forces will come here. They will intentionally leak their whereabouts for you to capture them. When that time comes," Victorly handed a photograph to Russell. "This woman, named Ginny, saved your life several years ago. She is your benefactor. Because of her, you resolve to support the revolutionaries. You may discuss it amongst yourselves then." After examining the photograph for a moment, Russell gently ignited it with a lighter. "I understand, master. However, how much funding is required?" Victorly tapped his fingers on the table several times before quietly responding. "About half of what they demand. Too much would be detrimental, leading to loss of control." "Indeed. By the way, has Pekin contacted that Weibel yet?" Upon hearing Victorly's inquiry, Russell eagerly nodded and replied, "Yes, contact has been established, and I have already taken control of Pekin." "Control? Indeed. You asked me to acquire the devil fruits and recruit those with abilities to form a formidable army. Did you not?" "While I did not obtain any desirable devil fruits, I found a user of the puppet fruit. He is a young boy who trusts me immensely because I saved him and his sister. He possesses the ability to make a person completely obey his commands, and Pekin, caught off guard and intoxicated, fell under his control. That I am currently seeking a secure location to establish a laboratory for cloning." The puppet fruit. Victorly pondered the description of this devil fruit in the compendium. It seemed incredibly powerful, yet its use came with numerous restrictions. It could only be employed on one individual at a time and required the target to be unguarded. If the target remained vigilant and aware, the ability would not take effect. Furthermore, even after controlling the individual, the user needed to coexist with them for an extended period. Otherwise, the ability would become ineffective. Nevertheless, having managed to exert control over Bikini was an unexpected boon. Victoroli nodded with satisfaction, patting Russell on the shoulder. Well done. Excellent. I will find a way to collect the blood and hair of powerful individuals. And you should do the same. Most visitors here are unguarded, making your task simpler. Soon, Charlotte Lingling and her company will participate in the celebration at that time. We can devise a plan to gather what we need. After acknowledging with a nod, Russell added, Master, there is a matter concerning pirates that I must discuss with you. I am somewhat uncertain about it. There is a man named Caesar Clown, reputed to be an extraordinary scientist. He is currently on an island, working for the world government, but it is unclear how he established contact with Doflamingo regarding the research of artificial devil fruits. Doflamingo has proposed a collaboration with me to establish a factory for creating artificial devil fruits. Kaido is also very interested in this. However, I have a good relationship with Charlotte Lingling, and it was through her introduction that I entered the underworld. That I have heard that Kaido and Charlotte Lingling have a very poor relationship. I fear that frequent collaboration with Kaido may jeopardize my standing with Charlotte Lingling. Jeopardize your relationship with him? Victoroli frowned and reprimanded. Russell, you still fail to comprehend one fundamental truth. So-called friendships and relationships are built upon interests. Given your current status, you stand on equal footing with them. Since it is merely about interests, what is there to worry about regarding influence? You have the celestial dragons behind you, the world government. Victory City is fundamentally a combination of exploitation. You need not fear any sea emperor. Furthermore, what sort of friendships or trust do you expect to establish with pirates? Remember your current identity. You need not carry the remnants of your noble past. You are now the Golden Emperor Russell, not Black Russell. After Victoroli's unrelenting reprimand, Russell earnestly replied, Yes, I will remember. I understand what I should do. However, artificial devil fruits. Hasn't the Dongtada clan gone missing, making the costs exceedingly high? Is Doflamingo compelled to rely on my financial support? Moreover, has Caesar already established contact with Doflamingo at this juncture? Chapter 66. Flowing external release and precision during this visit to Victory City. I have indeed met many colleagues from the Navy. Thanks to the overt support of the world government, the Navy personnel, while escorting member states, also participated in the celebration. In addition to several brigadiers and commodores. A significant number of rear admirals attended, including the two candidates for Admiral, Shuan and Kaiji. With Sakazuki and others becoming admirals, these two were also announced as candidates, signifying they are potential replacements for the next admiral. They are the fifth and sixth figures within the Sengoku faction. Although Victoroli was unclear about their actual strength, their selection as candidates spoke volumes as for why they did not later become admirals. That question would naturally be directed at Sakazuki. After all, it took great effort to defeat Kazan and rise to the rank of fleet admiral. Could Sengoku's faction truly have two admirals installed? Moreover, the Admiral Green Bull is a loyalist of the Celestial Dragons, while Fujitora remains affiliated with Sengoku's faction. Victoroli did not believe that the world conscription issue did not involve extensive behind-the-scenes negotiations. Shiwan's character is genuinely generous. She shares a close relationship with Dor, and through Dor's introduction, she and Victoroli have enjoyed a pleasant rapport. As for Kaiji, one can only say he is unattractive and flamboyant in personality. Professing affection for Shiwan while secretly being surrounded by several beautiful women at the golf course. When Victoroli first encountered him, several lip prints adorned his face, revealing his evident satisfaction with the situation. His amiable nature allowed him to connect well with Victoroli. He even invited Victoroli to the Baiwa Pavilion, a place reputed for housing women of various races, such as the Snakehead tribe, Longarm tribe, Longleg tribe, among others. It even features fur-covered and dwarf tribes. Victoroli naturally declined, as borrowing someone else's private vehicle for such escapades felt inappropriate. Taking a public vehicle was simply out of the question. Moreover, as long as Victoroli desired, he could test drive several, if not dozens, of new vehicles without any issue. As the celebration concluded, everyone gradually departed Victory City. Upon returning to the base, Victoroli began to train with doubled intensity. He sensed an impending crisis. Even if Russell's current strength did not surpass his own, it was no longer far behind. The emergence of Shiwan and Kaiji made Victoroli acutely aware that the path to becoming a Navy admiral would require overcoming more than just a single mountain. Boom! In terms of the quantity and intensity of his armed color hockey, Victoroli felt that mastering the flowing cherry blossom technique was sufficient for now. Thus, he prioritized honing his armed color hockey. While anyone could learn and cultivate armed color hockey, the majority would perhaps only achieve the hardening stage throughout their lives. Mastering the flowing cherry blossom technique required innate talent. Advancing to the internal destruction stage would block 99 of skilled individuals. Victoroli's innate talent was indeed top tier. He could enhance the power of his slashes with hockey and mastered the flowing cherry blossom technique within just a week. Whoosh! Armed color hockey surged forth alongside his slash, cleaving the distant sea to a depth of several hundred meters. Resembling two cascading waterfalls, it took several seconds for the waters to gradually converge once more. The Navy personnel stationed atop the tall buildings were left agape at such a magnificent spectacle. Ding! Congratulations, host, on mastering flowing external release. The voice from the system momentarily stunned Victoroli. Flowing external release? It was indeed apt. The so-called flowing cherry blossom was merely the term used in Wano, while flowing external release was the term most commonly used to describe this stage of hockey. Mastering this technique allowed hockey to envelop the user in a flowing manner, making it more versatile, and enabled the user to project hockey externally to attack enemies, emitting shockwave-like assaults. Victoroli was training on Tout Island. Accompanied by Azura, Kuina, and others, they observed dozens of large fish floating belly up on the surface of the sea. Bepo excitedly leaped in. Azura and the others gazed at Victoroli in astonishment. Such immense power signified that Victoroli's strength had advanced yet again, leaving Azura feeling somewhat despondent as the gap between him and Victoroli widened. However, Azura quickly regained his spirits. The stronger Victoroli became, the more he needed to strive to catch up. After all, he was determined to become the first female admiral. In stark contrast to the astonishment expressed by Yuta and her companions, Dole and Kuina, while admiring Victor's prowess, immediately immersed themselves in their training. Ein and Binzi were equally engrossed. Meanwhile, Victor retreated to the base to rest. Having endured an exhausting period, after all, one is not a machine. Relentless high-intensity training can strain the body and weigh heavily on the spirit. The balance of tension and relaxation is indeed the key. As for methods of relaxation, although the base is home to several commendable female soldiers who admire Victor, he has never pursued any romantic entanglements with them. Colleagues should remain colleagues. Introducing other dynamics would tarnish the purity of their relationships. Thus, the remaining option was to engage in fishing. Utilizing his Kinbunchika hockey to sense the presence of fish beneath the waves, Victor cast his line into a spot abundant with schools of fish. His mastery of Kinbunchika hockey, which he kept activated during his time at the base, had evolved remarkably. From initially enduring only a few minutes before succumbing to a splitting headache, he could now maintain it for half a day with ease, a testament to the grueling effort he alone had experienced. The fruits of this unconventional training were indeed gratifying, as Victor's Kinbunchika hockey now encompassed an area the size of a medium-sized island, making his fishing endeavors feel akin to cheating, provided the bait was not overly unpalatable. He rarely came back empty-handed. With a swift motion, Victor carefully reeled in a massive fish weighing over 100 pounds, mindful of the risk of snapping the line due to excessive force. However, this commotion sent the surrounding fish fleeing to safer waters, prompting Victor to once again employ his Kinbunchika hockey to locate another school. Ding! A crisp sound echoed, followed by the mechanical voice of the system. Congratulations, host, on mastering precision. Precision, when utilizing Kinbunchika hockey to observe a target, now allowed Victor to estimate the opponent's strength with greater accuracy. Intrigued, Victor began to probe the auras of others within the base, soon detecting a subtle difference. Previously, when gauging someone's strength through Kinbunchika hockey, he relied solely on his own estimations. Now, however, he could perceive a distinct rhythm in their heartbeats, the flow of blood, and the frequency of their breaths, an intricate awareness of their inner strength and the potential devastation they could unleash. Though Victor deemed this newfound ability rather mediocre, he recognized that top-tier fighters often concealed their auras, rendering such skills less effective against them, serving merely to differentiate between lesser opponents. Nonetheless, this advancement indicated that his Kinbunchika hockey had ascended to a new level, promising a transformative evolution should he persist. Chapter 67. I am here to end this war. Grant me this favor. In the year 1516 of the Sea Garden calendar, after celebrating the new year with everyone, Victor took advantage of the ensuing days of leisure to soar into the sky alone. After a day of flight, he set his sights on the vast island of Gaia, characterized by its jagged cliffs, and ascended through a layer of clouds. The dense clouds above were laden with seawater, and Victor, cautious not to breach them hastily, navigated forward until he spotted a break in the stream, promptly ascending higher. After traveling several hundred meters, he landed softly. The world around him was a vast expanse of white, with scant greenery, and the water flowed through the clouds in an odd cycle. This was the very edge of the Sky Island. Through his Kinbunchika haki, Victor discerned several auras not far ahead and made his way toward them. This marked Victor's second visit. During his previous brief stop, he had merely observed without lingering, leaving upon realizing that Enel was absent. Victor had come here with the intent of recruiting Enel, whose abilities were undeniably formidable, especially his mastery of Kinbunchika haki, making him more than capable of standing as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. His defeat at the hands of Luffy had been a mere plot-driven misfortune, akin to Crocodile's fate. Enel's shortcomings lay in his lack of mastery over Busashoka haki and his average physical stamina, both of which could be cultivated over time. Thus, Enel had immense potential. It was merely his temperament that required careful guidance. During his last visit, Victor had only stayed a few minutes. This time, he intended to explore the island thoroughly. After 10 minutes of walking, he encountered a group of robust men adorned with wings, members of the Scipian tribe. Noticing Victor, they quickly brandished their weapons, demanding, "Who are you?" The leader, upon realizing Victor bore no wings, exclaimed in astonishment, "A surface dweller. How did you manage to come here?" "Oh, I flew up." Victor waved his hand with a gentle smile, replying, "There's no need to address me as a surface dweller. After all, your ancestors were also surface dwellers. Living here for eons has merely granted you wings. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Victor. Might I know your names?" The leader, momentarily taken aback, stammered, "How do you know that?" "Never mind. I am Ranchi, and you are Victor." "Correct? Although I don't know how you arrived here, I strongly advise you to leave. This place is not welcoming to surface dwellers, and a war is about to commence. Remaining here could jeopardize your life." "A war?" Victor shook his head, exasperated. "For the sake of a piece of land, your conflict has persisted for centuries. Why not seek a peaceful coexistence?" Ranchi's anger flared at Victor's words. "What do you know? That is the land where our ancestors lived. That so-called God has usurped our ancestral ground. We must reclaim it." Suddenly, a low horn sounded ominously, and Ranchi glared at Victor, warning, "Surface dweller, you had best leave quickly. Otherwise, when the time comes, you may find it impossible to escape." With that, the group hurriedly retreated, leaving Victor feeling somewhat troubled. While Ranchi's demeanor was abrasive, he was not inherently malevolent. This was characteristic of many in the Scipian tribe, who were straightforward and unpretentious, unlike the indigenous inhabitants of Angel Island, who were not ill-intentioned. Victor genuinely wished to mediate the grievances between the two parties, recognizing the potential of certain members of the Scipian tribe and viewing this place as a possible base. However, given that both sides had fought for centuries over that half of an island, resulting in countless casualties, the prospect of reconciling their enmity seemed bleak. Deciding to take things one step at a time, Victor transformed into a golden eagle and soared toward the divine island of Appiato. Nearly 1,000 warriors from the Scipian tribe rushed toward Appiato, and as they reached the outskirts, Victor spotted the island's current deity, Gonfor, preparing sternly with 1,000 warriors at his side. Gonfor was deeply devoted to the people of the Sky Island. Given his character, he would undoubtedly agree to share Appiato with the Scipian tribe if circumstances permitted. Yet the animosity between the two factions was far too profound, and the Scipians tended to be more temperamental, making Gonfor understandably wary. Nevertheless, Victor felt compelled to T-R-Y.as the Scipians gathered and charged toward Appiato. Victor, hovering in the sky, suddenly expanded in size. What is that? A divine eagle. The appearance of the colossal divine eagle, stretching over 1,000 meters, cast a shadow over the battleground, prompting both sides to halt their advance. Many Scipians knelt in reverence, chanting praises to the divine eagle. Before the gaze of thousands, Victor's form swiftly diminished, returning to his human shape as he descended gracefully to the ground between the two factions. "You are that surface dweller, Victor." Upon witnessing the astonished expression on Ranchi's face, Victor offered him a reassuring smile. Ranchi, who is this? The chief of the Scipion tribe, with wild red hair and adorned with tattoos, stood beside a young lad who would one day become the formidable warrior, Weber. After Ranchi's explanation, the chief tightened his grip on his spear, addressing Victor, surface dweller, while I am uncertain how you achieved this, I strongly recommend that you leave at once. Gonfor echoed the sentiment, urging, surface dweller, it is best that you depart. This place is fraught with danger. Leave. Victor shook his head, suddenly recalling the red-haired pirate, and called out loudly, I am here to put an end to this war. Grant me a favor. After a few seconds of silence from both parties, the chieftain shouted in anger, in the war? Out of respect for you? What nonsense is this? Gonfor cautiously replied, our war cannot simply cease at will, Victori. Can it? You should leave now. Witnessing such reactions, Victori raised his hand slightly and, with an expressionless face, declared, since you refuse to grant me this courtesy, you shall henceforth refer to me as God. Boom. Chapter 68. Do you owe or not? A purple lightning bolt descended from the heavens, instantly striking down a grove of trees on the island and igniting them. Upon seeing this, everyone was left in stunned disbelief. What was that? Lightning. Did that fellow summon it? Ah, indeed, Victori nodded, lightly tapping his finger, and a searing fireball shot forth from his fingertip. Boom! As the crowd's expressions turned to sheer terror. Victori coldly proclaimed, from this day forth, I declare, I am the new god of this floating island. I shall rule over you. Anyone who dares to dissent will meet the same fate as these trees. Gonfor glanced at the smoldering remains of the trees, remaining silent, while after a moment of hushed deliberation, someone from Shandia suddenly shouted, Stop joking. We must reclaim our ancestral land. Reignite the flames of Zyangwala. No god can thwart us. Before Victori could respond, the chieftain and Lanchi surged toward him. Unappreciative fools, Victori bellowed, unleashing an overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki that erupted from his being. Buzz, as the clouds parted and sunlight poured down. One by one, people fell to the ground as if they were dumplings being boiled in mere seconds. Only 5 individuals remained standing, including the still youthful Weber, which surprised Victori. Qinghai people, what have you done? The inhabitants of the floating island were oblivious to the concept of conquerors Hakkad as they witnessed so many collapsing. Their anger extinguished their fear, and the remaining 5 launched an attack on Victori, with Gonfor leading his captain of the guard into the fray. Heh! Victori chuckled softly. With a common enemy, you have become united. Yet, you are far too weak, as he stood with his hands in his pockets. Victori faced their onslaught. Clang! The tremendous recoil nearly caused Gonfor to lose grip of his knight's spear, as he looked incredulously at Victori's abdomen, having just struck it. Why was it so hard? The others were similarly astonished. All sent flying backward, the chieftain, undeterred, rose and thrust his spear toward Victori once more. Clang! What? This time, the chieftain aimed for Victori's neck, a notably soft area, yet it left not even a mark that oh ho, you strike rather fiercely. Victori lifted a finger and gently poked the chieftain's shoulder. Pointing spear. Puff! With a mere nudge from Victori, the chieftain was sent soaring through the air. Witnessing this, Weber stood up and drew a shell from a pouch at his waist. Charging at Victori. Weber? No. Clutching the shell, Weber snarled at Victori. Qinghai person, come and kill me. We will absolutely never submit. The impact shell, Victori's words rendered Weber momentarily silent. Victori smiled at him. Are you certain you wish to absorb my attack with that? Regardless of whether it can absorb my power, have you thought about the consequences if you were to use it against me? My strength surpasses your imagination. I could easily obliterate this entire island. You? Enough? Weber, Lanchi approached, supporting the chieftain as more of the fallen began to regain consciousness. Seeing their chieftains unharmed calmed both of them. Gonfor also approached, addressing Victori. Victori, what is it that you truly desire? I have stated it clearly. I am here to bring an end to this war. Victori surveyed the crowd, raising his voice. For centuries, you two sides have fought endlessly over this half of Jaya Island. Countless lives have been lost on both sides. Why can't you sit down and discuss how to jointly govern this island? The total population of both your clans barely exceeds 10,000. This island could easily sustain 100,000 lives without issue. Upon hearing this, Lanchi immediately shouted, This is our ancestral land. It rightfully belongs to us. They have invaded our territory. Zyangwala City is ours. Why should we share this island with them? Humph. Gonfuer's captain scoffed derisively. We have no desire to coexist with you. You brutes might harm our kin. The animosity between our clans cannot simply be cast aside after all these years. You scoundrels, do not get too full of yourselves. We will reclaim our ancestral lands sooner or later. Enough? Noticing both factions gathering again, seemingly ready to clash, Victorai exclaimed in fury, since none of you are willing to heed my words, then there is no longer a reason for this place to exist. You have 1 hour to flee. I shall destroy this place. What? After speaking, Victorai transformed into a divine eagle and soared into the sky, casting a shadow over the land. Boom! As the winds howled, bolts of lightning occasionally descended from above. Particularly, when a fireball appeared in the sky that seemed larger than the sun, panic ensued among the crowd. Gonfuer, gritting his teeth as he gazed at the distant Angel Island, spoke to the chieftain and others. For the sake of my people, I am willing to agree to resolve our enmity. If you refuse, it will not be my problem. Do you see that fireball? A few of those, and not just this place. But the entire island will be obliterated. Glancing at the colossal fireball in the sky, the chieftain turned to his kin and nodded. Victorai. No. Divine One. Divine One. Please descend. We agree. As the cries echoed, Victorai gradually descended from his divine form. Was that so hard? Are you all truly so foolish? Gonfuer and the chieftain blushed, falling silent. After a considerable pause, Gonfuer finally asked, Divine One, how shall we jointly govern? Quite simply, Victorai pointed at the chieftain and Gonfuer. You two, as my aides, will co-manage the floating island. Anyone has the right to come here, and no one shall obstruct them. This place belongs to all of you. Whoever wishes to come and live here may do so. And I will send people to provide you with seeds or assist you in building cities. You two clans must not initiate war. Should hostilities arise, I will utterly obliterate this place. Victorai spoke with a grave demeanor. If you do not believe me, feel free to test it. Furthermore, each side must designate 300 individuals to oversee the security of the island, and they must reside intermixed. From now on, all of you must coexist. Your two clans shall become one. No distinction between us and them. I trust that your kin, if they wish to survive, will agree. After all, they should have seen what just transpired. Anyone who opposes shall die. Understood. Teddy and Gonfuer exchanged glances and nodded. Seeing this, Victorai continued, I attempted to reason with you, yet you refused to listen. You leave me no choice but to unleash my wrath. Do you owe or not? Do you owe or not? Chapter 69. Have you heard of hockey? All the Shandia people gathered together, ascending to the ancestral land they had longed for. Victorai flew above, leading them toward the ruins of Zyangwala City. Upon arriving at the site, tears streamed down the faces of the Shandia people. At last, we have returned to our ancestral land. Victorai seized the bewildered Weber and soared into the sky, ascending along a massive vine until they reached the golden bell. This is, to ring it. Victorai pointed to Weber's waist and softly said, This is the Zyangwala lamp. You shall ring it yourself. I can assist you, but it depends on your courage. Weber glanced at the pocket at his waist, extended his hand, and retrieved a shock shell, instantly comprehending Victorly's intentions. Aiming the shock shell at Victorly, Weber solemnly declared, Thank you very much. You're welcome. Aim and fire. Whoosh! As the shock shell absorbed Victorly's attack, Weber resolutely turned around and reopened the shell. Whoosh! Clang! Accompanied by the rhythmic tolling of the bell, a deep and melodious chime resonated throughout the entire sky island, echoing into the clouds. Weber knelt on the ground, a pained expression on his face. Yet his voice brimmed with joy. The lamp of Zyangwala has been reignited. The promise between our ancestors and Roland has finally been fulfilled. Oh, you all are remarkable. Victorly, who was leisurely smoking a cigar, grabbed Weber and leaped down. It was only when Weber felt his heart nearly stop from fright that Victorly transformed into a golden eagle, spreading his wings and slowly descending. Weber, the Sandia people surrounded him. Urgency etched on their faces as they inquired, Was that sound just now? The lamp of Zyangwala? Indeed, Weber replied proudly. I personally rang it. We have fulfilled the promise made by our ancestors with Roland. Ha ha! Victorly remarked in astonishment at the enormous python that had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. That serpent is quite sizable, isn't it? Are you going to eat it? Teddy quickly interjected. God Lord. No. No. No, that is the guardian of Xiangwala. Although Xiangwala city lay in ruins, remnants of its former grandeur and splendor could still be discerned amidst the debris. Many Sandia people knelt to kiss the earth, tears streaming down their faces. United, they began to clean up, and by evening, Gonfal arrived with his kin. Some of them carried torches, while others bore an array of food, their expressions tinged with anxiety. The Sandia people noticed them and gradually stepped forward. Gonfal and Teddy exchanged glances, neither daring to break the silence. Victorly gestured toward Gonfal, who hastily waved his hand and proclaimed, "Come, we have brought food and drink. Let us hold a banquet tonight to welcome the new God Lord. To celebrate our resolution of enmity and our future coexistence." Victorly transformed into a golden eagle and soared into the sky, a massive fireball reappearing. Observing the anxious crowd below, Victorly spoke in a deep voice. "I trust your respective leaders have briefed you. Now, allow me to demonstrate. I am not a deity. Feel free to address me by my name. Victorly, my intention in uniting you is to prevent further loss of life over this island. Which you deem commonplace. Perhaps you cannot yet relinquish your hatred or feel resistance, but at the very least, your descendants shall not endure the same wars you have. This island is vast enough to accommodate all of you. Its purpose is not to serve as a sacred ground, but to sustain human life. I will entrust the governance of this land to your leaders, allowing you to manage it as you see fit. However, remember this. Should war erupt again, this island will no longer be necessary. It can support hundreds of thousands of inhabitants. Must you insist on monopolizing it? With your numbers, it would take years to develop this land. Why not collaborate? The Qinghai people are human, as are you. None of you are beyond the bounds of humanity, nor are you segregated in existence. Is it truly necessary for one side to become extinct? Moreover, look at you. You now share the same appearance, both sporting wings. Make an effort to connect, to set aside enmity. Now, let the banquet commence. This amount of drink is insufficient. Go home and gather your supplies. Oh, and you shall organize yourselves into groups to prepare what is necessary for the banquet. Of course, the group sizes must be similar, and you must sit together. As the fireball gradually faded, a collective sigh of relief escaped everyone. Some went hunting, others cleared the area, while some returned home to fetch tools and ingredients, all becoming busily engaged in preparation. As the bonfire blazed, the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, drawing both sides together to sit down. Initially, there was a sense of awkwardness, but as the drinks flowed, the atmosphere grew more familiar, with some even engaging in drinking contests. The Sandia people, known for their forthrightness, complimented the gentle natures of the Angel Island inhabitants. Laughter and merriment occasionally erupted. Observing this harmonious scene, Gonfal expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, God Lord, for bringing an end to our conflict. Indeed, it is truly." Teddy, somewhat inebriated, exclaimed while putting his arm around Gonfal's shoulder, "It was your rigidity in the past. What divine land! The God Lord speaks the truth. This place is meant for human habitation. Come, to the God Lord. No, to Victorly. I raise a toast to you. You have resolved a conflict that has persisted for centuries, allowing us to return to our ancestral point and reignite the lamp of Xiangwala, fulfilling the promise made by our ancestors with Roland. From now on, if you ever need assistance, our two clans shall offer unwavering support." After drinking from his cup, Victorly replied without hesitation, "Indeed, I do have a request. Upon my departure, I hope to take a few gifted youths back with me to Qinghai. They should experience a broader world and not be confined here. Of course, I do not require many. 3 or 4 will suffice, and I will nurture them well." Ha ha ha. I thought it was something significant. As soon as Victorly finished speaking, Teddy thumped his chest and declared, "This should be our gratitude to you. I will send forth the finest youths from our clan. We will undoubtedly support you, even if it means battling the Qinghai people. Isn't that right, Gonfal?" Gonfal. Yes, yes. Gonfal, embodying a similar demeanor, merely nodded with a smile. Hearing Teddy's words, Victorly felt a stir in his heart and addressed them seriously. "Have you heard of hockey?" Chapter 70. The bewildered Enru awakening in Gonfal's palace. Victorly patted the black and white cheeks on either side of him and sat up with a sense of refreshment, whether or not one has wings. The experience is equally delightful. After demonstrating the concept of hockey to both individuals yesterday, Victorly shared the methods of its cultivation with them. By nightfall, the two, in unison, sent the most beautiful maidens from their clans to Victorly's chamber. Naturally, Victorly would not refuse such an opportunity. He was not a saint. He had desires and emotions. Denying oneself enjoyment would be absurd. Although he did not learn of Eniru's whereabouts from them, he was aware that several sky islands lay nearby and intended to fly over to investigate. In the original narrative, Eniru arrived here only after annihilating his homeland. Now that this place was practically his territory, Victorly's eagerness to find Eniru intensified. Upon learning of Victorly's impending departure, Teddy and Gonfal each brought 2 youths. Teddy's companions were Weber and a boy named Mantis, who appeared familiar to Victorly, likely characters from the original tale. Gonfal brought 2 youths named Kuya and Ward, both tall and seemingly amiable. Victorly's youthful entourage had now expanded by 4. As they prepared to follow Victorly to Qinghai, the 4 were filled with anticipation yet tinged with unease. Even Weber broke into a nervous sweat, and as Victorly finished his meal and bid farewell, the 4's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "All right, you all needn't be this way," Victorly reassured them. "Qinghai is far more prosperous than here. I believe you will love it. And it's not as if you want to return. Whenever you feel homesick, I shall bring you back to visit to by then. You may find it hard to leave." "Haha, exactly." After sharing a laugh, Teddy turned to Victorly, saying, "I entrust you with them, Weber. Mantis, you must behave yourselves." "Yes, father." It was only at this moment that Victorly realized Teddy was actually Weber's father, an absence in the original tale, likely due to being killed by Enel in a manner. This could indeed be considered as saving his life. Once Gonfuer had finished his instructions, Victor transformed into a golden eagle and soared into the sky with a few companions. Under their guidance, Victor visited several nearby floating islands, yet he could not glean any news about Enel. This predicament left Victor in a quandary. Remaining here would mean time was running short, yet departing posed the risk that Enel might venture to the floating islands and cause harm to Teddy. "God, Commander Victor." Upon meeting Victor's gaze, the simple-hearted Kuya quickly altered his address. "I know of a small floating island called Baika, located to the southeast. However, it is quite far from here." Baika. Upon hearing this name, Victor's eyes sparkled with hope as he promptly transformed into the golden eagle once more, exclaiming, "Let us proceed. This must be the place." After nearly a day and a night of rapid flight, Victor finally reached Baika. Indeed, it was quite small, resembling the size of a village. Utilizing his observation hockey, Victor surveyed the area and discovered that the island's inhabitants numbered merely in the hundreds. Unlike other floating islands, the vegetation here was notably sparse at that moment. With daylight still lingering, many were engaged in various activities, allowing Victor to descend quietly. Upon reaching the residential area with his companions, the Mantis and others hurriedly inquired with the locals about Enel. To their surprise, as soon as the Mantis began to ask, an old man's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily retreated into his home. This reaction was echoed by several others, which led Victor to realize he had indeed arrived at the right place. Yet he was also curious as to why the mere mention of Enel's name elicited such responses. Before long, someone provided Victor with an explanation. "Hey, what do you want with that madman?" An elderly man, his hair and beard completely white and missing one wing, approached from the side. "Madman?" Victor inquired. "Indeed, a madman." The elder nodded. Pain etched across his face as he recounted. Enel's father was the most formidable individual from Arbaika. He traveled to the Blue Sea and returned with a wealth of knowledge. However, he dreamt incessantly of reaching the infinite land, for it is said to be the homeland of our floating island people. Enel, from a young age, delved into the study of airships with his father, aspiring to reach the infinite land. After his father's passing due to illness, Enel's obsession grew increasingly irrational in pursuit of this. He devastated the island's flora and even sought to trade with those from the Blue Sea, selling his own kin. Ultimately, we captured him, severed his wings, and exiled him. This wing of mine was lost during the struggle to apprehend him. Upon hearing these revelations, Victor understood that Enel's wings had not been torn off by his own hand as he had previously believed. Rather, they had been removed during his banishment. It was only then that the elder noticed Victor's own lack of wings. Expressing surprise, "Your wings. Are you from the Blue Sea?" Victor smiled gently and replied, "No, uncle, not all from the Blue Sea are malevolent. Aside from lacking wings, I am much like you." "That is true," the elder nodded. Glancing at Weber and the others, these youths seemed quite enamored with you. suggesting you are not a bad person after all. Would you care to join me for a meal at my home? I am quite curious about the blue sea. Then I shall intrude upon your hospitality. Perhaps due to the absence of family, the elder was quite loquacious. Before long, as they dined, Victor learned that the elder's name was Dakin, the village chief, and notably he was also Enelu's uncle.